a safe location. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. I want to acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land, and we look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I'd also like to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Sim is on leave of absence today for civic business. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor al-Adha, I believe, also is on leave of absence today for civic business. Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Present. Councillor Klassen, also on leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Montague. Not present at the moment. Councillor Meisner is in the chair today. Councillor Joe. Councillor Orr. And Councillor Maloney. The meeting has quorum, Chair Meisner.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda, we have one proclamation this morning, Eid al-Adha, presented by Acting Mayor Sarah Kirby-Young. I will now invite Acting Mayor Kirby-Young to read the proclamation.
Oh, they're doing a proclamation. Okay, gotcha.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's a pleasure to have so many folks here today, and it is a privilege for myself and all of council to have the opportunity to participate in this proclamation and honor and recognize members of our Muslim community. So as Councillor Meisner mentioned, we are here to recognize Eid al-Adha. I always hope I pronounce that correctly, which is importantly one of the city's official celebrations and observances on Friday, June 6th, officially. We proudly added this date in 2022 through a motion that was passed by Vancouver City Council. And I will say that this decision reflects our commitment to honoring the rich diversity that strengthens our city every day. So for those that may not be aware, Eid al-Adha is celebrated over 3 days and is really an important opportunity to learn about and reflect on the values of the Muslim community and Muslim colleagues. And those values include generosity, compassion, and caring for others. Eid al-Adha is one of 2 Eids, which literally mean occasions of celebration that Muslims mark every year. It's a great time to practice the value of sacrifice, to help communities in need and people that are suffering in crises, sadly, around the world, including Gaza, Yemen, and the Sudan. Today, it is our privilege to acknowledge our Muslim community and recognize the values that they model as citizens to the benefit of our community. And again, compassion, generosity, care, and continued resilience. So on behalf of Mayor Ken Sim and all of Vancouver City Council, I am grateful to have the opportunity to extend warmest wishes to all those that are celebrating an Eid Mubarak. So I think we will now go ahead and read the proclamation, and I will invite Councillor Meisner to start.
Whereas the City of Vancouver is home to a thriving Muslim community, which is estimated to be almost 18,000 people.
And whereas Eid al-Adha stands as one of the most significant Muslim holidays, symbolising a connection between Islamic history and the shared narratives of Islam, Judaism and Christianity through their common Abrahamic heritage.
And whereas in the Islamic lunar calendar, Eid al-Adha falls on the 10th day of Dhu al-Hijjah and spans 2 to 4 days following the culmination of the Hajj, the annual pilgrimage to Mecca.
And whereas Eid al-Adha, known as the Festival of Sacrifice, is this day of service and selfless giving, embodying values of forgiveness, compassion, and generosity, encouraging Muslims to assist those in need and share their blessings with others.
And whereas traditionally Eid al-Adha is a day for celebrating with family, friends, and loved ones, often marked by wearing new or fine attire and exchanging gifts.
Okay, whereas Vancouver is proud of its diverse community representing many different traditions and faiths.
I, Sarah Kirby-Young, Acting Mayor, on behalf of Mayor Ken Sim and all of Vancouver City Council, do proudly proclaim June 6, 2025 as Eid al-Adha Day in the City of Vancouver.
Okay, thank you, Acting Mayor Kirby-Young. We'll now continue with our plan for today. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website, and a link to that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I would also like to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind the committee that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. So today we have one administrative item, matters adopted on consent, 5 reports, and 2 council member motions. The plan for today is to break at noon for lunch, return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda, and if needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. So the committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have reports 3 and 4 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration, and we'll hold reports 1, 2, and 5 to hear from speakers. So the committee may adopt recommendations for reports 3 and 4 on consent. Does any team member wish to hold any of the reports for debate or questions? Please add yourself to the queue. Okay, so Councillor Kirby-Young moved adoption for reports 3 and 4. Can I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Joe. All in favor say aye. Okay, any opposed say nay. Okay, so recommendations for reports 3 and 4 have been adopted on consent. Apologies, I forgot to ask if anyone has a conflict of interest on any of the consent agenda items. If so, please add yourself to the queue. Not seeing any. Okay, so that has been, reports 3 and 4 have been adopted on consent. That is theater rental grant allocations, fall 2025 and spring 2026. And report 4, contract award for request for proposals, number PS 202-40929 ENG RFP, consultant for landfill gas system design and contract administration. So we'll now move to our first report, a Granville Street plan. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, not seeing any. This item has a presentation, and we have team members here this morning to present the item. Good morning, Josh.
Morning, Deputy Mayor and Council. Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability. And I'm very proud to be here with the team to introduce the Granville Street plan. Council directed staff to go develop a bold plan for Granville Street. And what we're bringing you today is just that, is an assertive plan, a bold plan that will help make it the street that all people in Vancouver can be very, very proud of in the future. It is also a plan that's the result of very, very strong collaboration across the multiple departments that are here today representing the plan and are able to ask questions of council, but also strong collaboration amongst the very important stakeholders and partners that we worked with in developing this plan, many of whom you'll hear from today. And so we'll walk through our presentation. We'll be happy to answer questions. Without further delay, I'll hand it over to Thomas Daly and Lindsay, who will walk through the plan and we'll answer questions from there. Thank you very much. All right.
Is it queued up or can you see it? Yeah, no worries. Perfect. Good morning, Council. Again, my name is Thomas Daly, the lead planner for the Granville Street Plan within Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability Department. And presenting with me today is my co-lead, Lindsay Neufeld, from Public Space and Street Use Group in Engineering. And today we are very excited to bring forward a new vision for Granville Street that will welcome and bring forward transformation in the area to become a welcoming, safe, diverse, and vibrant entertainment and cultural district. Granville Street will come alive with activity through the day and the night with live performance, dining, public space, and public life and celebrations, making it a favorite destination for locals and visitors in the heart of Vancouver. Through this presentation, we will review the proposed plan directions that are necessary to achieve this vision. We will begin with a brief overview of the project background and context for the planning process, and through the second part of the presentation, we will walk you through a summary of the Granville Street plan, including plan framework, key directions, and lastly, we will outline the implementation and phasing strategy to deliver the plan before concluding. Starting with the project background and context, the planning process, as you know, was launched in 2023 with council endorsement of the project's terms of reference. This included additional direction from council aimed at delivering economic revitalization supported by new hotel projects and advancing in-stream rezoning proposals in alignment with the planning process, as well as the advancement of public safety and gender-based safety initiatives, the protection and creation of cultural spaces, and the expansion of public music and arts performance, as well as delivering a bold vision for public space that goes beyond pedestrian-friendly, working with TransLink to explore how to best support a vehicle-free Granville entertainment district, including relocating buses to the adjacent streets. With that, we developed a planning program for Granville Street that focused on the blocks between Robson and Drake Streets, including a shoulder area that encompassed the adjacent blocks to assess for impacts and further opportunities. The study of public spaces and transportation improvements focused on Granville from Waterfront Station to the Granville Bridge and on Howe and Seymour Streets for bus relocation to support pedestrianization. Broader impacts on the downtown peninsula's public space and transportation network were also considered. This was the first comprehensive review of Granville Street really since the inception of the city, providing direction on everything from land use and development to signage, arts and culture, public space and transportation, and public benefits. The planning process was organized into 3 distinct phases. Phase 1, outlining a new vision for Granville. Phase 2, developing the draft directions, which included extensive stakeholder workshops through the fall and winter of this year. And Phase 3, finalizing a plan, including a final round of engagement that was conducted in February when we tested the draft plan through a series of public events. This included an online survey which had over 3,000 respondents who strongly supported the overall plan direction, with 76% of survey respondents endorsing the plan. And just a quick note for Council, if the plan is approved today, staff will report back early in the fall at a public hearing with amendments to the downtown official development plan that are required to support the implementation of the plan itself. As context, when we started this project, a number of issues and opportunities shaped our approach to the planning process. Notably, Granville has a strong history, not only as Vancouver's entertainment district and as an arts and cultural hub, but also as the downtown's primary high street. And while the area experiences high weekend nightlife, daytime activity remains low. This, despite daily commute activity that comes with being an important transit corridor, linking key routes through the downtown with much of the region. And while we see that major events and celebrations can demonstrate the potential for what the street can be, such as the 2010 Winter Olympics and the annual Granville Street Block Party, we see a desire for more activity and more support in the area, including the involvement of the local music scene, who want to see more small and mid-sized venues to support live performance in the area. And with an increasing number of vacant storefronts, changing market conditions, and a recent rise in vandalism and crime, these issues have only exacerbated the impact to Granville. And they've presented real concerns about safety and the overall sense of comfort for visitors, employees, and residents in the area. And while there is no single solution to address all of these differing challenges and opportunities, we are bringing forward a plan that addresses trade-offs with a carefully calibrated and balanced approach, aiming to achieve the best overall outcome for Granville Street. Through the next section, we'll walk through a high-level overview of the Granville Street plan. The plan provides a holistic approach to fostering a safe and vibrant Granville Street and Granville Entertainment District. This requires going beyond land use and development, public space and transportation improvements to ensure that the area is also well managed as we consider a district management plan for Granville. Additionally, we have taken into account the crucial interconnections between these directions. For example, the design and activation of public space, which directly supports and enhances the activities within the adjacent buildings, including cultural performance that seamlessly extend from indoors to the street itself. And through the next series of slides, we'll explain in more detail the 5 key policy directions that support the plan, beginning with an overview of the plan framework. The plan framework guides change through 3 key moves that are carefully interwoven and support one another. The first key move defines 3 distinct character areas: the city center, adjacent to the central business district, the entertainment core, and the bridgehead, adjacent to the Granville Bridge. The second move involves creating a destination public space and a year-round pedestrian zone along Granville Street that spans the downtown peninsula. It is worth noting that approximately 2/3 of survey respondents supported the move toward a year-round pedestrian zone on Granville Street. The third move involves undertaking necessary transit improvements on Howe and Seymour Streets to support the creation of these public spaces. As we have observed in other local and international case studies, to achieve the world-class destination public space envisioned in the plan and as directed by Council, it is crucial to remove buses from Granville and improve transit on the adjacent streets. Again, these 3 moves that are intricately connected form a framework for the plan that will guide the transformation of Granville Street and outline the necessary steps to achieve it. And now we'll zoom in each of the character areas to provide more detail on the proposed changes. The city center between Georgia and Smythe Streets serves as a transition area between the central business district and the entertainment core. Centered around the intersections of Georgia and Granville and Robson and Granville, it includes the city center and Granville transit stations. This area will feature some of the city's tallest buildings, reshaping the skyline and marking downtown center, as well as a number of large sites like the Bay, Pacific Center, the Vancouver Block, and 800 Granville will enable exciting mixed-use developments, introducing new hotels, retail, rental housing, and cultural space. And this new development will help stimulate investment and spark activity in this area. With that said, introducing mixed-use residential development into this area demonstrates one of the key trade-offs in the plan, balancing near-term catalyst projects that include residential use with a desire for a vibrant 24/7 cultural activity. While noise mitigation measures are included, they can't fully address this issue. Thus, public space must emphasize daytime activities to reflect this mix of uses in the area. And within the city center area, we are introducing a central public plaza at the intersection of Robson and Granville for civic gatherings and celebrations. This plaza will focus on vibrant daytime activities and programming and will be connected to Robson Square, the Stadium District, SkyTrain stations, and landmark venues in the area. And with new development and public space investments, we will transform the city center into a vibrant civic and retail commercial hub. The entertainment core between Smythe and Davie Streets will focus evening and late-night entertainment activity into the heart of the district, thus creating an authentic 24/7 noise and fun-friendly zone, which responds to a strong desire from the hospitality and cultural industries to protect and strengthen this function in the area. To make this effective, we are removing new housing as a use to mitigate the direct impacts of increased noise and activity on residential that is directly on the street. However, we are significantly increasing the development capacity in the area to attract new hotel, office, retail development, and other amenity that is complementary to the entertainment district. This will be supported by a pedestrian zone that features patios, indoor and outdoor gatherings, performance, and events, which will transform this area with a variety of attractions, live music venues, theaters, restaurants, bars, and nightclubs. This dynamic hub is designed for socializing, cultural experience, and celebrations, making it a go-to destination for locals and visitors with attractions throughout the day and night. The Bridgehead area between Davie and Drake Streets and adjacent to the Granville Loops and the Granville Bridge is currently a mixed-use residential area, and the plan will expand this role as a transition to the surrounding downtown neighborhoods, including Yaletown and the West End. We will allow for mixed-use development in this area that will act as a catalyst for change at the end of Granville Street while improving the connection to the Granville Bridge to deliver a blend of residential, commercial, and cultural spaces, local shops, and a quieter street experience. So in summary, the land use and development directions for this area include increasing height and density to support new hotel and commercial development and excluding new residential uses in the entertainment core. And these land use directions are needed to help mitigate direct conflict between the residents and the proposed increase in entertainment and live performance related activities in this area. And this means that existing SROs, or single room occupancy units, will need to be replaced off-site or pay an SRA fee in lieu. And while existing residential buildings in this area can continue operating, they may only be redeveloped with non-residential uses. In the two transition areas, the city center and the Bridgehead, mixed-use residential development will be permitted to help foster near-term revitalization, secure new cultural space and restore heritage, and replace SRO rooms with new self-contained social housing where required. Staff will continue working with BC Housing and other SRO owners in the area and operators to proactively improve building operations and explore alternative options that better align with the city planning goals for this area. As evident throughout the plan, arts, culture, and live performance are central elements reinforcing its identity as an entertainment and cultural district. We have developed directions that help to bolster and expand their role, including the prioritization of reconciliation, redress, equity, accessibility, as well as advancing cultural visibility for the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations in alignment with UNDRIP policies. This also means supporting the retention and expansion and creation of affordable arts and cultural space throughout this area, and supporting more art and cultural programming. Further, the plan provides direction to develop a distinctive public art strategy for Granville and advancing public realm infrastructure and regulatory requirements to support live music events and performances on Granville Street. Now, I'll hand it over to Lindsay to walk you through the next sections of the plan.
Thank you for bearing with me while I make myself visible. I'm Lindsay Neufeld, Public Space Planner in Street Activities Engineering Services. Granville Street itself has had a long history as one of Vancouver's most important central gathering spaces. It's a place where residents and visitors alike come together for summer events, for nightlife, and for sports-related celebrations. This plan builds on this history and puts forward a bold vision to transform Granville Street into a true destination public space, and over time to work toward a year-round pedestrian street. The key directions set out in the plan aim to not only create, but also maintain public spaces that are vibrant and active through the day and night. And it includes specific directions intended to support the unique land use mixes and help bring the vision for each character area to life. So this includes transforming the city centre into that iconic daytime-focused public space, establishing the entertainment core as the space for outdoor performances and activity into the later evening hours, and fostering a street experience in the Bridgehead area that is quieter, yet still lively and active. To provide a little more detail on what the plan will deliver on the street over time, first, we will take a phased approach to making the street a pedestrian zone, beginning with temporary and seasonal pilots. We'll enhance daily and nightly experiences on the street by providing more space for things like patios, seating, art, busking, food trucks, really all of the things that we heard through our public engagement that people enjoy on the street today and that they'd like to see more of in the future. I'd like to note here that we've already begun to take action on this direction, including some streetscape improvements taking place through this spring and summer. This included refreshing some of the existing street furniture, removing bollards to declutter the sidewalks and create more space for movement, some enhanced cleaning services, and we worked with businesses and the BIA to facilitate 16 net new sidewalk and curbside patios along the street. The directions in the plan will also provide for flexible space and infrastructure to support more special events and more outdoor performance along the street. We'll really be looking to align these outdoor amenities and activities with the adjacent land uses in each character area. So again, this means really focusing those louder, later activities in the entertainment core, where there will be fewer directly adjacent residents, and enhancing the social daytime activities in the city centre and Bridgehead. We'll expand the scale of the pedestrian zone and the associated programming over time as we develop the supports and coordination that this kind of space requires. And lastly, but certainly not least, we will ensure that our design and activation strategies prioritize a range of safety needs. And this will include everything from physical protection from vehicles, for pedestrians on the street, to gender-based safety considerations. Of course, this public space vision for Granville Street also relies on a well-functioning transportation system that provides access to and from the district and serves the rest of the city. Today, Granville Street is an incredibly important transit corridor. It carries over 20,000 passengers on approximately 1,100 buses per day. To support Granville Street as a pedestrianized street, this bus service will need to be rerouted to Howe and Seymour, first on a seasonal basis and later year-round. This rerouting will be supported by transit priority measures and public realm improvements along these streets to ensure a continued high-quality transit service and experience. Throughout all of these moves on each of these three streets, we'll seek to enhance the walking and active travel environment and also to support people and goods movement by addressing needs for things like loading, servicing, and pickup drop-off. Bringing a vision like this to life and sustaining it over time requires strong partnerships and a coordinated approach to managing the street. The good news here is that we're not starting from scratch. There's a lot of great work happening on Granville Street already today, led by external agencies and partners, as well as city-led initiatives. There are ongoing efforts to coordinate and collaborate between these. This plan really sets out directions that will help to take this to the next level in order to meet the evolving needs of the street. We will prioritize safety in all its different forms, working with partners to address social service needs, applying a gender-based violence prevention lens in design and services moving forward, and designing for crowd protection and event safety. We will also collaborate with our partners to develop a district management plan that will consider governance, operations, funding, and revenue generation. To share a little bit more about what district management entails, through our work in developing this plan and looking at other case studies, we've really come to learn that destination entertainment districts and pedestrianized streets have unique operational needs that may be distinct from those of other types of commercial districts in the city. This includes an increased demand for things like public space stewardship, so really maintaining a particularly high level of care for these public spaces that are heavily used around the clock, as well as different scales of programming and activation. There's a need for services to support higher levels of activity, visitors, and the nighttime economy, for strategic planning to support a diverse mix of nightlife and cultural venues that exist alongside the more typical retail and dining offerings. And there is a need for a particularly strong branding identity and promotion of the district. District management, as envisioned for the future of Granville Street, really is a new approach. It will require a higher degree of coordination and resourcing, and there are a variety of models for us to consider in terms of how this could be structured and delivered. Going forward, we will work in collaboration with our partners to develop a comprehensive approach and consider how to build on efforts already in place to identify additional operating needs and to seek creative and sustainable funding solutions. And we will continue to return to Council with updates as this work progresses. Creating a year-round, shore-to-shore pedestrian street with a destination public space in the heart of downtown is a big move for Granville Street. Based on our public engagement and our continued work with partners and stakeholders, we know there is significant interest in pedestrianization and also a lot of consideration toward what it will take to make it work. What sets this plan apart and makes this achievable is the holistic approach that Thomas introduced earlier in the presentation. All of the policy areas in the plan are interlinked, and advancing them in tandem will help to create the conditions for success. We know that testing uses and programming through temporary pilots will give us rich information to help us better understand the needs along the street, and it will be valuable in informing our long-term design. With the land use changes that will facilitate new activity and more diverse destinations to draw more people to the street, we'll be able to carefully calibrate our uses, design, and programming on the street in response. We'll need to develop that robust district management plan and make those investments on Howe and Seymour Streets, and we'll work with businesses and residents throughout the process to consider how to best meet their safety and access needs. And through all of this, we'll be prepared to be flexible and responsive and to adjust our phasing over time to align with changing conditions on the street, as well as the pace, type, and location of new developments. And with that, I'll turn it back to Thomas to share some more about the implementation and phasing strategy for the plan.
Thank you. All right, so how do we get there? The plan will be delivered over a 20-year phase strategy that includes 3 phases. Phase 1, including immediate actions over the next 5 years, will see early catalyst developments in progress as we begin piloting a seasonal pedestrian zone and make related transit changes. We will begin the redevelopment and implementation of district management approach, and we will begin the design process for phased public realm concepts while delivering initial public realm improvements. In phase 2, between years 6 and 10, we will see new development completed with investments in cultural space and businesses. The city will continue to test and improve seasonal pedestrian zone and transit changes while refining the district management program, and we will deliver larger scale public realm improvements through this period. In phase 3, the final years of the plan, we will see near full build out of the district and the delivery of permanent transit improvements and bus service move to Howe and Seymour Streets, while we create a year-round pedestrian zone and ramp up district management. And with this, we will deliver additional permanent public realm improvements on Granville Street. And to support this phased delivery of the plan, we need to prioritize investment on Granville Street with new projects and programs to renew, upgrade, and expand infrastructure and amenities. This will focus investment on cultural tourism, public space, transportation improvements, and employment goals, which we understand can have a multiplier effect on Granville Street and the downtown, and that successful implementation of the plan is expected to draw visitors, thereby creating jobs and supporting local businesses in the hospitality, dining, shopping, and entertainment sectors. Prioritized capital and in-kind investments have been identified for the next 10-year period and are estimated to cost between $90 and $140 million. The timing and scope of which will evolve over time to reflect the city's financial capacity and macroeconomic conditions. In-kind public benefits are expected to be delivered over the plan horizon concurrent with the redevelopment of the area. In conclusion, we are excited to bring forward a plan to deliver transformative, once-in-a-generation revitalization of Granville Street. This is a plan that addresses the trade-offs with a carefully calibrated and balanced approach, aiming to achieve the best overall outcome for Granville Street and its future. With that, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to all our partners who dedicated their time, effort, and passion to Granville Street and who have helped to shape the plan before you today. Key partners including the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association, Hospitality Vancouver Association, Destination Vancouver, Good Night Out, TransLink, and the countless businesses, venue operators, property owners, and arts, culture, and service providers, as well as many other who support Granville Street. Your contributions are evident throughout the Granville Street plan and will undoubtedly play a crucial role in the successful implementation. Thank you again, and thank you, Council.
Great. Thank you very much for that presentation. Committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members, and I see several councillors on the queue, so we'll start with Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have a lot of questions. I'd like to move for a second round off the bat, please.
Second round, moved by Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor Joe. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed say nay. Okay, great. So we'll have 2 rounds of questions. Please go ahead.
Great, thanks very much. First of all, thanks very much to staff for the report. It really struck me when you said this is the first comprehensive review of Granville Street since inception of the city. So it's very exciting and a bold plan. I want to delve into a number of questions. First one is really around just to set the stage on phasing. This is a longer term initiative, and there's different components to it in terms of enabling development. The envisioned dedicated plaza at Robson and Granville, and then eventually removing transit. Can you clarify, is the intention that we are enabling development first, bringing new uses and life back to the street so that we overcome the fact there's the daytime, nighttime, getting people there weekdays and weekends, and that we wouldn't be moving forward with substantive changes around sort of putting in a public plaza or traffic relocation until we actually see life coming back to the street? Is that the intention?
Did you want to speak to the transit? Yeah, I think just generally speaking, that's a good overview. We want to, I guess, coordinate initial development in tandem with some initial improvements on the street. So, and that includes piloting and testing concepts and then beginning the design phase for Granville Street at that time. So kind of those early steps. And then we would see some earlier investments made with development coming through in the area to improve the public realm directly in front of those properties. And then as more life comes into the area, not only through new development, but new programming, new attractions in the area, that we want to time that with a ramp up in investments in the public realm. And I'll let Lindsay maybe just provide a little bit.
It's okay. I'll keep going just for time on this. So you had mentioned a number of things that you're doing currently in the public realm, like removing bollards, more cleaning, furniture, et cetera. We've seen how important this is and how effective and positive it is in areas like Chinatown. We see with the Gastown pilots that we're looking to provide more pedestrian experience there, that input or sort of investment when ongoing, when you have social issues, cleanliness playing out is important. So does this contemplate an annual commitment to continue on investing in the public realm while we're trying to wait for that development to happen?
Thank you for the question. As we're developing our district management approach, that's really the mechanism through which we'll identify the additional operating needs and funding sources for the area. So that doesn't hinge on waiting for development. I think that process is something that we're going to set into place, working with our partners as soon as possible.
So we need that anyway, because clearly Granville Street's in crisis. So can council expect an inclusion in the proposed budget that comes forward when we get the 2026 operating budget this fall?
Lisa Parker, Director of Public Space and Street Use. We will be working with the partners to detail that, and as we have the information, we'll be bringing that to council for their consideration. And yes, I would expect us to have something available for council to consider in the upcoming capital budget, excuse me.
Thank you. I want to switch gears to the SRO replacement strategy, because the plan contemplates no new residential uses in the entertainment core. The heart of what we know is the Granville Entertainment District, and it talks about, is the intention here that we're trying to get people to better and provide better quality housing because it's insufficient? And the second part of my question is, what are we doing around existing life safety issues. And so I would highlight, for example, the Aura nightclub, which I understand is on the ground floor at 1180 Granville and has experienced apparently about 200 incidents of water leaks. This concerns me greatly when you have a lot of people in on a Friday and Saturday night and potentially a ceiling crashing through from a life safety perspective. It's something I've raised with our city, with our senior leadership. So clearly these conditions have a number of issues that are related. So can you talk about the SRA replacement strategy and what we're going to do to tackle life safety issues like that right now?
Yeah, thank you. Celine Mobiles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. The city's longstanding policy is to replace SROs with self-contained social housing. So the direction of the plan does align with that. Obviously, tenant relocation, ensuring they are moved into better housing is a key priority for that. We continue to work with our colleagues across the city, as well as BC Housing, on life safety issues in those buildings. In particular to the Aurora nightclub, my understanding is that BC Housing have met with the owner and have made a number of improvements to the ceiling, the soundproofing, and other issues so that the flooding is reduced. And we are in the process of providing an update to council that you'll receive shortly.
So we'll get more information back because that is what it causes me great concern about what could happen if that ceiling crashes.
Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young, you're at time.
I'll come back on. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move to Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks also the staff for putting together this very, very comprehensive report on a very exciting street in Vancouver. I appreciate all the work behind. So questions, I think I asked this question at the briefing, but I'm going to ask this question again, so it's on the public record. So I think the early study area, including the shoulder area, both sides of the Seymour and House, but in this final plan, why only one side of the street has been included? To me, I think we're missing some opportunities for a broader scope of the development.
Yes, as a part of the initial scope of the work, we also looked at the adjacent streets of Seymour and Howe Streets, whereas the plan mainly focused on Granville Street up to the laneways. Through that assessment of the development and land use guidelines that currently exist in those areas, we really didn't see any further opportunity to pursue in those areas because there's additional opportunity for mixed-use development, whether it's residential, hotel, commercial, that changes on either side of those streets. But just to clarify, the plan itself, the main directions and the rezoning policy that we're bringing forward only pertains to Granville Street and the blocks on Granville Street up to the lane. So existing policies are already in place for those areas that allow for significant redevelopment.
Okay, thank you. But you know, the transit and pedestrian will be increased on both sides of the streets, right? So if we only include one side of this street in the plan, it will, you know, yeah. So again, my question is, it will impact both streets, but why we only include one side?
Yeah, and I would note too, so Seymour and Howe Streets are already designed to allow for bus movements on those streets.
Okay.
So that's picked up in both the public realm design, the sidewalk design, but also it's anticipated in the land use along those streets. So we already see it's mainly fully built out under the existing policies. So again, with mixed use development to support that activity currently, and it's a fairly successful pedestrian and transit street.
Okay, thank you for the answering. The other questions about this downtown official development plan. What is the plan of this DODP, and are we going to retire this plan in the near future?
Yes, as a part of our broader policy cleanup within the planning department, we would like to transition the downtown official development plan bylaw into a district schedule, which is similar to other district schedules around the city. So it's really harmonizing it within that broader structure, and there'll be some updates that go along with that. It's a fairly out-of-date policy that dates back to almost the 70s. And then with that, we'll be including some necessary amendments to that align with the plan itself. And that's what we'll be coming forward to you at a public hearing in the fall.
In the fall, okay, thank you. So is in the new bylaw, do we allow similar flexibility as the DODP and also the hotel policy we just passed probably a month ago?
Correct. They will be aligned with both the new hotel policy changes that came forward recently and the same discretion that's in the downtown official development plan will be transitioned into the new district schedule, correct?
Okay, so in that sense, actually, we are moving forward with all the previous policy all aligned.
Correct, yeah, it's more of an administrative update than it is a policy change.
Perfect, thank you. That's good to hear. Other questions? I know there will be a lot of pedestrians in the area. With this increased pedestrian flow, what is our traffic management strategy? Especially, are we going to install more LPIs on the street?
Good morning, Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. Absolutely, we're going to be looking across these corridors at potential safety improvements for pedestrians.
Okay, so are we going to install more LPI leading pedestrian intervals in these areas?
We're looking kind of across the city at where leading pedestrian intervals would benefit pedestrians, particularly as we're moving towards changes. If the plan is approved and we are moving towards changes on Howe and Seymour Street, we'd really be looking at how we can make those streets work really well for transit as well as for pedestrians.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'll come back. I have other questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thank you for the report. There are some pretty exciting components to it. I look forward to the discussion today and hearing from speakers in terms of how this plan and vision can be shaped. I have a couple questions. I have an interest in really creating a sort of fulsome picture of what the new Granville Street could really look like in terms of what this report, in terms of the plan itself and the different components are going to result in. So imagining a much more vibrant streetscape, more retail. So just let me know if I'm on the money here, because I have a question after this, is more sort of plazas, what have you, daytime activity, much more pedestrianization, and really for the benefit of sort of overall economic development and sort of vitality in the area that has struggled over the years. Mm-hmm. Is that about right?
Yeah, that's a accurate depiction.
Okay, and the timeline for that, and I appreciate the sequencing question previously, the timeline for that to start to see that real material change from your perspective as staff is what?
Sorry, can you ask the question again? There's the door there.
Oh, no problem. Just the timeline for that material change to happen, what would you say would be a reasonable expectation?
I mean, I would just, to be honest, like a lot of it's dependent on the market, and we've seen a lot of vulnerability in the last few years, and even through the planning process. We do see real interest in redevelopment and a number of sites already in the area, so that's some very, very encouraging investment that we can anticipate in the next few years here. And then time with that, investments by the city into the public realm that would be coordinated with that. And then again, working with partners and businesses to encourage newer investment in the existing building stock that is there in the area. And ideally, you know, as the market returns, we'll see further interest in that area. Because the thing that's really notable is here, we're creating a huge opportunity for new development in this area that just can't be realized today.
Right. And so when you say the market, are you specifically referring to office? Are you referring to housing, strata condo? Like which market are you referring to exactly?
I guess it depends on the day. But I think generally speaking, the office market in particular, and for some of the commercial uses as well. And then we'll continue to monitor through the planning process itself too and make necessary adjustments where need be. But yeah, in particular, just some uncertainty generally around the commercial market.
Okay. You know, I think we have a shared interest across the board to make sure that things get better quickly and not worse. And so, you know, I would agree that the underlying vision in this is to have, you know, appropriate types of uses that support the health of the community overall. Specifically related to what has over time become a really challenging housing stock, which is the SROs in this area. And I can appreciate why. Folks still live there. And so if there is additional development pressure, and I heard you say sort of lots of interest in redevelopment and development as
far as the sequencing question goes, is number one by the sounds of it. How can you be sure that with some of these policy changes, we're not going to see a worsening of homelessness in this area? As an example, if there is more pressure to redevelop SROs into hotels and other things that we've seen recently.
Yeah, it's a good question. We have a tenant relocation policy in place that would help transition residents where needed off of Granville Street and into other housing.
Just a question on that. Where else is that housing, would you say now, that we could start to plan for?
I can't say off the top of my head what exactly that housing is. I don't know if you want to, yeah.
Hi, Celine Mobless, Managing Director, Housing and Homelessness Services. There are a number of both SROs as well as non-market housing buildings on Granville Street, both in the shoulder and in the entertainment core and in the transition area. Obviously, in the entertainment core, given the proposed uses around entertainment, culture, residential is not compatible with many of those uses, trying to liven up the neighborhood. So each project that would come forward, there would be, for the SRA designated buildings, there would be an SRA permit. There is a process. It would be a discussion about tenant relocation, replacement, and as you know from the Clifton report, there are a number of conditions that council can attach to a permit. So we would look at each of those applications for redevelopment on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, that's my time. I'll come back on.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you both. Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. My questions are going to mostly relate to accessibility and transport. Can you run me through the details of the bus improvements that are contemplated on Howe and Seymour Streets, please?
Great, thank you for the question. So we haven't fully detailed what those improvements will be. We've done some study of a couple different options. So there are, and those options could be mixed along the corridor. So there's one option essentially where we convert the curb lane into a bus lane. And the other option would be looking at keeping some parking on the right side of the street and adding bus bulbs. The traffic volumes are higher at the southern ends of Howe and Seymour. So, you know, we'd end up with some pretty significant traffic issues if we're doing bus bulbs there, but we still need to work through that. And we also need to be looking at, particularly northbound off of the bridge, just how to get buses across the Seymour ramp.
Okay. Yeah, I'm obviously very concerned because at the moment bus users have a more quiet and spacious place to wait for buses on Granville Street. So conditions for bus users waiting are going to be worse. And I'm pretty concerned about the phasing of when improvements are going to be put in place. Are they, we have seasonal pilots, so how much mitigation of the negative effects of moving are going to be put in place straight away compared to in the long term?
So if the plan is approved, we would look probably at simpler interventions in the near term. There's a lot of the bus stops on Howe and Seymour that are quite good, but there are some where we have kind of narrower passenger waiting areas. We, you know, through the piloting process, we'd be studying how those are working, and that would kind of help inform our recommendations or decision-making a lot about the long-term improvements.
All right. One of the accessibility issues is, of course, sidewalks being blocked so that wheelchair users and mobility scooters can't get past people, large groups of people waiting for the bus. And is that likely to be solved mostly by bus bulbs?
So it depends on the location. A lot of the busier stops have a fair bit of space. If you think about the stop at Robson outside the courthouse on Howe Street, there's a lot of space there, similarly at Dunsmuir. So we're really going to be looking at like whether there's an impact there in terms of pedestrian flow and passenger waiting. Typically at the busier bus stops, Vancouver's interests everyone across the world in terms of how well people kind of line up for the buses and leave sidewalks relatively free, but it's definitely something that we're going to be looking at in terms of how it works for both pedestrians and bus passengers.
I'm just wondering if some of that work could be done before the first move, rather than waiting to see whether it goes badly and then stepping in.
Yeah, for sure. We've definitely looked at all of those locations, and particularly a lot of the busier stops have extra space. We also currently buses run, in some evenings on Howe and Seymour already, and during Canada Line construction, for example, buses were in Howe and Seymour that whole time. So we have experience with it, but particularly as there's more people kind of coming and going from events on Granville and things like that, we'll be monitoring and looking at what we can do to improve things for transit and bus passengers.
And what about the planned surface of of Granville Street itself, the pedestrianised area? I've heard from wheelchair users that when we minimise stairs in the design and curbs, and we try and have a more smooth, flat surface rather than pavers which create vibrations, that makes it better for wheelchair users. So what are the plans in relation to that, noting that I'm running out of time?
Yeah, absolutely. With any new design we do, we look at accessibility as kind of a core component of our design. So if we are looking at something like pavers, it would be very flat, smooth pavers. But the initial parts of the plan with the pilot wouldn't be making major kind of changes to the surface on Granville. But where we do look at new surfaces, we'd definitely be looking at accessibility as a core component.
Sorry, we are at time. Thank you. We have second round though. So, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thank you for the report. I was recently in Ottawa for FCM, and I attended a nightlife economy conference, and I was really proud to hear them reference our own Granville Street and some of the work that we've done with peer support teams like Good Night Out. I know that you've been working with them. But to echo Councillor Bly, my concerns are about displacing people from SROs and further concentrating this type of housing in the downtown east side, because that's where land is cheapest, as well as the impacts of uprooting these residents. So yesterday we heard from our UNDRIP action plan yesterday, and since Indigenous people are 48% of SRO tenants and 39% of homeless people population, despite only being 2% of the population, does this loss of SRO units comply with that UNDRIP strategy? And was our Indigenous relations team involved in this plan at all?
I'll just speak to the last question too. Yes, we did work with our Indigenous relations team at the city, both in the city manager's office and within planning, and also worked with the nations as well to provide input. And then
Thanks for your question. I'm Monica Schroeder, Senior Planner with SROs and Supportive Housing. Yeah, I think that's a very valid point around we did engage with SRO tenants at the beginning of this process, some of, as well as with Indigenous groups and tenants that were also Indigenous. And so we understand kind of the fears around the displacement. We have recommended a policy that to minimize kind of a preemptive closure of buildings, that we would consider applications for redevelopment that have 80% occupancy of buildings, so that we're not seeing that kind of premature displacement of tenants. We also know that the replacement of SROs, whether that's on-site or off-site, will ultimately require a government solution, and that's no different here. So in this case, in the entertainment core, we'll be looking at off-site replacement, but that's still going to take, government partnerships with nonprofits, both on that tenant relocation piece and on the ultimate longer-term replacement. So as a city, we can put in policies to ensure that that's adhered to, but as far as the implementation, we'll really be looking to senior government for that, like we are kind of in the downtown east side as well.
Okay, why did you settle on the 80% number, and why not 100%? Because you're essentially saying that 20% is fine.
I think kind of operationally, we're hearing that a lot of these buildings are already at 80% occupancy. They're not all fully tenanted. We know that also from our the rents we collect through the SRA vacancy control bylaw. So it's kind of like a middle ground between no tenants and full occupancy.
Okay, I'm glad you mentioned the other consultation with the downtown East Side Oppenheimer district. Was it as comprehensive as of a consultation that you did with that around uplifting motion?
It was, we held 3 sessions kind of in the phase 1 engagement. And it was smaller because there's fewer tenants in that area, but we did have 3 sessions, one at Gathering Place, one at one of the private SROs, and one at the Lugat. And then we also engaged with nonprofits that are operating in the area.
Excellent, that's good to hear. Did you include data from the 2024 SRO tenant survey that's
We do have the data from the 2024 tenant survey. I think that was recently shared with council. It wasn't finalized by the time that this report was being brought forward to council, but we can definitely follow up and provide some data specifically related to this area around tenants.
Okay, I have some more questions, so I'll come back on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Well, actually, since Monica was up there, I was going to just ask, sorry, a quick question about it identifies 600 SRA rooms. How many of those are currently unoccupied or like vacant buildings?
So in the entertainment core, the Clifton with 73 rooms is currently vacant. And outside the entertainment core is the State Hotel, which has 71 rooms, and it is also vacant since 1975.
So sorry, that's 70 and 70?
Yes.
Out of 600?
That's right.
Okay, that's interesting context. Can we expect ones like the State Hotel to receive the similar kind of exemption that we saw for the Clifton?
The State Hotel is outside of the entertainment core, so new residential uses will be permitted, and as part of the SRA permit negotiation, as well as the negotiations between real estate and the applicant, we'll be looking to achieve as close to 1-for-1 replacement housing as we can on that site.
And in speaking to SRA residents in the Granville area, do we have a sense of, my anecdotal experience is that many folks who live in the Granville area live there because they don't want to be in the downtown east side. And is that in your opinion as well?
That is what we heard through our consultation, yes.
Okay, so SRA replacement would be thoughtful in that regard.
That's right.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, I have so many questions. I'm going to try and focus this on transportation. So, first and foremost, how much of the heat and sort of activity on Granville, I mean, we heard 20,000 passengers, 1,100 buses a day. How much of the heat and the kind of activity and vibrancy on Granville Street is attributable to the fact that it's a major transit corridor? Did we do exit interviews of people getting off buses?
I don't think we can really quantify that. We know there's a lot of activity on Granville, getting on and off the bus. We have 21,000 passengers a day on this portion, but I don't think we have detailed numbers around the activity level. Do you? Oh.
And that's something here. We did conduct an intercept survey along Granville Street back in summer of 2023. Thank you. And we found that, yes, the transit activity was a significant driver of activity on the street, but it wasn't the primary driver. So it was less than a majority of folks who were interviewed on the street that were there solely to access transit.
Okay, that's an interesting takeaway. I certainly in my youth, on Granville Street, the bus activity was a big part of like, oh, hey, there's my friend. Oh, there's that thing at the movie shop or the Crack-A-Joke or what have you. Okay, that's fine. Thank you for that. Alleys and laneways seem to do a lot of heavy lifting in the ultimate phased out pedestrianization. It talks about passenger and commercial loading, breezeways and arcades and laneway activations. But right now, those alleys are pretty narrow. You probably couldn't get 2 cars passing in opposite directions. It's got potholes, dumpsters. There's a lot of stuff going on in those alleys. And I don't see a lot of kind of articulation of what the future of the laneways off Granville Street would look like to serve those functions.
Yeah, so, the laneways are kind of the primary servicing for most of the buildings. It's as we look at development, we try to encourage that in a lot of cases so that the streets can serve pedestrians and all the other needs. that's something we would consider as more development happens along the corridor. If the plan is approved and Granville's moving towards pedestrianization, really being sure that those buildings work without access directly to Granville. There may also be opportunities, as we explore pedestrianization of Granville for, say, loading to happen, time of day and things like that. So that would all be something we need to continue to work through.
I mean, from the waste management perspective and just smell and that, it's hard to contemplate folks coming for a night on the town and entering through the alley in their evening gowns or what have you. Are we looking at maybe moving waste out of alleys or looking at a different approach?
Well, I guess in terms of, for the most part, with new development, we try to site all the waste management further on the site so those dumpsters aren't taking up the laneway. And that gives more opportunity for, the loading to happen there, the access, everything else that needs to happen there. In terms of people getting to various places, to a large extent, that would be getting off transit or however they're getting downtown and using Granville Street to walk there for the buildings.
Sorry, we're at time.
Okay, I'll get back on. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I had a few questions. Thanks very much for the presentation and all of the information you've shared. Can we talk about noise mitigation? I'm curious as to what we'll be requiring for new hotel development in the entertainment zone. Things like windows, are they going to be triple pane, building envelope? Just wondering what we're thinking in terms of addressing that issue.
Yeah, and I think you cited a few of them already, triple pane windows, AC units, as well as enclosed balconies. And then one of the other things we're looking at too is trying to stack uses. So in the transition areas where we have residential, so bringing that up as high above the street as possible. So there's a bit of a separation, and likewise in an entertainment core to mitigate that the best we can. And then the hotels, using building technology as best we can that we would see in other entertainment districts in the city or cultural districts in other places in the world.
Okay, so just to confirm, there would be a higher, threshold or requirement in that zone in terms of sound mitigation as
Correct.
compared to, say, a condo on Canby Street?
Correct, that's a requirement as part of the rezoning policy.
Okay, great, thank you. Can you confirm for me in the entertainment zone, what types of residential currently exist? I know there's some SROs and supportive housing, but is there any rental or strata in that area?
There is one rental building, the standard, and then the rest are SROs, a mix of SROs and social housing.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Could you expand for me on why staff are proposing excluding residential from that entertainment zone? I know we talked a little bit about it, but just maybe a more fulsome response as to why we're going in that direction.
Yes, good question. We heard this really quite strongly through our stakeholder engagement and even in public engagement. This desire to have a true entertainment zone and removing those uses. There is a fear that the direct impact of all the activity that's only on the street today, but that we anticipate increasing over time, will have impacts on the residents and by virtue will impact the businesses below and through noise complaints, et cetera. And we've seen this in other cities as well too, just looking both across Canada, North America, many of these zones, that kind of core of the district, they're typically all commercial zones.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And those older hotels that are serving as social housing, would they probably have single pane windows or plate glass windows?
Correct. I think we can assume that probably substandard insulation in a lot of those older buildings. These are 100-year-old buildings and just the maintenance on them and any improvements. And so we'll work with some of the operators in the area, whether it's SROs and social housing, to mitigate the noise the best we can in the transition period.
Okay, thank you. What about the Bridgehead area south of Davie? Would self-contained, new self-contained social housing units be permitted in that zone?
Yes, they would. This area is currently a mixed-use residential area, so it includes a mix of social housing as well as SROs. and a number of rental and strata units in that area. So that mix is already there, and we'd anticipate as much through redevelopment.
Okay, great, thank you. Other question was around, I think Councillor Kirby-Young might have touched on it, the plaza at Robson and Granville. Would that be delivered before full pedestrianization of Granville? Or I'm just kind of wondering how that would sequence up. Thinking about the plaza we have at behind the art gallery and the motion I brought on the fan zone, which is another new plaza. I'm just wondering what the thoughts are in terms of timing on that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the plaza at Robson and Granville, there's really a few different ways that can proceed forward. There's certainly some improvements that we can look at making in the near term, while that is still kind of a flexible space that needs to have buses moving through it at certain times of the day, the week, or the year. But really, when we get to that full pedestrian era in the future, that it does open up new opportunities for kind of really, we can remove the trolley wires. Those no longer kind of, present an impediment to activation. So
okay, so temporary to start, is that the idea?
That's correct.
Okay, and is there a bus route running on Robson? I think there's number 5, I believe.
There is, yep. There's a number 5, and I believe there might be one other that come up Robson and turn onto Granville.
Okay, so those would need to be rerouted.
Correct.
Okay, okay, great. That's it for me for now. Thank you. And go to Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have 3 more questions, so I'm going to try to whip through them. The first one is with respect to encouraging new hotels, which we desperately need, and that qualifies as a commercial use in the entertainment core, for example. And we're also trying to encourage new cultural spaces. We heard, for example, in the Concert Hall Society, we have less music seats than anywhere in the country. My question is, what is the balance between sort of encouraging versus requiring cultural space and the linkage fees that hotels are required to pay? Because we know that economically it's very difficult to build them, just like it's difficult to build rental housing versus strata. If those projects can't afford or bear it, are they still subject to linkage fees? Is there flexibility in this? Is it an encouragement versus a requirement for the cultural amenities? Can you talk about that a bit?
Yeah, it's a good question. That's a part of the rezoning policy in the area. So a commercial development will pay a commercial linkage fee, much like other developments in the downtown. The requirement is actually, as you cited, more of an encouragement of creating cultural type space or experiences within the hotel or commercial space, whatever that may be on the street. So that might be a piano in a lobby or gallery space in a hotel. It is not a requirement, but again, every new hotel development, office development, whatever that may be in this area, if it's substantial, we want it to make some sort of contribution or reflect the entertainment district itself.
So following up on that, is the policy written in such a way if a proponent comes forward with a great cultural space, perhaps it's not something like a piano, but it's a full street level type of cultural amenity or whatever that is, do they still have to pay the commercial linkage fee, or does staff have the discretion in the way this is proposed and written that they could prioritize a cultural space over the linkage fee if the economics work in a particular project?
Yeah, it's language we can take away and look at and clarify. I know what you're alluding to. I think we can, for developments, the only requirement is a commercial linkage fee for commercial developments.
Okay, but if the project, let's say I want to be very clear on this. The project proposes, Project X proposes a great cultural space. They would like to do that instead of a commercial linkage fee. Do they have to pay both, or do we have flexibility?
Oh, that's your question. That is something that we would consider on a case-by-case basis. If they wanted to provide an amenity kind of above and beyond what we'd expect, that could be taken from the commercial linkage fee and the pro forma analysis, so that could be removed.
So staff have that discretion that
Yes,
would
correct.
require any direction from council?
Correct.
Okay. Neon, quickly moving on. People love it. We heard a lot about it. It's part of the history of Granville Street. Am I correct? Can you be clear on that this is amending the sign bylaw and will allow neon essentially from Robson down to Davie?
Correct, and it really expands the ability for kind of more animated neon signs. That's quite restricted in the current sign bylaw in this area to only 2 or 3 blocks, but this allows us to go down to Davie Street, and it essentially reflects the land use decisions that we're bringing forward.
Okay. And on both sides of the streets?
Correct.
So a situation like when the Belmont Hotel came forward last term and had a proposal for a really innovative, interesting sign that was neon and had a sort of a woman swimming and was turned down by council, they would be allowed to do that?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Third one is on public space and district management. I was in Montreal last week. They have a really great model with a Quartier des Spectacles, where they actually have a nonprofit organization that manages that. And so when you're not holding festivals and events, your space is animated. It's partly the built design. So they have a large chess area, and staff come out in the morning with big bags and they empty out the chess pieces. There's a really large ping pong table. It's like a piece of public art. Half a dozen duos can play at any time. They go out to a kiosk and can ask for free paddles. Is that what we're envisioning? Is that it would be an organization or a sort of strategy like that, so that there's activities that are going on every day, even when it's not a festival day?
Yeah, that's a great question, and thank you for sharing that example. Those are a lot of really great activities, and I think that's correct. Essentially, district management would involve the creation of some type of organizational model or entity. By looking at case studies, we've learned there's a variety of models we can consider, from fully internal to the city to fully external to everything in between. And we'll certainly be seeking to understand kind of the needs for Granville Street in terms of day-to-day and more special event programming over time.
Okay, but staff are acknowledging that providing that activation, not just the public space, but the activation is an important component.
Yes, correct.
And we would be doing that obviously in consultation with our partners like Downtown Van and others.
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have some further questions regarding the land use. So, as the city is moving to the citywide ODP, how does this Granville Street plan integrated with the overall plan for the city?
How will it respond to that?
How do we integrate this Granville Street plan to the
Yes.
overall? Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. It is in alignment with the Vancouver plan, and then the ODP changes that you alluded to earlier to a district schedule, those will be integrated into that citywide ODP. So again, this is more of an administrative effort to both modernize and harmonize these policies across the city. And so this is a great opportunity to do this in the downtown with some older policies.
Okay, so other questions, as we are retiring this DODP and also moving to this new bylaw, how does this affect this existing or applications, or any application in the interim?
Yeah, the actual retirement or really transition of the downtown official development plan into a district schedule will not change any of the applications in stream. We're not making any changes to the actual directions that are in it. Again, it's more administrative. So if there is any need for change, it would be in reports, and it's really just updating the titles of certain policies in those in-stream applications.
Okay, thanks. Basically, there's no change to the process.
No, it's more administrative, correct.
Thank you. To follow up the neon lights from the Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm wondering if neon lights only allowed on the intersections or also on the mid-street, the whole street?
Yeah, the neon lighting is really almost the entire district and allows for large, format neon signage.
Okay, even on the mid-street, not even the intersection on the four corners, it's everywhere.
Correct, neon signage, yes. Neon signage like the signs on the Belmont, the Orpheum, etc. Yes, correct.
Thank you. Other questions, I want to ask some question about SRO. So when staff recommend replacing SRO on the street, what kind of community engagement we have done? And what organization we have engaged to hear their feedback?
Yes, maybe I can bring you up. I think generally, as we mentioned earlier, we did some more targeted engagement with SRO residents and social service providers in the area. So we met with residents at a number of the buildings in the area in the early phases of the planning program, and also did follow-ups at the gathering place as well, and take their feedback and input into shaping the policies in this project.
How about any, SRO organizations?
And then we've also met with operators and owners, including BC Housing on a more regular basis, as well as ongoing conversations with some of the private SRO owners in the area.
Okay.
Correct.
Their feedback has been incorporated into the plan.
Correct.
Thank you. Other questions, there are probably 500, 600 SRO units on the street. Do you think how long it's going to take to replace all those SROs?
Well, there is an opportunity to expedite some of that redevelopment and replacement and relocation of tenants in those shoulder areas. So we'll see more of that hopefully in the near term. But again, as was mentioned earlier too, we'll continue to work with senior levels and of government and other partners to help with that transition in the entertainment core.
And do you think BC Housing is considering this as a high priority?
We have been in conversations with BC Housing, and they are aware of the changes we're bringing forward, and I can't speak to kind of what their timeline is specifically at this point.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, while we are replacing all those SROs, what are the interim strategy to make sure that the business in the area will be supported and also their public safety concern will be addressed?
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll continue if you want to, continue to work with businesses in the area. And again, we have ongoing conversations with many of the private owners and as well as BC Housing. So we'll continue that coordination and do what we can on our end to ensure life safety and full operations of businesses along Granville Street.
So I guess my question is there a way to prioritize their request? Because if they are died and this whole street will be gone, so we need to keep them there in the interim.
Yes, I suppose it depends on what the need is. If it's, again, operations, we can work with them. But again, it's probably the more the landowners or the operators who will be responding firsthand. But we can help coordinate that as best we can at the city.
Okay, so I would just want to strongly encourage our team to consider this seriously and prioritize their ask. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, and thanks for answering all of our questions. I have a question, and actually page 14 and 15 of the report are incredibly interesting in my opinion. It's the financial sort of plan to bring this to life, and there's a tremendous amount of infrastructure in this plan. We're already facing $500 million deficit in our capital plan. I note part of the comment here that options to advance components of this plan through the allocation of funding from other areas and service categories will have to be part of future discussions. So we haven't, I mean, my read on that is we are going to have to balance needs of other communities because this is such a small area, but actually requires quite significant upgrades to realize the major components of this plan that we're going to have to be taking from other areas of the city that already have a high demand. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, it is fair to say. It is a small area. We're looking at 6 blocks, but that does a really tremendous amount of heavy lifting for the city. It's not just a city destination, it's a regional destination.
So that was actually my further point, because you also note the outdated fiscal tools that we have as a municipality. The work that we're doing at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is really advocating, dare I say, lobbying the federal government for a better framework. We asked that question to the Prime Minister at the conference this past weekend. Opening up the Constitution is probably not going to happen in the next year or two, maybe not even in the next 3 or 4. And I say that with enough optimism to say we ought to keep trying. But my question is the province. Because your point really in terms of a tourism destination, a regional GDP, really a lot of that is going to the province. And now we're bringing more hotels into this area. Much of that tax revenue actually goes to the province. What's that conversation like? I can say I'm very focused on FCM. I'm less line of sight through UBCM. I know we've got our representatives here who have been deeply involved in maybe some of that advocacy work, broadly speaking, but I'd like to hear from staff, how are we really going to move the needle on making sure that we get adequate funding that reflects the demand in this area?
Did you want to chime in? Yeah, I was just going to say, and City Manager Mulcahy may want to chime in as well. You've definitely hit on it. We have limitations in our fiscal capacity and extension, and by extension, what development itself can support. Development in the city is incapable of fulfilling 100% of our capital needs for the city. We're going through a public infrastructure investment framework to identify the service levels we require to serve the fiscal tools that are available at our disposal at the municipal level. But across the whole array of services that we provide,
including infrastructure delivery. There's no question that we require partnership with other orders of government as part of that. I think what we want to be able to do as a municipality is to lay bare what our needs are, what our priorities are, and seek active participation in sustainable funding models so that we can grow and support all our infrastructure needs, but certainly important economic drivers like Granville should be sought as or thought of as a priority.
Yeah, okay, that's good. And that's maybe helpful for us as we look towards future advocacy with UBC this September. I just want to bring that piece back to what are the municipal tools that we have, what we can control in order to be able to realize this plan in a way that keeps everybody whole and housed, to be quite honest. What's been our engagement with our very own Vancouver Housing Development Office? I know we've got 2 significant developments happening just at the Bridgehead area, maybe on the shoulder of the Bridgehead area. Is there any opportunity to leverage our own PEF and plan around the VHDO and the non-market housing office underneath that umbrella to get deeper affordability in those 2 buildings that right now have been proposed as straight up market housing?
There is certainly opportunity. I think the stated purpose of things like the Vancouver Housing Development Office is to help provide additional tools at our disposal, non-tax revenue that can help support things like infrastructure. It really is up to council to support that program and prioritize any revenues that come from that. So that should happen through a future budget prioritization and capital programming.
I would love an asterisk on whenever that comes forward, because I think tying those pieces to these decisions is an opportunity we have as a council. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Maloney.
I have some questions about transport again. Would you mind running me through the plan for cycling access along Granville Street? I know that we're going to have finished the Granville connector by then, and I think there's a real desire for cycling and micro-mobility access along Granville Street to link with Dunsmuir, given that Hornby Street and Richards Street are the closest bike routes, apart from that, in a very busy area. And we've got the interest in, of course, encouraging people to use non-car transport when accessing this area.
So when the Granville connector opens, the first connection will be westbound along Drake Street through a new protected bike lane there to Hornby, and then we are gearing up to build the phase to the east out to Pacific, so to connect in on Richards on the east side, to make those connections through the downtown to routes like Dunsmuir. In terms of Granville and whether or not you'd be able to cycle there, at least our early thinking is when it's not heavily activated, a normal pedestrian zone day, we'd probably allow slow cycling similar to what we did in Gastown last year.
What plans have you got for parking of bike parking and scooter parking to make sure that's not a deficit and that it's not in the way of people?
Yeah, absolutely. It is a barrier in the downtown right now. So Cadillac Fairview, working with us and TransLink and other partners, have run a bike valet over the last couple of years. That's been, my understanding, fairly successful. We've done previous years as well, worked with them on that. Over the long term, Transportation 2040 talks about finding opportunities for a bigger, secure bike parking facility in the downtown.
And where would that be contemplated in this area?
It's really going to depend on where there are opportunities. So it could be lots of places. We worked several years ago now with the Nordstrom redevelopment, on looking at the Easy Park lot and whether it was possible to convert parts of that to a central bike parking station. There was contemplation years ago of somewhere off of Seymour Street. It's really to be determined based on where there's an opportunity.
Yeah. So with regard to the slow cycling access along Granville Street, is that contemplated to be just non-guided, or is there contemplated to be a route planned in? Because I'm just concerned that to minimise conflicts and confusion between different modes. And obviously, we don't need a protected bike lane along there, but I think that there would be value in having a visual cues as to where a route is, so that cyclists know where they're expected to be so as not to interfere with any other uses, and pedestrians have visual cues as to where they might expect cyclists to be passing through at slow speeds during non-activated times.
Yeah, that's a good question. You know, as we look at that long-term design, there's a bunch of things we'll need to sort through, including, you know, where the primary walking routes would be, where slow cycling might be, where emergency vehicle access is, you know, how it gets set up for events, all of that kind of thing. So that would all be kind of part of the consideration as we look at a long-term design.
Okay, and I noted that we're removing bollards, which I'll just trust that, you know, you've got good reason for that. It breaks my heart a little bit, but I'm just wondering if you've got any plans for, we've got some pedestrianised areas like the fan zone that Councillor Meisner brought forward, and this zone and school streets, and obviously we've got a great need to think very seriously about the security of crowded areas in light of recent events. Is it planned that there will be any pilot or looking into purchasing or establishing a system of retractable bollards or fixed bollards for protecting these areas and the people that are in them?
So for sure, so with all of our events, whether it's like a pilot or an event, we're looking at those measures.
I'm really sorry, but we're over time. But maybe someone else can continue to ask that question, so we could get that information. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, I'm glad that we were talking about the Clifton earlier. I seem to remember that the feeing out or the conversion replacement fee was 1 million versus 22 million. Did I hear correctly at some point that we're looking at around $16 million in total for SRO replacements? Is that the number I got? And there's over 600 units.
I'm sorry, you're referencing the 16 million in the plan?
Yeah.
Thank you. That is an amount indicated in the plan for the city's owned SRO to prioritize replacement of the Gresham, which is located in the entertainment core.
Okay, so that's just one of them.
Correct.
Okay. And so sorry, so that 16 million can build about 32 units, is that right? My math is right.
The amount that is indicated in the plan was based on the financial modeling to replace the units that are currently on site.
Okay. Great. And so I'm glad that Councillor Jill brought up BC Housing, and that you're working with senior levels as well. Is it wise to initiate the plan without that confirmation from those senior levels of government in your estimation?
Thank you for the question, Neil Roshowi, Director of Community Planning. I think, you know, with the initiation of any sort of plan like this, the confirmation from senior levels of government of funding would probably mean we would wait an awfully long time before they would receive such commitment. I think there's a statement of partnership between us and the higher levels of government to invest in improving Granville Street. And it's in that spirit of partnership that we're bringing this plan forward. But I'm not sure whether we would be able to secure confirmation of funding for specific actions ahead of time and with any sort of certainty.
Okay, so it's almost like a chicken and egg thing. Like if you gotta start the plan first, and then those conversations come after type.
Precisely, they would like to see that, make sure that the city is committed to making this transformation, and then they would be able to come to the table to support us.
Excellent. And sorry, this is probably again for Celeste. My questions are all mixed up. Was there any effort to sort of delineate between SRO residents in say, downtown east side versus the Granville residents? Was there like or was it kind of a blanket sort of level treatment?
The engagement for the Granville plan work was specifically focused in the
Okay.
downtown south. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay. And then, sorry, in terms of like overall, like tenant relocation policy, is it different for SROs than it is for, say, other renters elsewhere in the city?
No, it's same as the citywide TRP policy.
Okay. That's all for me. I have 2 minutes left if you want to continue answering Councilor Maloney's question.
So in terms of how to protect people in the public realm, we will absolutely be looking at measures when when Granville is pedestrianized, whether seasonally or long-term. What those measures are will be, a topic of discussion for, when we get into the detailed design. So there, key things will be how we protect people in a pedestrian space, a gathering space, as well as how we get emergency vehicle access and access for the other things that need to be there. So retractable bollards over the long term could be one of those solutions, but we'd look at other things as well.
Great, thank you both. Councillor Fry.
Just to add, having spent a little time with them walking around Ottawa looking at bollards, I know there's a certain councillor who's a big fan of retractable bollards. So I found it interesting looking at the maps and stuff that the majority of lots here are 25-foot lots, which is a very old school kind of measure of a lot width. And there is mention of wanting small and mid-size, different size CRUs, that kind of thing, which is great. Now, are we going to contemplate, are there area-specific kind of considerations to enable flexible uses of some of these spaces? For instance, like third-story bars or something like simpler kind of, how are we facilitating more flexible use for business in this area so that they can move between artist space or a small lounge or what have you?
It's a good question. The land use directions that we're bringing forward really maximizes that flexibility. And, as projects come forward, we can consider kind of those different variations, and we encourage that. You can see that both in the plan policies, but also in the design guidelines for development to both encourage, again, flexibility, but honor the kind of 25-foot lot pattern, the character that makes the area unique today. And then we'll continue work with licensing to obviously create more flexibility that's already being explored in those areas. And we've seen some updates already too, and just even with some of the liquor licensing along Granville Street.
So we expect some area-specific stuff.
It's something we can explore further, but again, the policies we're bringing right forward really maximizes that under the land use bylaw currently.
Okay. So the elephant in the room too, and in fact, we just, as we're having this conversation, we got a letter from a small business owner in the Granville area with the issue of street disorder. And we know that a lot of businesses are, boarded up and creating magnets for folks sheltering in the daytime and stuff. Is there any contemplation in this plan? And I realize it's kind of a separate consideration, but looking at how we can activate daytime shelters, alternatives for folks to go so that they're not necessarily on the street in the doorways.
We certainly are having and have been having ongoing conversations with some of those operators and the owners of those buildings to help mitigate some of the more problematic behavior along the street too. And then there's also work underway. I know we've been working closely with VBD as well, and the BIA in the area as well too. But definitely there's more work to be done, and that will hopefully be implemented through the approval of this plan.
Okay, yeah, I think that's the sort of almost the first step to really activate a lot of this kind of aspirational stuff with new businesses coming in. Okay, thank you for all that. I have last question for me, and it's for Zlatan, actually. I thought I saw him here, yeah. So I was surprised in looking at this that my old office building of 825 Granville was not considered as a protected building, and rather it's a heritage register listed. And I wonder if you could explain the distinction between a heritage protected building and a heritage register listed building?
Yeah, heritage. Good morning, Zlatan Jankovic, Senior Heritage Planner. The heritage building is the building that is recognized for its heritage value, and for that is listed on the Heritage Register by council decision as well. The heritage protected building is the property that has heritage bylaw registered on title to protect it from alteration or demolition. So that's the distinction between the two.
Okay, so a heritage register listed building could be altered under certain conditions.
Could be through the procedure that we have developed for the resources that are listed on Heritage Register.
Okay.
Which includes heritage conservation.
Okay, and to adjust some of that,
That's also possible, and that is usually done through the process of rehabilitation, either through the adaptive reuse or otherwise, including additions.
Are we expecting that this plan may trigger an update of the registry for protected properties?
It might. We may end up with maybe adding a few more properties to the register over the time as we approach for redevelopment of current properties that are not on the register.
I'll put a pitch in for 825 Granville Street, the Medical Arts Building.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Laden.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, that completes questions from councillors. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker this morning is Winky Tam. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Winky Tam, and I am a resident of Vancouver. If you can't hear me, just let me know. But thank you, Mayor and Council. As stated, I'm Winky. I'm the Director of Strategy and Development at the Downtown Vancouver BIA. I'm speaking today on behalf of our organization and our President and CEO, who is here, but due to administrative process, we cannot switch speakers. And so we're here today to express our support for the Granville Street plan and the direction recommended by staff. This is a much needed step forward for one of Vancouver's most iconic streets. And for Downtown Van, we represent over 8,000 businesses and 130,000 workers across our district, including Granville. And I think just on a personal note, I've worked with Downtown Van for 6 years. I've hosted their Granville Promenade, Granville Block Party. So my relations with the Granville Street owners range from the convenience store owner at Granville Food Market, McLaren Housing Society, Hotel Belmont, Goodco, property owners, and so on. We're pleased to see our members' priorities reflected in the plan, preserving the entertainment district, real investment in public space, and a stronger sense of safety and vibrancy. I will note that members have waited long enough for visible investment. Meanwhile, nighttime activity continues to decline, safety concerns persist, and storefront vacancies have jumped shockingly from 22% to 30% in 6 months. If we do not move forward today, more businesses will close. And many of these are small businesses, as you can see in the city staff plan. We also want to comment on 2 key areas, pedestrianization and land use. On pedestrianization, we've heard mixed feedback, especially from Granville members. Any approach from Downtown Van's perspective must be flexible, not compromise transit reliability, business access, or curbside needs. We urge the city to maintain the same level of engagement with businesses as was done with the plan. Their voices must be reflected in how the success is measured. On land use, we support policies that sustain a healthy entertainment district. Retaining the 900 to 1100 blocks as the entertainment core reflects 2 years of member input. We reserve final judgment on residential uses in the core blocks and will revisit that topic on a case-by-case basis. In closing, we find that this plan balances Granville's legacy with its future, but we do need urgent action today. Street disorder, public safety, and cleanliness remain critical concerns. This summer, up to 20 patios are set to open on Granville Street, most of them new, and this was made possible by your council direction and staff support. Let's not lose momentum. Let's support the businesses still investing in this district and work together to turn this plan into action. We urge council to approve of the Granville Street plan today. And I believe, as Councillor Bly mentioned, the importance of getting provincial and federal support. How can we get them to help invest if the city doesn't demonstrate our commitment? Thank you.
Thank you, Winky. Speaker 2 is Laura Balance. Good morning.
Good morning. Mayor, councillors, thank you for this incredible opportunity to be here today. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here to speak in support of this report on behalf of myself and also on behalf of Hospitality Vancouver Association, whose members are part of the restaurants, pubs, bars, nightclubs that collectively employ over 10,000 people and generate over $750 million in annual economic impact into our city. As part of the consultation for this report, I was very pleased to see some of our city's industry visionaries, creators, and business leaders all come together with a common objective to see Granville Street regain its former glory and to achieve an important goal of being a gathering point for residents and guests from across our country and around the world. Today, Granville Street is facing many complex and significant issues, but I believe this report is the first step towards opening doors for our creative communities, turning the lights on in empty buildings, and above all, offering audiences and patrons exciting new entertainment options in a safe, vibrant, energized gathering place. This plan reimagines Granville Street in a very different way from previous plans. It is a much-needed departure from ideas and approaches of the past that clearly didn't work. I will be the first to say that the report does not provide all of the answers, and I know our sector wishes to see a faster pace of change. 1 year from now, Vancouver will welcome the world to FIFA, for FIFA, and right now, the supposed entertainment hub of our city simply isn't ready. The complex issues facing Granville Street are real and significant and need to be addressed, but this report is an important step, and in particular, we at HVA wish to point out a few key areas of particular focus contained within it. Firstly, we strongly support the development of 3 distinct character areas. We applaud that approach and we're thrilled to see it included in this report. Secondly, we support the public realm aspects of the report, and although we continue to advocate for common sense approach to pedestrianization of Granville, which allows vehicle access to businesses and entertainment on the street, and we will continue to speak with the planning department as this report progresses if passed today. And thirdly, we strongly support the encouragement of new hotel development on the street. We have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to change the course and the fate of Granville Street. I believe without this plan, we won't see the development Granville requires, and we will continue to only see the decay that we are experiencing today. So despite the challenges in our city centre, our members hold firm in the belief that Granville Street has the potential to one day become a music and cultural gathering point for residents and visitors from around the world, not unlike High Street in Melbourne, Hollywood Road in Hong Kong, or East 11th in Austin. As such, we enthusiastically support this report and again thank all those involved for its creation and their thoughtfulness and thoroughness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to speaker number 3, Royce Schwinn. Morning, Royce.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. Royce Schwinn, CEO, Destination Vancouver, a resident of Vancouver, and we are in support of this plan. Destination Vancouver is the 122-year-old tourism destination and promotion organization for Vancouver, serving almost 600 members. And I want to commend the City of Vancouver's planning team for their thoughtful and collaborative approach. The consultation process behind this plan was responsive to feedback and balanced a wide range of intersecting goals. Destination Vancouver welcomed the opportunity to be part of that process and help shape the outcomes. And the result, we feel, really reflects an overall shared ambition to see Granville thrive again. Now, why is this so important? Vancouver's visitor economy is worth $9.6 billion as of 2024. That's $26 million per day in average spending. Over 63,000 jobs are supported, $1.9 billion in tax revenue, and $4.5 billion in direct real GDP. Vancouver is the anchor tenant of the province's visitor economy. And Granville Street, of course, is part of that socio-economic impact, but it truly could be so much more. From its origins as a logging road to its heyday as the absolute place to go, it was glamorous, it was a little edgy for its time and unmistakably vital to the city's identity. We've lost that today. Its appeal has faded, and it continues to slide into versions of decay. We feel that with this plan, we have a real opportunity to reimagine Granville Street as a place that's alive with arts and entertainment, that's safe and welcoming to all, and way more vibrant. A place that locals can take pride in, and where visitors can find authentic, memorable, made-in-Vancouver experiences. This vision hinges on bridging from short-term action to long-term transformation. That means building momentum now through programs that reinforce and prioritize public safety and signal positive change. And we support the development of a district management plan that defines 3 distinct character areas. Encouraging hotel development addresses one of Vancouver's core priorities and aligns Granville Street with the hotel policy update passed by Council on April the 15th. Thank you for that. It is clear that previous efforts to transform Granville Street have not worked as planned. But this plan offers a significant departure by using new tools, encouraging new investment in arts, culture, and entertainment venues through commercial development, and opens the door to creative uses of space that invite people to linger and explore, creating a made-in-Vancouver high street. You know, we talk a lot about welcoming the world for World Cup, but the reality is that the world is already coming here every single day. What experience do we want them to have here? This is a commitment to making one of our most iconic streets safer, more successful, and alive with energy again for a community and visitors alike. Thank you, and thank you for the consideration and support of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to Speaker 4, Ryan Bragg.
Thank you, councillors. Ryan Bragg, I'm a resident of Vancouver and a principal at Perkins & Will. We've been working on Granville Street, working on a number of projects. We started, I would say, working against the city planning, and we are now, and I'm very happy to say we've been collaborating with the planners and the engineers and your staff for the last couple of years, and have been very happy with what we've seen and the way in which this plan has evolved. We are very much in support of the plan, although we have one recommendation, and that is that in light of what happens within the entertainment core and what the plan proposes, which is to remove residential uses from the residential core, we believe in this in a long-term plan. However, it will literally be another generation before we see likely office or even significant hotel within that area. And so our recommendation is that for a limited time, limited projects that meet all of the criteria of the plan, which would be the non-commercial requirement, the cultural requirement, and where appropriate, the heritage requirement, the residential uses be entertained within that entertainment core. And there are already provisions within the revised plan that for the downtown that identify some timeframes, but that is our recommendation in order to address perhaps what Councillor Kirby-Young's first question was really getting at, is how are we going to see enough heat on the street? And if we have 3 blocks which suffer what we've seen over the last 20 years, that's going to be a huge problem within the development of Granville. We believe in Granville and we believe in the plan, but we believe that there's also perhaps an impetus to get something started on those 3 blocks that may be a compromise to what is within the plan right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Speaker 5, Nate Sabine. Morning.
Good morning. My name is Nate Sabine. I'm proud to be here today in a number of capacities. As a co-chair of Hospitality Vancouver Association, a director on the board of Downtown Vancouver BIA, a director on the board of the Canadian Live Music Association, and the former co-chair of the Junos Vancouver Host Committee in 2025. Those appointments inform the perspective I bring to you today when speaking about this report, as does my role as a Director of Business Development for Blueprint, Western Canada's largest independent entertainment and hospitality organization. And finally, I participated in the consultation related to this report over the past year and a half. Today, I'm very pleased to be speaking with you in support of this report, a much-needed and long overdue body of work related to Granville Street, a street I've worked on in many different capacities over the course of my almost 30-year career in Vancouver's hospitality and music industries. Our company, Blueprint, owns a number of establishments, including Goodco in Granville, which is 600 seats. We see and feel the challenges of that street every single day. That said, I also know how amazing Granville Street could be not only for our sector, but also for the music, culture, and creative sectors of our city. I believe that with a number of the ideas and initiatives outlined in this report, Granville can finally become the safe, dynamic, energized cultural hub we all want for Vancouver. I urge Council to approve the recommendations in this report and, if anything, push to have the timeline accelerated. 1 year from now, we will be welcoming the world to Vancouver for FIFA. We all want the economic promise of that event to be fully realized. We want people from across our city and province, as well as visitors from around the globe, to be able to come and celebrate together. I understand that much of this report won't be actioned by that time, but some can and will. And those small steps will send a big signal to an industry that is barely hanging on. I want to take a moment to address one component of the report that is particularly important to all of the organizations that I'm representing today, the designation of the 3 blocks in the center of Granville as the entertainment district. I'm speaking about the 900 to 1100 blocks of Granville. This is a key aspect of the report as it finally acknowledges and embraces a historic role these blocks have played in the entertainment history of our city and province and seeks to protect the spirit of music, culture, and entertainment. I also think that it is extremely important to note that these blocks do not include housing in any form, and we thank the writers of this report, Thomas, Lindsay, Lisa, and Neil, and the rest of the planning team who worked so hard on this project for hearing our feedback on that key component and reflecting it in the report that they have presented today. Additionally, there are 2 areas of the report that I want to comment on. I'm concerned about the full pedestrianization of the street. I think it is not realistic to eliminate a way for guests to access all of the businesses on Granville, whether they be restaurants, clothing stores, bars, or any retail, solely on foot, especially given the climate of our region. Additionally, without continuous programming to animate the area, full pedestrianization simply won't work. At HVA, we're looking forward to working with city staff on this aspect to achieve a good balance. Secondly, I want to address the SROs on the street, most specifically the Lugat. Since this temporary SRO came in during COVID, we have seen significant negative impact to the street. It is the position of our organization that SROs housing people with extremely complex addiction and mental health issues are not best suited for an entertainment zone in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. Next speaker, speaker 6, Dave Kershaw. Morning.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Dave Kershaw. I'm a Vancouver resident. I'm also the owner of Cabana Nightclub, which is at 1163 Granville. I've been there since 2010, and I've actually owned a bar on Granville Street since 1996. I'm here to speak in full support of this plan. Having had 3 decades of experience owning a bar on Granville, I've seen the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows, and the vision that you guys have put forward in this plan and all the work, I really commend you. It's really comprehensive and a big step in the right direction. But what I'm here to say is really the businesses on Granville are in jeopardy. You might have seen some of the media coverage that we've gone through. And since 2020, when the province had the policy to move people from encampments up to Granville Street, we've seen a massive increase in disorder, open drug use, people injecting heroin in front of my business while I'm open, customers and tourists witnessing this. So we really need some fast and decisive action. The nightlife industry stands ready to support our partners here at the city to work with the province to find solutions to these problems. And we really need some relief as soon as possible. So again, I love the direction this is going, but coming from a guy who's had a business there on Granville for 30 years, we hit a low point in 2020 and it's not getting better. So please, anything you can do to help us out right now would be great. I know we've spoken to several of you. Thank you to all the councillors and to the mayor who have taken time to speak with us directly. Extending some hours now to 4 a.m., which would fall within provincial guidelines, will add a little bit of relief and maybe kind of give a taste of what the 24/7 liquor hours could look like. So with that being said, again, thank you for all the work that the staff did. That was a really incredible report you put together. We're in full support of it. And Nightlife stands ready to assist in any way we can to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Next speaker, speaker 7, Curtis Robinson. Have Curtis on the line. We'll come back to them. Speaker 8, Nathan Davidowicz. Morning, Nathan.
Yeah, thank you, I presume, Chair and members of Council. I've been a member of the Citizens Transit Advisory Committee, boy, back in the 1980s, and I've been involved in trying to implement better transit for over 50 years. The first item is the confusion about the numbers. It's not just the 21,000 bus riders, it's the people going between the buses and the SkyTrain station and back and forth. We are talking about 100,000 people on an average day. And it's probably was more before COVID because ridership right now on Granville Street is about 20% less than it was in 2019. These proposed changes will badly affect many local passengers and many visitors. I tried 3 years ago to help. I worked with Steve Vangas, the Vice President of Customer Service at TransLink and before at BC Hydro. He agreed it's a mess, but he couldn't do anything because of TransLink has 10 independent operating companies. There is no proper analysis of the $140 million expenditures or up to. The report just states, oh, trust us, we will give you the details after the city council approved the plan. Granville Street is about 10 kilometers from Cordova Street to Marine Drive, and we need a proper corridor planning. And the city and TransLink staff have failed us by slowing our buses along some segments of this corridor and trying to speed it up on other segments. Overall, there'll be no change in the average speed. Other cities are way ahead of Vancouver in bus priorities. City staff are continuing to prioritize cars instead of pedestrian. You just have to look at the first traffic signal in Vancouver at Main and Hastings and see how they prioritize the cars. There is no description of the present way of how downtown Granville works. And it's a mess. Everybody can tell you that. And we need a proper comprehensive plan for downtown bus service and downtown streets. Even Knoxville, Tennessee is converting their one-way streets back to two-ways. And that's be the first item to be discussed by City Council. But you can read more of my comments on City Hall Watch.
Okay, Nathan, that's time. Thanks so much.
you.
Thanks for being here. We'll now go to Speaker 9, Dennis Cigar. And just to remind speakers, you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Do we have Dennis on the line?
Hey, Council.
Hi, Dennis. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I'm Dennis Agar. I'm the Executive Director of Movement, Metro Vancouver Transit Riders. This has been one of the more divisive issues for our supporter base, actually, because on the one hand, people really want more public space downtown to gather, and I applaud this council for putting a strong emphasis on public space as an issue. And on the other hand, it's hard to take the idea that we will lose our city's only bus mall, one that so many people rely on to get around. Allowing passengers to connect from bus to train at the corner of Granville and Georgia with just a few steps is an example of the care and thought that has gone into making ours one of the most well-used transit systems in North America. And transferring at that location is dead easy to understand because you can see all the bus stops and all the SkyTrain entrances. We will lose that by having buses on Howe and Seymour. I can easily walk 140 meters to make that connection, and I know exactly where to go, but there are many people for whom that is not the case. Even people that don't actually take the bus on Granville benefit from the Granville Mall. Delays that happen downtown cascade outwards to neighborhoods far and wide. And one of the reasons why the 20 on Commercial Drive and Victoria Drive is so notoriously unreliable is because it spends a lot of time in mixed traffic on downtown street. And I think we've all got concerns around whether removing the thousands of bus passengers from Granville will really solve the problems we're setting out to solve, and it'll be an imperative to ensure that Granville doesn't end up like Spark Street in Ottawa. So that said, the idea of pushing buses to Howe and Seymour is being piloted. We would like to see the conditions for transit riders be made as good as possible as soon as the pilot starts. And so that really means adding temporary bus bulbs at the stops that are on sidewalks so narrow that people are waiting for the bus will block people in wheelchairs from getting through. So as Paul Storer mentioned, some stops are great. The one by the Art Gallery, excellent. But on Seymour, not so good. Zicla is a Spanish company that makes these temporary bus bulbs that can be snapped in like Lego, and many cities across Canada and the U.S. use them. Some parts of these sidewalks are also poorly lit and have no shelters or benches. These are all baseline elements needed for bus stops that serve thousands of Vancouverites per day. The block that I'm really thinking about as being kind of the worst is the block of Seymour between Robson and Georgia. It's dark, it doesn't have many storefronts, the sidewalk barely has any room for two people to pass each other, let alone someone using a mobility device. You can imagine your grandmother using the stop on this block. That stop needs to be good enough for your grandma, not just in the permanent design, but also in the pilot period. And it goes without saying that we're also asking for a dedicated bus lane, and it looks like that's captured in the plan. Thank you so much for that. We would also challenge Vancouver to go further by implementing traffic signal priority at intersections. A lot of other cities like ours have it, but we don't. And that's the idea where buses are detected, and those buses often carry as many people as dozens of cars. And so when the bus is detected, the light goes green, or
Sorry, Dennis. You're over time.
it stays green.
Thanks so much for calling.
Cool. No problem.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Next speaker, Paul Stolian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
My name is Paul Stoylan, and I've been a resident of Vancouver for over 25 years and have worked directly in hospitality and in the events business in and around the Granville Entertainment District during this time. I am speaking today as a board member of Hospitality Vancouver Association, as well as the Director of Business Development for the MRG Group, which operates 5 businesses on Granville Street, including the Vogue Theatre and the Yale Saloon. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to everybody today. I fully support the Granville Street plan as it will significantly boost the local daytime and nighttime economies through job creation, revenue generation, and cultural appeal by attracting local, regional, and international tourists from all walks of life for a new, safe, and vibrant experience. This plan will preserve the true essence of the arts, culture, live music, and entertainment heritage for which the district was originally designed for, and so much more. In addition to benefiting daytime and nighttime businesses on Granville Street and in the surrounding areas, it will also revitalize the entire downtown core by harmoniously connecting each neighborhood for residents, all workforces, and visitors alike. Over the past 5+ years, many of us have witnessed and experienced firsthand the devastating loss of business and patronage in the area due to a variety of reasons which have been stated today. And this plan will reverse that loss as well as evenly balance the needs of all residents living in the downtown core and the 1 million+ people who visit every year. As we all know, world-class cities rely on welcoming a critical mass of visitors, and this plan will help Vancouver achieve that. A partial pedestrian zone combined with and a variety of new and existing businesses and experiences will attract new customers while retaining existing customers, ultimately preventing the permanent closure of businesses and corresponding job losses. In addition to improving the economic and overall health of the city, this plan also addresses the current transportation challenges caused by the limited options that prevent so many people from traveling to, from, and within the city. Due to the current state of the downtown core, and Granville Street in particular, I strongly urge Council to approve this plan so residents, creators, employees, gig workers, businesses, and many others can have a reason to stay and contribute to the vitality of our city. Lastly, I also urge all key stakeholders to adopt and get started on this plan and any related short-term action items as quickly as possible in order to instill a new sense of belonging and hope for everyone to look forward to starting today, so we can once again show the world what true Canadian hospitality is all about. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for calling. Next speakers, speaker 11, Alan Goodall. Morning, Alan.
Hi, Council. Thank you for your time today. I am a resident of Vancouver. I'm the owner of Aura Nightclub and have been for 16 years now. I can tell you that the last 5 years has been extremely challenging for me to run my business. You know, just to address the question that was posed earlier that Councillor Kirby-Young had to say, dealing with BC Housing for the first few years was horrible and borderline unacceptable. You know, having to deal with 200 floods, and that might even be calling it short. Having them just basically make me put up with it. You know, having like it's upsetting to me to think that, you know, all these floods are happening and they would come in with restoration companies and you know, put out the fans and the dehumidifiers, but they would expect me to put in all the time with all the mopping, pay for all the labor, and have to make these repairs. And so even with this heavy flooding that I've had to endure, you know, I had to replace my floor. It cost $51,000. I had to close my business for 4 weeks. I wasn't compensated, and it's not been until recently that BC Housing has actually had any movement whatsoever, and that was due to media coverage. And it's sad that I have to go to that extent just to get some movement in this case. And just recently, like for example, I met with somebody from BC Housing in December, early December. They were made aware of all the issues of all the damage that had been I sustained in our business. And it wasn't until a restoration company came in, gave us less than 24 hours notice, put 50 staff members out of business, out of work. And, you know, a lot of my staff, they live paycheck to paycheck. And, you know, being put out of work from issues that BC Housing was fully aware of, it's hard. So I know you guys have a lot of things to consider here, but in terms of someone who's on ground level and dealing with these SROs, and, you know, we all want a better location for these people to live. I think that often they have no place to go because they go out on the street because they don't have a park or like an outside space. And I think with this Granville City plan, which I fully approve, by the way, thank you for your time. I think this is necessary, especially as a business owner, because we need to see some movement, because otherwise you're not going to have any nightclubs that are downtown. You're not going to have any pubs, and good luck having an entertainment district if you don't have these strong businesses. So thank you for your time. And again, I fully approve of this Granville Street plan.
Thanks, Alan. Speaker 12 is Martin Moriarty on the phone.
Good morning. Can you hear
Martin.
me? Good morning. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the Granville Street Planning Program. Myself and my partner, just by way of background, my business partner, Marion Negris, and I lead a retail leasing team at Marcus & Millichap that handles a significant number of leases at ground floor level in downtown, and recently transactions on Granville Street, including Winners, Marshalls, and the Rec Room. We support the city's vision to reestablish Granville Street as a vibrant destination in the heart of downtown Vancouver. We appreciate the work that's gone into this report and plan. However, we do have some concerns with respect to the residential density and development and pedestrianisation, which we feel are both critical to the success of the long-term revitalisation of this corridor. Firstly, with respect to residential development, if there is any location in the city that warrants ambitious growth and high density, I think we all agree it's Granville Street. Sadly, the plan currently limits residential uses, excluding the no-shit entertainment district. We believe this is a short-sighted approach that risks underutilizing one of the city's most centrally located areas. With continued weakness in the office market and limited viability for hotel-only developments, we feel residential use must be central to attract sustained private investment. Simply put, in today's climate, hotels and commercial buildings cannot be financially justified without residential units as part of the mix. Our market has changed, and condominiums and rental housing drive financial feasibility of these projects. By excluding residential from key sites along Granville Street, we feel this may limit dramatically what could be built, and the result may be stagnation rather than revitalization. With respect to vehicle access, we understand the intention to make Granville more pedestrian-friendly, and we believe it's important to recognize this will have challenges. Granville Street is a working part of the downtown core that services hotels, theaters, businesses, and visitors every day. And the complete removal of vehicle access looks great in renderings, but may actually ignore how people travel through the city. Please note this is not a call for car dominance. It's simply asking for a more balanced approach to the planning. We believe keeping vehicles on Granville Street and adding significant density, and especially residential density, to the entirety of the street will add more homes, more investment, more stores, more food and beverage, and ultimately more people, which can thrust Granville Street and the downtown into a new era. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Speaker 13, Victoria Banham.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Victoria. Please go ahead.
Hello. Hi. Thanks for having me. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm actually a close neighbor of Granville Street, so I'm very familiar with the the daytime and nighttime kind of activities on Granville Street and the problems and also the vibrancy of it. I fully support some aspects of the plan, specifically building more hotels. I think it's pretty well known. This is very well needed in Vancouver to have more hotels built. However, I'm strongly against the pedestrianization of the entire street of Granville Street. I think it's a terrible idea, and for some of the reasons that other people have mentioned, how people travel through the downtown core, the connection to the SkyTrain stop which was how it was developed in the beginning, and also I think that in the winter months, what will happen is that parts of Granville Street will turn into sort of a ghost town, and there won't be any pedestrians on those parts, and it will open the areas up, and possibly even in the summer months too, to people who are homeless, turning that into a camping spot. And then that will require extra policing to clear them out. And so I think that this pedestrianization of the entire Granville Street all year round is a really bad idea, a kind of a harebrained idea, actually. And I don't think it's going to work. And also thinking that Granville Street is going to become, Nashville or Barcelona streets in those areas is very unrealistic. When people want to walk on pedestrian-free areas downtown, they go to our huge and our beautiful seawall. They also go to that, some of the areas, that small area on Robson Street, but most of Robson Street has vehicles going on the road. So I think the pedestrianization of the whole street is not going to work, and that will become apparent when if and when this supposed pedestrianization of it happens. So I think the short-term block parties are fine on the weekends in the summer, but this entire pedestrianization is a bad idea and I think that you will find that out if and when it ever happens. So that's what I wanted to talk. That's the only point I really wanted to bring up.
Thank you, Victoria, for calling. Thanks for the feedback.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we'll now go to speaker 14, Steve Venagas.
Good morning. It's Steve Vanagas. I am here representing TransLink. I'm the Vice President of Customer Communications and Public Affairs. TransLink appreciates the city's vision for a more pedestrian-friendly Granville Entertainment District. Like you, we see the opportunity to create a vibrant, welcoming public space that serves residents, workers, and visitors alike. But we also want to be clear, public transit is not separate from that vision. It's essential to it. Granville Street is one of the most heavily used surface transit corridors in the region. It's the second busiest bus corridor in Vancouver. Every day, 1,100 buses move more than 21,000 people through this corridor. For many, transit is how they access jobs, restaurants, entertainment, schools, and how they connect to and through the downtown core, and how they connect with SkyTrain. Transit is the most popular way to get to and from Granville. A year-round, people-first Granville Street must be more than walkable. It must be accessible. That includes transit. In our view, buses can and should remain part of a thriving Granville Street, just as they are on successful pedestrian priority streets in other cities around the world. No matter what, we will work with the city and stakeholders to enhance the public space and make Granville more pedestrian-friendly, and help make the Granville Entertainment District a real draw for the region. But we believe the best outcome includes preserving direct, reliable transit access on the street itself, not permanently removing it. Over the years, TransLink and the city have made joint investments to improve bus priority, accessibility, and overall transit customer experience on this corridor. If Council decides to proceed with permanently removing buses from Granville, we urge you to carefully weigh the costs and consequences. Moving that volume of traffic and transit to Seymour and House Streets will require significant investments to avoid worsening the transit customer experience. Relocating bus service off Granville without comparable infrastructure will force transit users into longer walking distances, more complex transfers, and slower commutes due to increased congestion. The stakes are high for riders, for transit system reliability, and for the long-term success of downtown mobility. Transit doesn't detract from a great street, it enables it. And we're ready to be a partner in building a Granville Street that truly works for everyone. We urge the Council to consider options that incorporate continued transit use as part of your plan to make the Granville Entertainment District more pedestrian-friendly and a great street for Vancouver. Thanks for the time. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much for calling in. And I'm just noticing for councillors here in the chamber the time. We have 2 more speakers and then circle back to another speaker that wasn't available. So I'm wondering if I get a motion to extend to finish the speakers and break for lunch. Okay, moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Fry. All in favor, say yay. Oh, sorry. Did you have a... Okay, sorry, I didn't notice the queue. Is it the same motion though? Okay, great. So let's just stick with Councillor Bly and Councillor Fry. All in favor, say yay. Okay, any opposed, say nay. Okay, so we'll complete the speakers and break for lunch. So let's go to speaker 15, Carrie Bonis.
Good morning, Councillor Chair and respected Council. My name is Carrie Bonis. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm co-principal with my brother of Bonis Properties. This is a great plan for Granville Street, and overall we are excited and we support it and commend the Planning Department and Council asking them to do this after decades. One issue we would like to discuss in regards to the plan is the residential component. We respectfully urge Council to include residential rental use as a permitted use and planned use on all blocks of Granville, and not to exclude 900 through 1100 between the blocks of Smythe and Davie. We are not advocating for residential at street level or directly adjacent to active nightlife. Rather, we propose that residential be located well above commercial and entertainment uses, beginning at a minimum height of 90 feet to ensure appropriate separation, far removing it well above the action and much further than actual situations facing condo owners behind the strip across the back alley currently. Thoughtful, intelligent design and substantial physical separation between uses in mixed-use projects incorporating residential and entertainment is an approach working successfully in other major cities, allowing residential above commercial would renew vibrancy to Granville Street. And several third-party consultants have not only confirmed and support the coexistence of both, they advise it. It supports safety, economic activity, and around-the-clock foot traffic. It would also create much-needed rental housing for urbanites, young professionals, workers who value walkability, transit access, proximity to jobs, amenities. Quite simply, people want to live and work at where they play, and this makes it all possible. We want to share our experience with respect to 1100 Granville at Helmicken. Over the past several years, we've explored multiple commercial and hotel-based development options, all without success. Despite significant effort, commercial-only model has not proven financially viable. Mixed use, including hotel and residential above, makes it financially viable. Not allowing residential will relegate these 3 blocks to the status quo or worse. Allowing residential will be a tool to get projects off the ground now and immediately. If council is not prepared to allow it exclusively on all blocks, we allow that it be amended to allow residential in developments that specifically include hotel or arts and culture components. This would correspond to Councillor Jou's proposal in the hotel interim to consider fast-track policies for hotels on Granville. We thank you again, and we support this and look forward to it being passed with this small amendment. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kerry. Speaker 16, Aldo Balaj. Not online. Okay, we'll come back to them. Okay, do we have Speaker 7 on the line? Curtis Robinson. Thank you.
Not on the line.
Not online, okay. And I think the only other speaker that we missed was Speaker 16. And I'm just going to confirm they're not on the line still. Okay. Okay, so that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to our Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities. Since we are 2 minutes away from noon, we're going to break for lunch and return at 1 p.m. I'm going to be chairing. I'm going to chair actually. Yeah. So we'll see everybody at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by
Hello, hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me in the council chamber?
Yes. Can you hear me, Cassia?
There we go. I can hear you now.
Great,
Awesome. Thanks,
thank
Connie.
you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We'll now resume dealing with report one. So I see Councillor Kirby Young on the queue. Is that to move recommendations?
Yes, you read my mind, Chair Meisner. Yeah, I'd like to move the recommendations and speak to them if I could.
Seconder, please. Councillor Montague. Okay, we'll now go to... Oh, of course, yeah. Sorry.
Thanks.
Please go ahead. Let me just advance here, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, I think your cue went out of whack there. I think you had a cue going, right? Okay, can I go ahead now? Thank you. Okay, I want to. I think this is a really important conversation, and I want to acknowledge how significant it is to be contemplating a new vision for Granville Street. What really struck me this morning, and no surprise that this is well needed. I think we've all seen the trials and tribulations of the once storied and exciting, iconic entertainment destination of the Granville Street Entertainment District, and the issues there. I personally have championed for Granville Street for a number of years now, moving everything from the Granville Promenade to different initiatives to support this planning process. But I was really struck by the statement from our staff presenting earlier that said this is the first comprehensive review since inception of the city. This is the first comprehensive review since inception of the city. That is pretty significant in a city that has changed dramatically in that time with respects to our downtown core, with respects to transit, to how people get around, to developing a really vibrant, strong central business district, a very residentially focused downtown, and yet Granville has sort of stood still in time, if I can put it that way. And I think it is time. So this vision to me, which does stem from council directions, is, as was mentioned by one of the speakers, our opportunity to revitalize this area and create a vibrant, safe, and exciting entertainment district, once again, right in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Not the same, but building on the legacy and better and different. The strategy aims to tackle the vacant storefronts in the decaying Granville Strip by enabling new development that will bring people in daytime and nighttime, weekdays and weekends, not just on Friday and Saturday nights. It aims to replace our single room occupancies where people are living in what I think is often inhumane conditions with better, more dignified and self-contained supportive housing. It lays out 3 zones, which include the city center, the entertainment core, and the bridgehead. The entertainment core, which I think is what most people fondly know as the Granville Entertainment District, is really envisioned to be a dedicated zone for music, culture, nightlife, restaurants, more patios, more hotels that we desperately need, and other commercial uses. I know that we are undergoing economic challenges with respects to all development right now, and that is often cyclical. We know it's going to be difficult to bring it forward, but what we need are the hotels, and what we need are those daytime uses that bring people in, not simply residences that may not be compatible with that specific area, and again, where people may not be home during the day. So I think I asked the question about hotel linkage with respects to the intersection of linkage fees and requiring of cultural amenities. I'm putting faith in the response from our staff, which I appreciate, that we're not going to hold up developments unnecessarily. If a hotel can move forward and if it can provide a cultural space, great. If it pays the linkage fee, great. But the key here, I think, is really to get the development moving. It is a phased plan. It excitingly includes a new destination plaza with the large-scale video screens at Robson and Granville. I think this will be an incredible public space. When I made that, gave that direction and made that amendment, we talked a lot at the time about the shipyards and envisioning that type of look. I was very pleased to see the suggestion from staff that we explore a district management framework, because it's not enough to build these spaces and they will come. We have to build these spaces in ways that are sticky and that have fun and interesting things for people to do. I think the Montreal example is a really good one. And I was actually at I think it was the Sommet de la Nuit, a nightlife conference, and there was a couple city staff there a couple of years ago who also had the chance to tour at that time the Cartier Day Spectacle with me, and it's a really good model to look at. Over time, I think it's important to know that this plan is phased as developments will happen. I still think that there is work to do with respects to the transit conversation and the pedestrianization. I want to see a lot more bold pedestrianization on the streets. The report indicates that there was some good interaction between TransLink and the city staff, and there will be some challenges and trade-offs and considerations with respects to relocating transit. I think those are conversations that need to happen before that moves forward. And again, I think it was described by one of our speakers as bringing heat on the street, is that we need to actually get live bodies and people coming down before we make some of those significant changes. And I think we need to understand what the trade-offs are between transit users, between active transportation, and the pedestrianization. But I think the vision of having that type of pedestrian-focused, people-friendly space is a phenomenal one, and it's something that Vancouver deserves, and the time has come. So I'm looking forward to these changes. I really appreciate all the work that has been done. I know there's going to be a lot of discussion from council, but I'm really happy to support this plan, and I appreciate all of the input from all of the industry and the businesses who have hung in there and are hanging on like a thread, because we need to do this and we need to do it now. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. And I'd like to pass the chair to you as acting mayor, if I may. Pardon me? I have to turn your mic on. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, does it go to me or the committee vice chair?
The vice chair is not present, so
Oh, I see.
as acting mayor, I'll pass it to you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. So as we've heard from speakers today, there's a lot of excitement about the future of Granville Street. And thank you to our staff for all your amazing work on the plan. I think it's really comprehensive and thoughtful. And I am very convinced that it's going to bring really positive change to the entertainment district over the next few years. And I'm very excited to see that unfold. Something that has really stood out to me today, and something that I've heard from stakeholders and residents for many, many years, is that residential uses are really not compatible with what we're trying to create on Granville Street. So, Granville Street is really going to be the nightclub district, the entertainment district, and the SROs and supportive housing that are located in some of the former hotels on the street, which was an emergency measure by the provincial government, were not purpose-built to serve as supportive housing for people with really complex mental health and addictions challenges. These buildings are old. They are old hotels in many cases, and they were already nearing the end of their life when they were purchased by the province. So in order to advance the revitalization of Granville Street, and also to ensure that people are living in dignified, self-contained social housing units, which is a goal of the City of Vancouver, I'm proposing an amendment to work with the provincial and federal governments to transition people to new self-contained social housing units that are outside of the entertainment zone. And the city will come to the table with land. So I think this is a really positive proposal, and it's in line with our broader vision for supportive housing in Vancouver.
Councillor Meisner, I was remiss in not asking that we move to an amendment queue. So I wonder if we can ask staff to do that now for us. Second. And please go ahead if you have any further comments, if you weren't quite finished.
Yeah, just to close and say, I really believe that this will help us realize our bold vision for Granville Street and the entertainment district, but more importantly, ensure that people are thoughtfully transitioned into new self-contained social housing units.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. It's been seconded by Councillor Bly, and that is up for discussion. Councillor Bly, go ahead.
Thanks very much, and appreciate this coming forward. I think that, asking staff to work with BC Housing in the province, city-owned sites to replace SRO supportive housing units. I just want to clarify, and perhaps this is a point of information through the chair to the city manager, how we would navigate this conversation, recognizing the topic of new supportive housing units has been one that has been discussed this year previously, and that there's a pause in how that actually is interpreted. I've heard might not be as clear, so it would be helpful for me before I support this just to understand how this will be interpreted by staff and what those conversations are likely to look like with BC Housing in the context of the supportive housing pause that was brought forward previously by the mayor.
Thanks, Chair. So I think our understanding, or my understanding of the motion that Council passed previously around supportive housing did contemplate that replacement of existing supportive housing was outside the scope of the pause or moratorium. So in this case, this appears to be focused on replacement of existing units. So we would see it, I would see it within the scope of that previous motion as opposed to being inconsistent with that. I think the conversations with the province, difficult to predict. I think they're certainly generally, my understanding is they're generally aware of the particular challenges on Granville Street. But at this stage, I'd be premature to kind of suggest how those would go.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Maybe just one quick follow-up point of information. Happy to get this information later. Is a list of all the city-owned sites that are available for future redevelopment of supportive and social housing that would fit the criteria outlined in this amendment here.
Certainly. Yeah, we can do that.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Bly. I'm not seeing anybody else on the queue, so we will put this amendment to a vote.
Chair, this is Councillor Claassen. Could you please provide a vote assist in favor?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Claassen. Okay, that concludes the vote. I'm just wait for the clerk to bring those results up. And that passes unanimously with none in opposition and Councillors Dominato, Mayor absent. And I will turn the chair back to you, Councillor Meisner, unless you have any further comments on the amendment.
No further comments, just to say thank you to Council for your support. We'll now go to Councillor Maloney.
I would like to move an amendment to the recommendations. So
I'll take you to amendment Q. Just one moment. Oh, not me. You. Sorry. Too many M's. Please go ahead.
So during my questions to staff, I raised some issues that I'm concerned with, particularly the need to make sure that we improve conditions for bus users that are moved to Seymour and Howe Streets early in the process, rather than having them put up with unfortunate conditions for years. And I know that some measures are in place, but I wanted to, I'm particularly mindful of accessibility, so that's why I've added bus bulbs into the early phases rather than leaving that till later. Benches are an accessibility issue. I've included bollards because we've seen many instances, unfortunately, of cars leaving the road and hitting bus stops or hitting people on sidewalks. So I'd love consideration to be put in place for judicious inclusion of bollards and during phase one again. Moving down, the main body of my amendment is to clarify that it's important that we do provide cycling access in pedestrianised areas. Otherwise, we're effectively blocking cycling access to pedestrianised areas. Some people can only use, some people rely on bikes, especially e-bikes, for mobility, particularly people with osteoarthritis and other mobility issues. And I've contemplated in here that there will be times when the pedestrianised area is activated where there might have to be restrictions or cyclists unable to access certain stretches, and that's certainly reasonable. And one of the issues we know, is lack of public toilets, and it would be a good opportunity to implement the recommendations that were passed unanimously in a recent meeting of the Transportation Advisory Committee to provide for a bike parkade with public toilets somewhere along this strip to make sure that we encourage people to use bikes to get to this area, especially when it's when there are events on, and to make sure that we have provision for secure bike parking. Yes, and my final section is to just codify what I raised. Accessibility for disabled people should be a top priority for the design of this area, and I've included a couple of particular instances from what I've heard from wheelchair users as to how we could design this to make it as accessible as possible, as well as reducing trip hazards when the area is crowded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Need a seconder for that amendment. Okay, seconded by Councillor Bly. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. If I could, through you, some questions to staff.
Yes, please go ahead.
So I know in speaking with both our transportation folks and our public realm folks that things like bollards can be, they're great for safety, but not always practical. How many bus stops do we have? Like how do we bollard every sidewalk and every bus stop?
It's a really good question. We have a lot of bus stops across the city. We could get information back to council on what it would look like to install bollards at bus stops.
I'm assuming that many bus stops don't have the room for bollards.
Yeah, we do have constrained locations, and you also have to consider where the doors of the buses are and things like that. So it would depend on what the intents were, but we could come back to council with more info on that.
Okay. Consulting with inclusive design experts, how do you interpret that? What's an inclusive design expert? Does the city have them, or would we have to contract that out?
So quite often on our projects, we work with people, persons with disabilities, particularly through Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee. So quite often we use established standards. In the past, we have hired accessibility consultants to work on some of our projects where accessibility is a priority or we don't necessarily have all the tools. So I would interpret it as working probably with both the community and those sorts of experts.
And how difficult, we know how difficult it is to get a washroom in this city. Did the plan contemplate bike parquets, public toilets, and just actually indoor bike parquets? Where would we put that sort of item? How much would it cost? Where would we get the funding for it?
So I can specifically talk about the bike parquet. It is something that's in our long-term policy. It's been difficult. We've been looking at it for the last 13 years, trying to both see where there might be an opportunity to get a space, but also trying to think about what the costs are. So it's something we could get more information back to council on in terms of kind of what we've looked at and some of the challenges.
And I'm assuming that in all the briefings I've been to and all the discussions I've had with yourself and other members of city staff, these are things that you constantly look at. You're always looking at accessibility. You're looking at places to put washrooms. We're building bike lanes. Those are constantly work that staff's already doing.
Yes, correct.
Okay. I think those are my questions to staff. Thanks, Chair. Lisa, you want to jump in there?
I just wanted to comment on the public washroom piece. So we are looking for locations for washrooms, typically to be delivered through our street furniture contract or other ways like that. And that's like a freestanding washroom. We could also be looking for partnerships for indoor washrooms that are more within a facility. There'd be agreements that would be required and everything for that, but we could look through that.
This specifically says to have a bike parquet that includes public toilets, so that would make things more challenging, I would assume.
It would just take extra considerations and agreements to be in place.
Thank you. While there's aspects of this amendment that I want to support, I think there's a lot of work that staff's already been doing. I listened very clearly and carefully to staff while Councillor Maloney was asking her questions about accessibility and wheelchair access, about curbs and ramps and pavers. It's all things that staff are already doing. I don't have an issue with any of that. I do have an issue with some of the things being really over prescriptive. I think one of the things we forget on council is that our job is to provide direction and resources, a vision. It's not to break out a piece of paper and a pen and start actually designing for staff. That's their job. They're the experts at it. So while I support some of the ideas behind this, I think it's overly prescriptive and I can't support the amendment itself. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. If I might ask a point of information through you to our staff, and yeah, I think it'll be Paul. He's anticipating it. So what we're dealing with, just to kind of like set the stage, and am I correct? Like what we're dealing with today is a high level kind of vision plan for the area. That's longer term, but there is going to be necessarily, is that correct, an engagement in a planning process when we get to these detailed components. right? So I guess my question is, will you be doing a lot of that anyway? And is there sort of still more work to do to lay out what you'll be consulting on? Because, for example, we heard from TransLink, I feel like there's a lot of work to do here. We don't want to pit active transportation against bus riders and transit users, and all of that is going to be considered before we land on kind of what the specific components may look like. And council, you will have to that consultation, you will have to bring a plan or inform council about what you're looking at in terms of recommendations. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of long-term design, there's a lot of design work to do, and we would be engaging with partners and stakeholders in the public throughout that process.
Okay. And so if, for example, perhaps things advance and people do or don't want a bike parkade, or there's another amenity that is deemed to be more important, like we would want to have that information so we're not prescriptively making choices at one now that might preclude others. Like, I'm just trying to get a sense of kind of where we are in this process. Same thing with things like the reference to bollards. I know that can really impact the ability for things like public space and the ease and flow of people, patios, that kind of stuff, right? If we're getting that prescriptive.
Yeah, and definitely in terms of the bike parkade, there's a big financial aspect to that, because it would need to be buying or renting a space or using a space that's been allocated to something else. So yes, so there would be a lot more design work and engagement work as we work through a lot of the details of both Granville and the Howe and Seymour if buses are moving there.
Okay, and at this point, we haven't really consulted, through you, Chair, if I can ask a follow-up, we haven't really consulted, for example, the stakeholders and all the businesses that we've heard from today yet, because we haven't got to that process. Is that fair to say? When it gets down to the nitty-gritty of the specifics of the...
That's correct. There's a lot to work out in terms of the detailed design. I think we heard from a lot of folk today where they had kind of very specific design interests, and we're hoping as we really get into the design that there'll be opportunities to work through all of those.
To hear all that input and then guide the plan accordingly. Okay, I'm going to leave it there for questions now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. And just noting that my timer is not reset just for your, I don't think I'll take the whole time.
We'll fix that for you.
Point of information through you, Chair, to staff. Could you just specifically identify what in this amendment here is not already planned or contemplated for in the plan?
So I will have to go through it. Sorry, I lost one of the pages. So the first piece around bus bulbs in the near term, we wouldn't be planning for that right away. As we work in the plan, as we worked through seasonal pedestrianization, we would look at where it was appropriate to install, say, temporary bus bulbs in future years, but we wouldn't be looking at that in the first year. In the 5.2.1, there's a little bit of a timing question there in terms of widened sidewalks. If we were, say, looking at doing seasonal pedestrianization next year, there wouldn't necessarily be an opportunity to really dig into what that design detail would be, so that during phase one, or early in phase one would be a question. Bollards, we weren't planning at shelters, but we would be planning benches. In terms of the questions about cycling on Granville, we really aren't at that level of detail yet, so I wouldn't really be able to say whether or not we would install something delineating cycling space. But yeah, that would come through the detailed design. 5.3.6 is kind of reliant on that, so that's kind of an extension of that in terms of surface markings. The bike parkade is not part of the plan right now, so that would be new. And accessibility is definitely part of what we'd be planning for.
It is.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. I just felt it was necessary to be very clear on what is and isn't being planned for, summarizing this extensive plan before us, just based on what I'm hearing, other questions being raised. So, I hear a lot about bollards from everybody. The Gastown pedestrianized pilot, from the businesses, from the BIA. I actually think people want these, and we see them in other parts of the city, Europe pedestrianized areas, and they're incredible. I think we need to keep our mind open to bollards. I think from a city building perspective, dare I say a safety perspective, this has actually become more urgent than not. And so I fully support bollards. I hear so much from every single BIA that has pedestrianized areas that this is something that they would love to see, because they can provide flexibility and accessibility when needed, and also very simply close off streets when we want a full festival or pedestrianized area. Businesses would love that. We can't just say no to everything and yes to one thing. I've heard comments today from speakers. They want flexibility. Bollards actually provide a very, very efficient, modernized way to create that flexibility. So I'd be really shocked to actually see a lack of support for that, given how much emphasis we've put on pedestrianizing plazas in certain areas of our city. It would be a disservice to this plan to not put them in place, or at least plan for it in some particular phase. On the merit of bollards alone, I'm willing to support this. I also hear about bike safety and security. People aren't going to access downtown with their personal bikes. If they can't lock them up somewhere safe. So again, we're city building here for the future. We've got all these bike lanes, and we know that the rhetoric is, I'll only ride my bike if I'm looping around a sort of beach seawall or something, but I'm not going to leave it downtown because it's not safe. I would like to have seen something more like explore options as opposed to the prescription of plan for. I don't know if that's possible to have a quick amendment to sort of make this more, but these are the things that are included in other cities. We talk about Austin, we talk about places in Europe. This is what they have. This is the infrastructure they have to make these projects successful. So to say no to it for whatever reason, I haven't heard a good reason to say no to it yet. I am going to support this. I wish it wasn't so prescriptive. Again, perhaps we can get some better options there. The accessibility is happening. That's super, super important. But again, on the virtue of bollards and bike parking, and bike parkade, and the bi-directional, people are already cycling. We just brought in Lime scooters. Let's get the infrastructure to keep people safe.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Actually, I had myself on the queue there too. I don't know what happened. Clerks, could you add me back to the queue? And then I think Councillor Maloney is there as well after me. I was after Councillor Bly. I guess I can do it myself. Okay, thanks. A question for staff. I hear, pardon me, for questions. I thought, because we're in debate. Pardon me. Could I pass the chair to Acting Mayor Kirby Young? Thank you very much. So there's a lot of initiatives in this language that I do support as well. My question to staff is really around the timing of it. You were mentioning the detailed design has not been done yet. I'm just wondering, is this the appropriate time for council to be giving signals or direction about what they would like to see in that detailed design? Or is there another stage that's going to be upcoming that would be more appropriate? Like, will there be like an early directions report that comes back to council or something like that where the detailed design hasn't been done yet, but council can give some direction on some of these things they'd like to see?
Always welcome to give direction on things. In terms of how the different pieces kind of fit together and how we kind of, manage different priorities, we would recommend that we bring that back in terms of another report when we're within the design process for a decision by council.
Okay, so you would like to see a report back on exploring some of these ideas. That would be more ideal.
Yeah, we would definitely be reporting back in terms of what the design process was looking like and considerations. So we'd recommend doing it as part of that.
Okay, but the way the amendment is written right now, it's not asking for a report back. Is that your interpretation of it?
Yeah, my interpretation is it is, on some things at least, it is directing staff. On some things, it's a little softer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'm very much of the same mindset as Councillor Bly around bollards and, thinking through some of these enhancements for pedestrians and cyclists and micromobility, but I would also prefer to see this as a report back. So if Councillor Maloney was willing to amend the language to explore these ideas as a report back to council, then I'd support it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Miser. You want to take the chair back?
Yes, please. Thank you. So we'll go to Councillor Maloney.
I'm certainly open to changing the language to make it a report back. My overarching intention is to flag nice and early that these are things that constitute great city building and important to plan for the future. And I just don't want to see us get to a stage where we're trying to incorporate these things as an afterthought, at a late stage in the process. So, yes, I'm very open to changing that language. And perhaps if anyone would like to give me some guidance on how that might happen.
I don't know if you'll need to, because I see Councillor Bly has sent in an amendment to that effect.
Lovely, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I do have an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, so I'll move us to Amendment Q2, and please go ahead. And seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young.
Great, thank you. And just a thanks again to Councillor Maloney for putting the thought and effort into this initial amendment. I have taken on the very challenging task of adding explore options to every amendment that I support in order to get that report back. And I think that in itself, hopefully, will be something that we can, have staff include in their scoping and planning and phasing of this work, so that council's making decisions with all of the information that doesn't just have us look out the next 5 years, but really out the next 10, 20 years, which is what I see this plan wanting to achieve in terms of a vibrant and amazing area of Granville Street, such that people in 20 years will turn around and say, man, they were so smart to put in these bollards way back when, or they were so smart to do the things that they did when we could anticipate that they would eventually be a real asset to this plan. So I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I think exploring options is great. One of the things that I hear about bollards, for example, is that people do really like them in terms of delineating space for pedestrians and safety, but they want flexibility. So they don't just want the bollard of the path that remains immovable, but there's a lot of folks that will cite the options for retractable bollards, because then you are not constrained when you are trying to reutilize space for things like pop-up festivals, events, when you have patio season, for example, outside of the rainy months, things of that nature. And that comes with cost trade-offs and other considerations. So I do like the idea of exploring options to do that. I think that it makes sense to sort of think about how we better sort of make our city more people and pedestrian friendly. I do also really want to not be as prescriptive here. I think that a lot of the intention is here. It's great if we want to send an additional signal. I think this is a lot of work the staff was already planning to do. But it does make sense, I think, to both protect our public realm and people that are in it, but also to provide the flexibility in how it's used. I referenced that I was in Montreal last week, and they have a combination of different components that they use there. Some areas there's bollards, some areas there's different crossing signals, because at certain points they have to have sort of the perpendicular streets. They have to have traffic crossing, right? So that lends itself to other considerations, because you still need traffic to go in and around the area. And so it's not sort of as simplistic as prescribing one tactic. It's usually a combination that go into good quality public space. It has to be thought about in terms of the specific qualities, right, of an area in terms of what uses are there and what it looks like. So I'm sort of happy to look at the options around this piece. I think the bike parkade, for example, is one specific component in ask, but washrooms are equally important. We haven't funded those yet. So I'd also like to know the trade-offs. And if we have a choice between what are we going to put in first, maybe we choose the washroom. I also want to hear from TransLink around what the trade-offs are there. So I think that we do need to allow ourselves enough flexibility as a council to kind of set the vision around priorities for the kind of city we want to build. But I want to get all the information back at the right time in terms of what that actually looks like. And I think that with this sort of less prescriptive direction, that will achieve that. But also just note for the record that I think there is a typo in here. I think it's Granville Street, not Granville Street. But other than that, I can support a direction that provides more flexibility for council to get more information. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Just to recognize and thank Councillor Bly for amending this and helping our newer colleague in crafting, would obviously put a lot of work into this amendment. I think there's some exciting pieces to explore. And I can only imagine how excitable it is to stand atop a retractable bollard as it moves up and down. But we talked about this when we were looking at bollards in Ottawa. So yeah, I think this is a great additional exploration for staff, and I appreciate Councillor Bly for helping to facilitate that for Councillor Maloney.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Just turn the chair to Acting Mayor Kirby-Young. Just make a couple more comments.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Bly and Councillor Maloney. I think we're at a good place with this in terms of exploring and reporting back. I think there might be some opportunities potentially for, say, the bike parkade, washrooms, et cetera, to be delivered as part of some of the redevelopment we might be seeing as part of the Granville Street plan. So I firmly believe that we can make that happen. On the bollards, I know we've talked a lot about retractable bollards, and that'll be fantastic on Granville Street. And I'm glad to see that that idea will be explored as part of this amendment. But there's also stationary bollards as well. And I think that it maybe is what Councillor Maloney was also alluding to in her original amendment text. We saw some of those in Gastown, but there's newer versions of them that are made out of like granite and rock, and they can be on corners or around bus stops, that sort of thing. So I think I'm totally open to exploring that if it helps increase comfort and safety for pedestrians. So I'm looking forward to supporting this amendment to the amendment. Thanks. And I'll take the chair back and we'll go to a vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll now go back to Amendment Q1. Councillor Bly, is that a holdover?
Yeah.
So now we'll vote on the amendment as amended. Is that right, clerks? Okay. So we're going to vote on the amendment as amended. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you. So we'll now go to the main queue. Councillor Maloney, anything to add?
Not at this time, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Montague.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, sorry. Pardon me. 1 second here. Where are we? Yeah, so I think there's a lot of positive parts to this report. I really think supporting fun nightlife on Granville and across the city is a great initiative. I do think the TransLink issue and the SRO issue are sticking points. I think the idea of a fully pedestrian area is admirable, but we do need to heed TransLink and movement on the need to ensure that we're investing in alternate routes that keep bus service consistent and reliable for people. And similarly, locating SROs and residential away from loud nightlife is acceptable, but we need to ensure that SRO tenants are not going to be evicted, displaced, or pressured to leave. So with that, I have an amendment. I'm going to move to the queue
here. Please continue.
So the SRO Class C, which deals with SRO tenants and did the 2024 SRO survey, wrote to council last night with their concerns. Their 2024 SRO survey as well as the upcoming intergovernmental SRO investment strategy should be considered, I think. Bringing SRO tenants into the process and handling this important matter separately is the right call. And I really appreciate Councillor Meisner's amendment. And I think this amendment works well with that process and doesn't take away from it. And I have had feedback from staff on the original, and this is the fixed version of that. So, thank you.
Okay. Not seeing anyone else on the queue, so we can go right to a vote on that. Okay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks, Councillor Orr. Okay, we're going to go back to the main queue. Councillor Orr, anything more to add?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Chair. I too have an amendment.
Okay, and I'll take you to the amendment queue here. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. So I'd like to add a letter into the recommendations that staff report back on options to increase social housing units in the Vancouver Housing Development Office and non-market housing office projects to offset the loss of SRO housing due to the Granville Plan, including but not limited to options around VAHF. And allowing those projects or enabling those projects to meet SRA bylaw replacement obligations and prevent the loss of deeply affordable units. And this is simply a report back, options and implications, as I'm sure there's a lot to consider, as well as options and implications of planning for the development of our PEF sites to include social housing and public benefits. What we have to remember is that there are some components here. We had an unfortunately, a negotiation of the SRA bylaw that resulted in very little return back to the city and a significant loss of SRO units only a month ago in this area. We were concerned about the precedent that set, and yet with that one individual project, there weren't many other options to consider. I fully support a healthier environment for this area to thrive. But just because we eliminate the housing doesn't mean we eliminate the need. So we have to plan for the need. And the planning for me starts now in looking at where do we have city-owned sites? Where do we have the housing authority structure being established right now to leverage the public benefit that ought to be in any public ownership, which is the land. This is not necessarily just land for us to monetize. This is land for us to deliver back public good. And remember that social housing and supportive housing, particularly social housing, is still in the range for folks that might be working in the bars, in the restaurants, and the shops on Granville Street. So we need to do, I think, a more thorough job as a council to consider all the options on the table when it comes to this unique opportunity with the new Vancouver Housing Development Office. So this is pretty open-ended, it's pretty broad, but I think it's a moment in time to recognize there's a deep need for deeply affordable housing in our city. Not one lever is going to fix all our problems. This is just one of many others that we need to consider in order to ensure that the folks that can be moved into better, dignified, self-contained units are done in a way that causes the least amount of harm, but also supports the renewal that is in this plan. And I fully support the renewal in this plan, but not at the cost of the people a policy could impact in a negative way. So we can do both things at the same time, which is why I brought this forward.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Okay, a seconder, please. Okay, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I appreciate sort of the spirit and the intention here. I think a couple of comments, and I think it's been dealt with quite aptly already with the prior amendment from Councillor Meisner, and then the additional amendment from Councillor Orr with respects to the loss of SRO housing. But I think that there's a couple of sort of conflicting policy and regulatory issues with this. It may be sort of, I don't know if I want to say there's a misunderstanding, but it's conflictual with the governance and the structure that has been set up, particularly with respect to the VHDO, for example, the Vancouver Housing Development Office, by its terms of reference and its governance, is intending to use city-owned sites for market rental housing, and with the proceeds from the market rental housing designed to create an ongoing revenue stream in perpetuity that the city can then reinvest in its priorities of the day, which can include, for example, social housing. It doesn't contemplate, for example, inclusionary social housing, and I think that that would be in conflict with the governance as it has been constructed and set up. I also think that there's some issues with respects to utilization of PEF and the governance around the PEF and Property Endowment Fund sites for that use, because that also has its very specific governance structure and a mandate to generate revenue for the city of Vancouver. And thirdly, I think that there is already a process that exists today with VAHEF, the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund, regularly to have sites transferred into its use to utilize for non-market projects. And again, the city already has an established, robustly supported policy and direction from this council to move to try to replace our SRAs as soon as we can. So I think that there's both conflictual policy intersections here with this, and also I think a lot of it's been covered with the other amendments and the existing policies that we have. So I think the amendment, the way it's written, has a number of issues and provides a lot of conflictual direction to existing policies. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Councillor Kirby-Young raised a lot of the concerns I had with, whereas, while I'm supportive of the amendment in general, I'm interested on a couple things. So I'm wondering if I could ask a point of information through you, Chair, to staff. How does staff interpret this? How is it different from Councillor Meisner's amendment? And can it even be, is this even possible to have this integrated with the VHDO or the PEF, considering how those two funds or offices are set up and established?
Chair, I can speak to that. So certainly there are substantive policy questions that are raised here, and I think the motion calls for a report back. So those are the types of things that we, if council were to adopt this amendment, that staff report back on identifying those issues. There is some change. This would be a change in direction potentially, depending on how council proceeds, specifically in relation to the PEF. With respect to the motion that, or the amendment that council has adopted from Councillor Meisner, there's some overlap here, but I'm not sure that, without doing a detailed analysis, I'm not sure there's inconsistency. This does, though, I would say my reading of this amendment does go broader or include some additional scope that's beyond Councillor Meisner's.
Okay, so because it's worded as a report back, it would include all the pitfalls or
No, it's good. It's good now. Yeah. I'd rather be able to regulate it on my own. Just like when I get too hot, I can open it up. When I get too cold, I can close the window.
Or jurisdictional issues that we have with this.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Because I do have concerns about the PEF. My understanding is it's strictly set up for revenue and for...
That's the current mandate of the PEF. So yeah, we would be able to provide further detail on that.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chair. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'd like to support this amendment in principle, but I have a minor question I just want to clarify. I think that's a point of information through your Chair to the city staff. I think the language says to offset the loss of SR housing due to the Granville plan. My understanding, from Councillor Meisner's motion is it's a relocation of SR housing. It's not a loss. Are we going to lose any SR housing because of the this Granville plan?
Through the chair, yeah, my read of the amendment in response to Councillor Joe's question is that this contemplates that there would be SRO housing units that are currently located on Granville Street would no longer be on Granville Street. Again, I think this motion also contemplates that they would be replaced somewhere else. So I read the loss as reflective of what's happening on Granville Street, but not a net loss of units. I would see that this motion also seeks to achieve the same outcome of the previous amendment of ensuring replacement of the existing units.
Okay, so would we change the loss to relocation, offset the relocation of SR housing due to the Granville plan? Would that be much more clear?
That's
doesn't matter.
Refer to council. around that.
But from the staff interpretation perspective, it's the same. Nothing.
Yes, yeah, that's how we're interpreting this. Yeah.
Okay, then I would like to support this amendment. Thanks, Councillor Blackford.
Thanks, Councillor Joe. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm just in support of this amendment from Councillor Bly. I think it forms a thoughtful trifecta with Councillor Meisner's amendment and Councillor Orr's amendment. Councillor Meisner, of course, calling upon working with the province. Councillor Orr looking for SRA designated buildings to be surveyed and analysis. And this takes a look at the PEF and the relatively new VDHO, which I had to look at because I can't remember the acronyms, but I think this is a worthwhile report back because these are all moving files. This is a big, significant file. And we also know that per some of the comments from staff, we have at least 140 vacant SRO units that are also sort of not strictly in the realm of tenant migration. These are just empty rooms that we do want to see replaced. So thanks to all three of you for these thoughtful amendments that really, I think, complement this work. Happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, just one more point of information through you, Chair, just to clarify a little more. The report back to council, what would it entail exactly? Like, are we looking at just a report that provides the information, or would we get a report back that actually provides options for council to discuss to change VHDO and PEF?
Thanks. Through the chair, at this stage, without having had a chance to think through the approach to respond, it's a great question. I don't know. Again, there are, as I indicated, there are significant policy questions here that we may need some direction on council as a first step before getting to specific recommendations, for example, around specific developments. I expect that that's probably the first step here is outlining implications at a broad level, high level, and understanding from council kind of a general policy direction. But again, that's subject to staff, us taking this away and thinking about the best way, most constructive way to frame that report back to council.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm a little conflicted on this one, to be honest. I worry about, we've established the Vancouver Housing Development Office because of the challenges the city has with regards to finding funds to provide amenities within the city. We also have the issue of greatly needed housing for a variety of people. I worry that this might open up some sort of Pandora's box into the VHTO, and that's just starting to get going here. So while I appreciate the amendment, I don't think I can support. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Just going to pass the chair to Acting Mayor Kirby-Yung, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Question for, through the chair to City Manager, just for clarification. The VHDO mandate is to create middle-income housing and generate ongoing revenue for the city. Is that a good summation of the mandate?
In relation to the PEF properties, yes.
Okay. Okay. And therefore, the PEF mandate as well would be to generate income for the city ongoing, and that's been the mandate for a long time?
Yes.
Okay. And VAHF is non-market.
That's correct.
Okay.
So VAHF is city properties that have been specifically allocated to deliver affordable housing, either social housing or co-op.
Okay. And then you kind of addressed this earlier, but actually I don't need an answer from you, so thank you very much. My amendment that council supported is really, I just want to be clear, it's not a loss of SRO housing, it's relocation of that housing off of Granville Street in the entertainment zone. So this is really to take those units and build them elsewhere as brand new self-contained social housing units. So to me, I'm conflicted as well. I'm concerned we would be changing the mandate of the Vancouver Housing Development Office and the objective of what we're trying to do there. The second or the first bullet point around VAHEF, I'm supportive of. And the PEF, I also have some concerns. We, again, would be changing that mandate. So I have a lot of confidence in the work we're doing with VAHEF, and I feel like absolutely we should be looking at options there for SRA replacement, not just on Granville Street, but across the city. So I may move to sever or amend. Thank you. I'll take the chair back.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Oh, and actually, there's no more speakers. Yeah, I'd like to sever the bullet points, if I may. Do I need to give the chair back to somebody else, right? Or how does that work? Since I'm chairing. I'm okay. Okay. Could I move to sever, I guess, the first sentence and the 2 bullet points? Yep. Councillor Montague, go ahead.
So I'm just looking at the severing and I'm trying to figure out how that's going to happen considering the first sentence is attached to the.
I need to prepare an amendment, so could we take a 5-minute recess? That'd be great.
We don't typically take recesses to prepare.
Okay, thanks everybody for your patience. We'll resume. Councillor Montague, anything further?
No, hold over.
Okay, Councillor Bly.
So hold over.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to pass the chair to Acting Mayor Kirby Young again.
Go ahead, Councillor Meisner.
Thank you. So I did prepare an amendment to the amendment. I am generally supportive of the spirit of the amendment that Councillor Bly brought forward. However, I do have some reservations about changing the mandate of the VDHO on the fly. So I would really like to, I've made some minor edits to the amendment. So I'm hopeful that council will support that. I feel that this works well with the other two amendments that we've had come forward around these SRO and supportive housing units on Granville. So the one from myself and the one from Councillor Orr. And I feel like this one from Councillor Bly gives some more much needed specific direction to look at VAHEF non-market projects as an option to replace these units outside of the entertainment zone and off of Granville Street. So thank you, Councillor Joe. Oh, I'm not chairing anymore, so, yep.
Yeah, sorry, we're still in the amendment. So, okay, so amendment moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Joe. Any comments, Councillor Joe? Okay, all right. Okay, the clerks are resetting. Give it a second. We'll just wait for that to come back up. Yeah, but we have... Okay, so we have Councillor Joe seconded. Do we want to reset the queue? I think we did see Councillor Bly first. I'm just going to give the clerks a second to get this order squared away.
Thank you, clerks.
Okay, Councillor Bly, go. Sorry, Councillor Fry. Is it Councillor Bly? Were you on the queue? It is Councillor Fry. Okay, all right. It's not showing us that, but why don't you start? We'll wait for the timer to go. Okay. Okay, there we go. You're up.
Yeah. I think I don't support this striking of VDHO. I think that it's important to have the conversation as part of the report back. I think the VHDO, see, I already messed up the acronym. It's so new to me and all of us. And I think that it's important to have that articulation of whether or not this would work with the VHDO and why. And I think that's an opportunity for us to be more transparent with the public. VHDO is not a not controversial proposal, and I think this is an interesting consideration given the context of social housing units that and SRO units that potentially could be displaced in the Granville plan. So I think this is it's a report back. I don't think it takes any thing away from the existing programs, but it could certainly give a little bit of transparency and daylight to what's going on, so that members of the public and indeed members of this council can have surety in our decisions.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bly, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. No, I appreciate Councillor Meisner's sort of general support of this, and we haven't necessarily had this conversation, directly with one another. So maybe there's more context that's not fully understood here, in the sense that this is really about getting information back that we don't already have. This is about data and evidence-based decision making. We don't have that information. This isn't coming from personal ideology. This is coming from what I've heard from the public, saying that they want deeply affordable housing. They just want options for more affordable housing. What this is identifying is that the city is not a for-profit developer. The city is a public service amenities delivery mechanism. And part of what we see as public service and amenities delivery now is housing and affordable housing. And we don't actually have a lot of options. The previous amendment from Councillor Meisner is noble, but we don't control any of it. We're asking for the province to do something that we have been asking for the province to do for a long time, which is respond to crisis state housing at the Lugat for years, and nothing has happened. So I'm not saying that I'm not hopeful that that advocacy won't be useful. I'm just saying that we also have to balance that with the elements that we do control. I have a question of staff, and I don't mean to put them on the spot, but in the context of social housing as it relates to non-market housing projects, the point of information as it's been struck through there, social housing, what is the income range definition for social housing in the context of this?
So social, and there's various different definitions of social housing, but I think social housing generally is housing that is non-market, so it's owned by a nonprofit or government. The city has, our typical definition of social housing is that 1/3 of the units are at hills, a minimum. The rest of the units could be at market rate. But again, there's a whole range of different permutations and combinations in that regard.
Right. So if
The city's definition generally across the city, as our typical definition, is 30% at hills.
thank you very much. So what we're talking about here is that if somebody's working in a bar on Granville Street and they make $50,000 a year, 30% of their income goes to housing. That's hills. And then 70% of their income goes back into going to the restaurants on Granville Street, buying the goods and services from the businesses on Granville Street. We have to recognize here that we are not in the business of market housing in order to retain profits that go wherever. We're in the business of building a city where people of all income ranges can live and spend money and contribute to the economic development and health of the city. When you go to Montreal, it's been quoted. I was in Montreal not long ago either. Tuesday night, all the bars are full. All the restaurants are full. Wednesday night, cost of housing is about 25% cheaper than Vancouver. People are in the same jobs. What this is asking us to do is consider all of the levers that we have to build slightly more affordable housing than what is contemplated right now in the PEF. And to Councillor Fry's point, this is new. This is not ideological. This is saying, can we please have the information? This is not a Pandora's box. It doesn't open a can of worms. It's a responsible response to what we're hearing from the vast majority of people who live in our city that don't get comfortable jobs like us, but work, shift work in restaurants, in hospitality, that truly cannot afford the places that they are expected to call home. So we want to deepen affordability for housing so we can have a thriving economy in our city, because those two things go together. I'll leave it there.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Joe?
Thanks, Chair. So I'd like to ask a question to the, through you, Chair, to the city manager as well. So, yeah, thanks. So looks like this, just question, if we pass this amendment to amendment, if we want to change the, the mandate of VHDO in the future, is council has the ability to do that in the future or not?
Certainly, through the chair, the council can provide direction. The deployment of city land is council's discretion. Again, there are two endowment funds that currently exist. The Property Endowment Fund, which is intended to generate revenue, VAHEF, which is the Affordable Housing Endowment Fund. Vancouver Housing Development Office is working in both spheres, is doing the whole continuum of housing, but I think the focus we're talking about here is the PEF land. Yeah, ultimately, those are council's decisions to make.
Okay, so I understand there's some legal considerations for this VHDO. So if we want to change the direction or mandate, that conversation has to go to in camera first.
There may be some elements here, council, particularly if we're talking about specific properties and the development of specific properties that we would recommend deal with in camera. Obviously, if council is going to be seeking any legal advice, those are the types of discussions that we would be recommending happen in camera as well. But so some of this may be appropriate in camera, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I appreciate the previous amendment brought forward by Councillor Bly. I think I support that in principle, but I'm also okay with this amendment to amendment because of the legal consideration. We have to think about it very carefully. As we understand, there's a specific mandate for VHDO. If we want to change that mandate, we should have a broader conversation, not in the middle of this Granville Street plan discussion. So I believe that if we want to change the direction, we need to have another discussion about the details of this VHDO. So with that, I like to support this amendment to amendment, but also appreciate the previous amendment brought forward by Councilor Bly. Thanks.
Thanks, Councilor Joe. Councilor Meisner, you have the floor.
Thank you. I had a question first, if I may, Chair, to staff.
Yep, go ahead.
In VAHEF, is there shelter rate housing in the VAHEF portfolio?
I'll let the Deputy City Manager speak to that. We do have
For the question, yes, there are.
Okay.
We can certainly get you the numbers of shelter rate housing within the non-market housing portfolio, but yes, we do.
Okay, so there's no issue with accommodating shelter rate
None,
replacement of these SROs?
not at all. In fact, it actually fits the mandate perfectly.
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
Thanks, Councilor Meisner. I'm going to take the opportunity to make a comment myself, which I think I can do while acting as chair. Just in response to the comment, listening intently to the dialogue around the table, and I think the comment was made, we're not in the business of generating revenue. We have to provide affordability. So yes, we have to provide affordability, but we have a $500 million annual infrastructure deficit. If we do not find alternative ways in an ethereal and long hoped for new municipal funding model is not coming through at this point in time, we have some very significant needs to invest in all those things that are important in our city. We're talking about things in the Granville Street plan, for example, like investing in the public space in the public realm, the need for better quality housing, deepening affordability, and so on. The intention of the VHDO, or the Vancouver Housing Development Office, for those that don't know, and probably thought they were just coming to a conversation today about the Granville Street plan, and now we're into a much bigger dialogue around very broad overarching policies. I'd suggest there's probably a different forum for this conversation, as Councillor Joe mentioned, but is specifically to generate revenue, to provide a non-property tax stream of revenue that doesn't place undue burden on property taxpayers, to deliver that income that will allow us to invest in those priorities of the city, like affordable housing, like other components. This is what UBC did. It was modeled on the UBC Land Trust, incredibly successfully set up back in the day by Bob Lee, and is cited as, I think, the most successful endowment in North America for a university model. That is what the VHDO is envisioned as, is bringing that model into the city to allow the city to show innovation and be one of the first, I think, not sure, I'm looked to staff to keep us honest when we received a briefing about that, in the country in North America, that will allow us to generate that kind of revenue to deal with a lot of those incredible priorities. If we want, in the future, it could be more retractable bollards. It could be all those great things that we are talking about. If we do inclusionary in every single project, and that's why we have two different streams. We have the VHDO, and we have a VAHEF, again, for those that thought they were coming to a Granville Street conversation, which is the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund, run by Vancouver VAHA, the Vancouver Affordable Housing Agency. That's the mandate, because we can do both. It's called, walking and chewing gum at the same time, because all of that contributes to a healthy ecosystem. Money coming in so that we can generate and provide all of that. We have seen the challenges of doing that, and this is our light forward, to be honest, to try to dig out and actually invest in a lot of those pieces. So I do think that we're getting way off scope here from what is about the Granville plan. I appreciated, again, the earlier amendments that we had, thoughtful ones from Councillor Meisner and Councillor Orr, around dealing with the very imminent SRA housing and providing more dignified housing and replacement, and expediting and advancing that advocacy. But I think we need to sort of get back on track with the plan here, and I will support the amendment as proposed by Councillor Meisner for the reasons that I have hopefully clearly stated. Thank you. And now I will, Councillor Orr, you have the floor.
For that clarification, and I think there is like a lot of confusion around that, around these two offices, and that's really excellent. And I really think that's what the original amendment was trying to get to clarify that. So I really appreciate that. I don't think it's really tough for me, because I think I agree with kind of both of these amendments in some versions, right? And I appreciate what Councillor Bly said about service workers in the hospitality industry. As 2 months ago, I was one, and it was a struggle. So if we can look at all of our options to getting that deep affordability that so many residents reminded us in just recently, and just really think like exploring all those options and getting that information out into the public. I know we just did, but just getting this, I think it's just because it's a report back to staff. I just think we need that. I don't think it changes the mandate. I don't think we're asking to change the mandate of VDHO. I just think it's just asking for that clarification and what we can do and use all the tools in our toolkit to get to that point of deep affordability. So that's why I support the original amendment. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Seeing no one else in the queue, I'm going to ask the clerk to take us to a vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Chair, this is Councillor Klassen. Can I get a vote in support, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Klassen. And I don't have a screen, so I'm just going to wait for that vote to come up. Okay, and that amendment to the amendment has passed with Councillor Bly, Fry, or Maloney in opposition. And now I'll turn the chair back to you, Councillor Meisner.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go back to the Amendment Q1. That's holdover for me. Councillor Fry, any additional comments?
So we're still on the amendment?
We're on the amendment as amended.
No, then I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Bly?
Yeah, thanks. I'll just be really brief to say that I appreciate that we're at least opening the door to a conversation with the amended version. I think it's a miss to not have explored the full options that were initially moved, but there's time in the future for that, I guess. And just to say that, you know, I too want to get back to talking about the Granville plan, but the reality is the Granville plan is a priority because of a huge shortage in housing, and the renewal of the Granville plan is necessary because we need to be planning for where people are going to live, where workers are going to live in our city. And so I just, you know, appreciate the wrestling around with this in the amendments to the amendments. But I do think what I've heard in the debate is a desire to leverage the PEF for affordable housing. What I also heard is we'll either do it way later down the road, or we could have supported the original amendment to get it done right away. And as far as I know, housing's needed now, not later, behind bollards and other things. So I'll go with this because it's better than nothing, and I look forward to building on it in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Seeing no one else on the queue, we'll now vote on the amendment as amended. Okay, that passes. Clerk, is there a... Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't believe Councillor Klassen is online anymore. Okay. Okay, so we'll now go back, I guess, to the main queue. And I see Councillor Bly on the queue. Any other comments?
And this is on the report overall?
Yes, I believe we're back on the main queue.
Yes, so thank you very much. So I just want to thank staff for all of the work. We've had obviously a very important conversation. We're looking at a 30-year renewal of an area that needs renewal right away and can't wait for the bigger picture. You know, I think at the end of the day, revitalizing Granville Street is a very exciting opportunity for the city. Of course, it has to be balanced with strong commitments to housing, as we've been discussing for the last hour or so. It means preserving and upgrading the housing need in and around the area, and I support the need to lift up Granville Entertainment District as that very district itself. It's something our city actually doesn't have in a meaningful way, and I think it's a very exciting prospect for us to do this and to do it well. It's going to start with development, redevelopment of the area. That's always tricky. The public doesn't necessarily understand that phasing projects as big as this mean that the expectation is the infrastructure will be there or the placemaking will be there, and we just know that development actually does, and redevelopment has to come first. So I just want to underscore this wasn't opportunistic to bring the housing into the conversation. It's just the reality of what we're dealing with right now in this area. So at the end of the day, I think Granville remains a place where there's deep history. There's an opportunity for arts and culture to thrive. The nightlife and also the daytime life is an exciting prospect of people on the street. Would love to see more plaza, patio, just sort of natural integration between how people are enjoying their time out on Granville Street. And also that, folks in and around Granville Street see themselves as part of that renewal. And so making sure that we have cohesive and thoughtful and clear considerations for what people currently use Granville Street as, to make sure that they can access those services. There are, the gathering places not too far away. There's other supportive housing up on how we need renewal actually of a much broader area than just this Granville Street, and beyond, of course, with the Bridgehead and the CBD district as well. So I'm generally supportive. I'm supportive of shifting some of the housing structures around Granville Street. And I think that just careful consideration of what that looks like is what staff know to do and do very well and have always done. So I look forward to seeing this work advance in the different phasing, and just want to thank Councillor Maloney for the work in bringing forward a very thoughtful amendment that keeps pedestrianization and active transportation safe, and an opportunity that it ought to be in a renewal plan like we see here with Granville Street. So thanks very much to staff, and also to the speakers and community advocates that I know have been on this for a very long time. Downtown Van, Destination Vancouver, Nate, who's here, and many, many others, and Laura. This really has been a community-led effort, and I think it's a great opportunity for our city. Thanks.
Great, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. In closing then, I guess lots to like in this plan. First and foremost, I really appreciate the attention and the care towards Granville Street, which historically has been the most iconic street in our city. But without a doubt, I think we can all agree that Granville Street's seen better days. And, from Theatre Row, the Great White Way, it was once known as having the most concentration of neon signs in North America. And it has been, and it always had the potential to exemplify vibrant and exciting city life. And here's where I get all nostalgic. When I was a kid, I used to catch the bus and go to see the movies on Granville Street, and then I'd pop in at the Crack-A-Joke or the poster shop, or the comic book shop. And then later, as I got older, it was the punk shops, and it was the record shops and the arcades. And then when I was even older, it was the bars and the billiard halls. And when I opened my first business, it was on Granville Street, because Granville Street was where it's at. A big part of that was the prominence of transit as a transit mall. Traveling along Granville by bus was an invitation to soak in all the vibrancy and get the pulse of the street, day or night. And so, when I hear 21,000 people, I think the TransLink guy corrected our numbers there. It's 21,000 people a day traverse Granville by bus. And it facilitates those clean connections to SkyTrain, to C-Bus, to express buses to the North Shore. Granville is the original great transit street, going back to before buses, when it was a streetcar street, and generations of Vancouverites would travel from all over our city to meet at the Burke's Clock. And as I've mentioned previously in these chambers, my late step-grandparents had a Fonzie photo on their mantle from their first date, where they took streetcars respectively to meet up at the Burke's Clock, like 70-something years ago. So Granville has long existed as a functional and vibrant transit mall. What's changed has been the loss of retail and commercial vibrancy. And as a result, its success as a pedestrian mall has sort of ebbed and waned. And so while I'm not totally sold on the idea that a pedestrian mall exclusively is the panacea to revitalize our moribund, once great namesake street, I appreciate the phased approach that's contemplated here, with the focus first and foremost on revitalizing the businesses and bustle that will make Granville a great street again. To my mind, and what excites me most about this planning approach is a rethink that will give Granville a 24/7 lens and a vibrant mix of commercial, retail, entertainment, and hospitality uses. I'm also encouraged that staff suggests that there could be flexibility in uses and licensing moving forward to enable that kind of vibrancy and excitement. And to that end, I think the proposal to restrict residential uses in the entertainment district makes a lot of sense to minimize those sort of conflicts and allow that vibrancy to happen. I also think the focus on fair and equitable SRA replacement needs to be considered in ways that doesn't necessarily force residents farther into the downtown east side. Irrespective of any purported ban on new supportive housing, I think that's an important piece to kind of frame here. On the whole, I think this is an excellent and timely intervention to reimagine and revitalize Granville. I look forward to the work ahead. Thanks to all the staff for all the work on this. Thanks to the public and the folks who leaned in and did a lot of heavy lifting as members of the community and businesses. And thank you to my colleagues for the thoughtful amendments that were included in this today. I think this is all good. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I will be brief. So I'm also very excited to support this Granville Street plan. I think it's a very bold and thoughtful roadmap for revitalizing one of Vancouver's most iconic streets. I want to thank staff for their incredible work on this comprehensive plan, and also for all the committee members, partners who share their insight and feedback during the public engagement process. I think your voice really helped to shape this vision of this amazing plan ahead of us. Granville has always been the heart of our city's cultural hub, and this plan's reimagine is as a vibrant, inclusive, and world-class destinations for live music, nightlife, civic gathering, and pedestrian-friendly spaces. And also very important for hotels. It's much needed in these particular areas, and also the surrounding streets. I want to emphasize that as well. I think Granville Street is ready for the next chapter. And also, let's bring the energy back and make Granville Street shine day and night, all year around. And it's important today we're laying the foundation for a safer, more vibrant, and more welcoming Granville Street for everyone. I think it's especially important right now because we saw the closure of the Bay and other major retailers are at risk to be closed. So it's very important with this plan, we hope to bring more residents, more tourists back to this Granville Street. And also, really appreciate all the thoughtful amendment passed today. I think it will make this plan stronger. So with that, 100% support this report. Thanks, Chair.
Hey, thanks, Councillor Joe, and I'll just turn the chair over to Acting Mayor Kirby-Yung. Thank you. Thanks to everyone from the community who spoke in support of the plan to revitalize Granville Street, and to staff for your vision and all your work on the Granville Street plan. I think it's really exciting, really thoughtful, and well thought out plan. And I really think this is a pivotal moment for downtown and for our entertainment district, and that your efforts in the plan are going to really transform Granville Street into something special and exciting. The time is now for the revitalization of Granville Street. It's no secret that the street has been struggling. We've heard in the news about a 30% vacancy rate in terms of storefronts, and many Vancouverites and visitors having a negative impression of the street and poor perceptions of safety. And the street is just too important to see it decline. This is the entertainment and nightlife center of the whole Lower Mainland. And it really can be an incredible space and venue for visitors and residents. And I really believe this plan is going to help us achieve this. I also just want to note it's really rare to see such alignment on a planning initiative. I don't think we had a single speaker that was opposed to the plan. It signals how important this street is to our city's identity. And I think the collective recognition that change is needed. And I really feel that this plan achieves that. I also appreciate all the thoughtful amendments today from my colleagues that I think make the plan even better. And I'm really proud to be part of a council that's advancing an exciting revitalization of Granville Street. And I'm looking forward to seeing positive changes as we strengthen Granville Street to retake the crown as Vancouver's preeminent entertainment district. So thank you. And I'll take the chair back and advance to Councillor Maloney.
Thank you. Thank you very much to staff and all the community members that contributed to this plan. I particularly want to thank my colleagues that focused so well on the housing issues that are raised by this plan. I focused my time on transport, knowing that the housing issues were in good hands with the very thoughtful comments and questions and amendments that were brought. But I do want to say that homelessness is it's a crisis, an increasing crisis in our city, and it affects the homeless people first and foremost, but it affects everything that we do and plan. And, you know, we saw one comment from a public speaker about how we should not make this area pedestrianised because of because of homeless people. And I feel very strongly that homelessness shouldn't be used as a reason to prevent projects in the city, particularly pedestrianised areas. Homelessness is solved by housing and not denying ourselves great destination streets downtown. So thank you very much. I do also want to, on a lighter note, say that I'm super excited about more neon signs along Granville Street. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maloney. And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. In closing, again, I just want to reiterate, this is a really important move forward because I think we have to remember why we're doing this. We have, as we heard, we haven't touched the Granville Street plan since inception of the city. Daytime activity remains low. Things that we heard from speakers, retail storefront vacancy rates are at the highest. We have stymied development, and we have left Granville Street expecting it to deliver all the things that we loved about it, the vibrancy and the excitement, while the rest of the city changed around it and didn't give it any levers to modernize and to allow that development. And it's been plagued with, we've seen the impact of that in terms of sort of lack of life on the streets, social issues, all of those intersections playing out. So there is, I think, an urgency to doing this. I think that it was, just looking it up, it was February 2023 when we approved the vision for Granville Street and then this detailed planning process. So here we are now, June 2025. It's about 2 years later. And now I think we just have to get on with it and actually try to bring as many developments forward. So those hotel proposals are in the pipeline. Let's do everything we can to move them over the finish line. People want to build cultural spaces. Let's be flexible about linkage fees and vice versa. And I really appreciate what we heard as well from sort of the integration from both our planning team and our streets team, transportation. They're all here together around dedicating efforts to supporting a better public realm, whether it's the cleaning, the furniture, the other things that are happening, and while we plan for the longer term piece of it. The transit piece is going to be a bit of a nut to crack in terms of the bus riders. Clearly there's work to do there. The opportunities for pedestrianization are exciting, but I would love to see organizations like the Belmont or others that held off because the Belmont got turned down for their neon sign last time, but having other folks that might want to come forward, now's the time. Bring your signage, new pieces forward and put some up with pride and restore the street. If you look back at the history of it, you used to have the Vancouver Opera, you have the Vogue, you had the Commodore, you've got the Orpheum, a couple of those that are still standing today. And we can keep that history without, and still have a new, fresh, modern version for Granville Street. So you can still go down and dance on the floor of the Commodore, right? And sort of enjoy that kind of, up and down. I'm sure there's a more technical word for that, but that bouncy floor, the retractable floor, or go see a band. But you can also go to something new, like the rec room, right? That can also bring in families and having people come in at different times of the day. So I think really the takeaway here is great plan. Thank you for all the work. Thank you for industry for your ongoing and exhaustive advocacy. Hopefully you don't feel exhausted, but let's just do some things now and get some things moving. So I appreciate the work and I'm excited and looking forward to revitalize Granville Street once again in the heart of downtown Vancouver. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, seeing no one else on the queue, we'll now go to the vote. Okay, that passes unanimously. And that completes report 1. Thank you, everyone. Ooh, that was only report 1. Okay. Today, I know. Thanks, everybody. Okay, everyone, we are going to resume with the agenda. We have a few more things to get to today. Thanks again to staff for being here for that first item. So we will now move to, I'm just going to make sure I have quorum here. Yeah, okay. We're now going to move to report 2. This is 2025 cultural grants, projects, capacity, and cultural spaces. And just a reminder that this particular item is a 2/3 majority vote. We will need 8 votes in order to pass these recommendations. So before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, I'm not seeing any conflict. This item does not have a team member presentation. And committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members on this particular item. Councillor Kirby-Young, please go ahead.
I think that's a holdover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. I'm going to put myself on the queue here as I have an amendment to the report.
Chair, I have a point of procedure. Do we not have speakers first?
We do have, yes, sorry, we do have speakers. Apologies. So we'll do that first. Thank you for the reminder. So we do have registered speakers for this report. So we will now turn to the registered speakers. So public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first speaker is Brent Constantine.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Brent. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm in support. I live in Vancouver. Just quickly, want to thank Council for their continued support to arts and culture spaces in the city and the importance of access to these grants for organizations and events and individual artists that very likely wouldn't be able to exist or continue without funding like this. And I want to thank the Cultural Services team for all the hard work that they do with these grant programs, reviewing and helping applicants through the process to make the applications a lot more accessible than other grant programs that I've been through. And finally, just wanted to note the outstanding needs that continue to exist for space providers and arts organizations that you can see here in this report with the number of unfunded projects. Not that they're not good projects, but just there's not enough money to go to everybody, and it's something to consider going forward if there's opportunity to increase funding in the future to include more of the city's cultural community and spaces so they can offer their services to Vancouver. So thanks so much. That's all I've got to say.
Great. Thanks, Brent. Now go to speaker 2, Grace Nombrado.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Grace. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm Grace Nombrado, Executive Director of Free the Fern Stewardship Society, which is a nonprofit that stewards the Champlain Heights Trail System in South Vancouver. And I'm speaking in support of the Communities and Artists Shifting Cultures grant. With the support of this grant, my nonprofit is planning to run an Eco Arts Festival on June 28th. Eco art is the art of the natural world, such as weaving, dyeing, print, and paper making with plants. And an Eco Arts Festival will allow those with diverse backgrounds, ages, and abilities to gather and connect with the natural world through art. When people are allowed to connect with the natural world, they can begin to love it and care for it. And this is how stewardship of our parks and green spaces starts, through an invitation to connect with nature. Communities and Artists Shifting Cultures grant and other funding from the city is essential for local nonprofits such as ours. And the benefits of this funding is exponential. What I mean by that is funding is like dropping a stone in a pond and watching the ripples continue outward. As the Communities and Artists Shifting Culture grant will not only directly benefit local nonprofits by allowing them to run arts programming, but it also benefits the local artists who will be hired for the programming. Further, these artists will provide benefit to the local residents who will be invited to connect and create art together, improving their sense of place, connection with others, and mental health. Further on, the funding will benefit the local economy. When people gather in place, they often spend money in place. So local restaurants and shops will benefit. So when you consider investing in local arts, remember that the value of your investment will grow exponentially. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling today. We'll now go to speaker number 3, which is Suzanne Anton in person.
Chair, councillors, thank you for having us here today. I'm here to speak to an amendment, which I don't know if it's on the floor yet or if you'd like me to speak in advance.
You would just speak in general to the report, and yes, I have shared with you I need to bring an amendment.
So I am in support. I'm the chair of the Vancouver Cultural Precinct, which is a project of the Vancouver Concert Hall and Theatre Society, and I'm here in support of the report. Although we were one of the organizations actually turned down, I'm not at all complaining about that because I think that the report that staff has put before you is important, and the organizations which have received that funding, I know they're smaller organizations, and in the position I've been in for the last couple of years now, I hear from so many people, as you do, about their desperate need for space and their help with that space. We are hoping, and what we would like to recommend is that we, in the Vancouver Cultural Precinct, work with staff for an alternate source of the funding that we were seeking, which is $250,000. We would like to recommend that come from the Cole Harbour Concert Hall Reserve. So I'll give you a little bit of history. In 1991, when Marathon Properties developed Cole Harbour, one of the amenities at that time was to be a concert hall. And funnily enough, it was a medium-sized concert hall with a smaller secondary theatre and an outdoor plaza. And coincidentally, that is exactly what our needs assessment, which we brought before you a few weeks ago, has identified exactly the same thing. I don't know, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, the convention center at the time grew in size. The concert hall sunk into Burrard Inlet, and the money, so the convention center project got bigger, the concert hall disappeared, but the funds were put into a reserve account in 2003, and those funds have been well stewarded by the city since then, and they remain in a city account. So we are hoping, and we would like to suggest, Chair, that the funding that we need for the next stage of our report be given to us out of that reserve fund. And the next speaker, Mr. Smith, will describe how that would be used. But in the meantime, I'd just like to give you a more on our coalition. When we were here before a few weeks ago, there were 26 organizations in our coalition. I am very pleased, Councillor Joe, that the Vancouver Cantonese Opera has now joined us. And thank you to Councillor Joe for bringing forward a few other Chinese language organizations, which we anticipate more of them will be joining us. We also have 2 more supporting organizations, which we're very keen. These are not direct participants, but they support us. Real Wheels Theatre, I don't know if this council is familiar with them, that they do outstanding work, and the Vancouver Chinese Cultural Centre are both expressing their support, along with many other organizations. So we feel that this is a unique moment in Vancouver's history with these record number of participants, a very keen, very broad coalition across the performing arts, with the performing arts of choral, dance, and symphonic. And we, as you know, have established our needs assessment. We are now want to move ahead with a more detailed project planning to determine where, when, and what. And that will take another year or so. And with that, Chair, I will thank you for your continued support from this council. And I think the next speaker will tell you more about the next part of the project that we're planning.
Great, thank you. We'll now go to speaker 4, Stannis Smith.
Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, members of council, for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion today, and specifically the $250,000 that Suzanne mentioned. My name is Stannis Smith. I'm an architect, board member of the Vancouver Concert Hall and Theatre Society, as well as vice chair of the Vancouver Opera. And to the point that was raised during a previous agenda item, I'm also a board member of the Rick Hansen Foundation, and I'll be bringing the accessibility lens to this project. In my professional capacity, I've been responsible for leading major building projects, both locally and internationally, and I was also personally involved in the renovations to the Queen Elizabeth Playhouse and Orpheum that were done prior to the 2010 Olympics. As Susan has said, our current initiative is unique in 2 respects. Firstly, it is a consortium of the 27 largest performing arts groups in the city that have come together in pursuit of a common dream. Secondly, we are pursuing this dream in a methodical, disciplined, and cost-conscious fashion. The study that we recently completed and presented to you was a needs assessment that answered the key question, why? Why are we proposing to add new or renovated facilities to Vancouver? In summary, that study demonstrated that both in terms of quality and quantity, Vancouver's performing arts facilities are significantly inferior to those of other comparable Canadian and international peers. And having established the need, the study included conceptual drawings of 3 different options in 3 different locations. The next study, for which we are requesting your support today, is intended to engage our stakeholders, First Nations, civic theatres, and others in a process that will take the previous work and develop a single recommended concept that has been properly costed. To the extent that this concept involves renovated facilities, we intend to do sufficient due diligence to make sure that the existing facilities, notably the Orpheum, Queenie, and Playhouse, can be brought up to current standards within reasonable cost. This next study is crucial for us to be able to commence a capital campaign with materials that are credible, and we envisage the stage taking about 13 months. You may be wondering why we are requesting an amount of $250,000, which is significantly more than the cost of the previous study. The reason is that a significant design team will be needed in order to do the level of due diligence necessary for us to prepare reliable cost estimates. It'll include architects, structural, mechanical, and electrical engineers, theatrical and acoustic consultants, and cost consultants. So we would like to thank you in advance and acknowledge the creative thinking that has gone into including our $250,000 request into the current grant cycle. And these funds will enable us to maintain the momentum of this visionary project, which we believe will be transformational for the city. Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. That is the end of our speakers list. Thank you to everyone for speaking to the Standing Committee. I see Councillor Bly on the queue. Would you like to move the motion?
Yes, but before I do, point of procedure through you or to you as the chair. And I just want to get clarification from the clerks on process here, because it is odd to have commentary about a motion that's not yet on the floor. And I just want to clarify that we're following procedure. While I appreciate and respect all the work the speakers, so irrespective of the actual topic that speakers have brought forward, could you clarify the process for council? I don't know it, and I just want to double check that we're following good procedure in this case. And I'll just use as an example that typically something like this, like a single source funding option, would come forward as a motion so that the public could engage properly with that. No, so I'm just point of procedure. Speaker spoke to something that is not currently
Understand,
in the report.
and that's as a result of a conversation that we've had, but I'll let the clerk just respond.
As I understand it, there was no staff presentation, but questions could be asked of staff. Then speakers are heard, and then a motion might be considered, debate, and decision.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'm happy to move the recommendations and do so and speak in support of what's before us right now, notwithstanding the public comments, which I look forward to discussing when that amendment comes forward. And this is the process that we have before us. So I'm happy to support the recommendations in the report and look forward to further discussion as it evolves.
Great. So were you going to move that motion, Councillor
I did.
Bly? Okay. So can I get a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. So committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Montague.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Noting that these types of decisions require 8 members of council to move them forward, and there's only 8 of us in the chamber here, I was actually planning to sever. Noting that if there was one organization that I don't think the city should be investing in. However, it is a very small amount, and if I do sever, it will not pass. If that occurs, then there are a number of organizations that will get a very lengthy delay in their funding. I'm not going to do that. But I will encourage, I know there's a lot of work going into how grants are recommended and reviewed. I hope that that work continues. But I just wanted to highlight that I was planning on severing for the vote because of a single organization. But because of that, many organizations, very well-deserving organizations, wouldn't get their funding. So I'm going to, for the sake of a very small amount of grant money, I'm going to not sever. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this amendment, and I appreciate the work that's been going into this.
It's not on the floor yet.
It's not an
amendment's not on the floor yet.
Oh, well then, never mind. But well, actually, then, okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay, I do have an amendment that may come as a surprise, but I'll just have to pass the chair to Acting Mayor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, happy to take that on, and I appreciate the note of humor. When we get to the amendment, I will maybe preface this since we have a copy of it, and I know that Councillor Meiser is going to introduce it by saying I believe we may have a different voting threshold for this amendment versus the grant reports, but I'll just ask the clerk to confirm that. But in the meanwhile, I'll ask Councillor Meisner to introduce your amendment, please.
Sure, thank you. Okay, thanks everybody. Apologies for the confusion this morning. Just based on some comments from 2 of our speakers. Yes, I have been actively engaged with the society around the Cultural Precinct Project, as Councillor Kirby-Young and Councillor Joe have been, and Council has heard other motions and requests to advance this, I think, really exciting city building and cultural project for Vancouver. So this funding proposal to essentially kickstart phase 2 of the work to create this new cultural precinct and a new concert hall in Vancouver. The proposal is for it to come from the Cole Harbour Arts Complex Reserve Fund. So as was mentioned by our speakers, that was created when the residential area in Cole Harbour was developed 20, 30 years ago. And it's my understanding there is I don't know the exact number, but I believe it's over $30 million that's in that fund. So I think that this is a reasonable ask to explore allocating some of that money to fund phase 2 of the feasibility study. So that's what the motion is intended to do, or the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meiser, seconded by Councillor Joe. Is there any discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'll ask the clerk. Oh, just under the wire, Councillor Bly, go ahead. Can we advance, Councillor Bly,
Thank you
please?
very much. So I just, point of information, I appreciate the work that's going into the cultural precinct efforts, and we've talked about this at council before. I'm not as familiar with the fund, and just wonder through point of information, through you, Chair, if we can hear from the city manager in terms of understanding the fund itself and the way that it's accessed and utilized by the community in terms of support for cultural grants. Is this typical? And also, $30 million is a lot of money in a fund. So maybe just a little bit more context around that.
Thanks, Chair. So the reserve comprises funds that were received by the city as an amenity contribution a number of decades ago, with the intent that they would be allocated to the construction of an arts complex, performing arts complex in Cole Harbour. As Anton spoke to, that hasn't materialized for a number of reasons, just based on how Cole Harbour has developed out. So the money is still there in a reserve. It is not accessed typically for anything. It is waiting for council direction on how that money should be allocated, presumably to some cultural amenity. I think that would be the expectation. There is going to be no facility as contemplated in Cole Harbour. So someday council will have to make a decision around what to do with these funds. So they have not been allocated to date for any purpose, but notionally, I think the decision for council, this use, we believe, is reasonably consistent with what the amenity was received for. So in that respect, it would be appropriate if and when council decides to make that decision. In this case, that would be following a report back from staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Just one quick follow-up of point of information through you, Chair, to the city manager, is that could you share, is there anything else in terms of criteria of how the funds can be used? Is there any other detail that you can share with council at this time that's different from what we would normally use a cultural grant for?
Thanks, Chair. I would suggest that probably the best way is that for us to include that in a report back around what the appropriate conditions or criteria for council to consider in allocating these funds. We can certainly report that as part of our work on this piece.
Okay, that would be great. Well, with that, I'm happy to support. This is not typical practice, but I also recognize I didn't know anything really of great material and detail about this fund. So I think it's actually an important and interesting daylighting of something that I know Suzanne Anton has a lot of historical knowledge of the city from a time on council and other very important roles. So appreciate this opportunity to consider this. It's a report back, and I look forward to learning more, as well as the broader sort of criteria for this. We've got many, many arts organizations and cultural organizations that are struggling at the moment, and a thoughtful sort of contemplation of any funds, including this one here, I think is critically important. So I will leave it there for now, and I'll have more to share in the future when we get more information back.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Maloney, you're on deck. Can we advance Councillor Maloney, please? Sorry, just want to stop Councillor Bly's clock and advance yours. Yep. Okay, you're good. Go ahead.
I am very supportive of getting more information about this fund, and it does sound consistent with the aims of the Arts Precinct, which is a project that I am very supportive of. So I will be supportive of this amendment.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Maloney. I'm going to take the opportunity to provide a comment myself. And I think that what's appropriate to me here, and the distinction is that this recognizes that this is a city-making potential to develop a cultural precinct, a natural asset. That to me is fundamentally different than ongoing grant programs. And there's a significant distinction there, as was referenced by our staff. This fund, I understand, accrued through development contributions, and there is no space as envisioned originally in Cole Harbour, but we do have an opportunity pursuant to the discussion at council just last month. It doesn't seem like long ago to actually, we just talked about the Granville Street plan, but to develop another city-making opportunity here with a cultural precinct in conjunction with the Envision New Vancouver Art Gallery. And I think that this is a very appropriate use of funds. For me, language in here that's really pertinent is that it's a city-making potential. And again, we're looking at an infrastructure piece here. So this is not a fund, I think, this Envision we wanted to have people taking a run at for sort of regular grants, but I think it definitely fits within the spirit of it. And it's a way for us to support this work, as council has been very vocal about, and I think supported the motion last month unanimously, and the motion before that also. And so I am happy to support it, and I look forward to that. I will just ask the clerk to confirm that on the amendment that this, because we're not applying a grant, and this is simply a report back, we're not awarding any funds at this point, that this is simply a majority vote. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, just so the council are aware. So we'll take us to a voting screen now. Okay, that completes the vote with none in opposition. Otherwise passed unanimously, and I'll hand it back to you, Chair Meisner.
Okay, thank you so much. So that was on the amendment. So we'll now vote on the motion as amended. Okay, and that passes unanimously. So that completes report 2. Thank you, everyone. Okay, next report is report 5. One moment here. So report 5 is contract award for digital infrastructure and innovation for FIFA World Cup 26, FWC 26 in Vancouver. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to disclose it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, not seen any. So this item does not have a team member presentation. Committee members, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Councillor Bly, please go ahead.
Nope, I'm good. That's a holdover.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions from council, so we will now go to speakers on this report. So public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Paul Mulangu. I believe they're in person, but I don't see them.
I'll just check the phone line. No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we just had the one speaker, so that is the end of our speakers list. Would someone like to move a motion? Okay, moved by Councillor Joe. Seconder? Councillor Kirby-Young. Committee members, any discussion? Not seeing any discussion. So I'll now call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen. And committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that passes unanimously. So that completes Report 5. Thank you. We will now move to council member motions. First motion is Motion 1, declaring housing as a human right, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Orr. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes they are in a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, not seeing anybody. So Councillor Orr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm bringing this forward, this motion today in support of a province-wide campaign calling on the government of British Columbia to formally recognize housing as a human right. We just saw, discussion about the Granville Entertainment District, with renderings of people on the street. But in those renderings, there were no homeless people, and maybe that's inadvertently considering that we can end homelessness. Housing is not a luxury; it is the foundation for safety, health, dignity, and participation in society. Yet across Vancouver and the province, we continue to see escalating homelessness, unaffordable rents, and precarious living conditions that are driving people into poverty or keeping them there. This campaign, led by the BC Poverty Reduction Coalition and supported by a growing number of organizations and municipalities, calls on the province to recognize housing as a human right in legislation and to develop a fully funded, accountable, and transparent provincial housing strategy. Working closely towards truly affordable, adequate, and appropriate housing for everyone, especially those historically marginalized, Indigenous people, racialized communities, people with disabilities, low-income workers, and youth aging out of care. As a city, we can do what we can, but municipal governments do not have the resources or authority to address this crisis alone. We need strong provincial framework that treats housing not as a commodity, but as a public good, a basic human right. Supporting this motion is not symbolic, it's part of aligning ourselves with the growing, uniting call across the province for systemic change. Let's stand with our residents, our partners, and the BC Poverty Reduction Coalition to affirm housing is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Orr. So this motion is being seconded by Councillor Fry, and we'll now hear from registered speakers to the motion. So public speakers should state whether they are in support or opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask of speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Sasha Burton. Not on the phone? Okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 2, Lisa Gilmore. Okay, we can come back to them. Speaker 3, Richard Campbell. Oh, okay. Speaker 4, Erin Arnold.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Erin Arnold. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking in support of this motion as an individual and as a renter. My background is in child and youth care counseling and victim services management. I currently sit on 6 boards in this municipality and feel passionately about declaring housing as a human right. My rationale is my firsthand experience as a former single mother years ago struggling to find adequate rental housing for my son and myself. After an extensive search, I was one of the lucky ones. I believe being a white woman with only one child, educated, and having a good job likely helped my case. Why should the color of one's skin, the number of children, or if they went to university make a difference in providing shelter to women and children in this city? Everyone deserves the right to dignity and housing equity. Please implement accountability processes to address systemic inadequacy in housing outcomes. In many of my board roles, I see more women, children, people with disabilities, and people of marginalized groups living in cars and couch surfing than any other population. These folks are often missed in the homeless count, are invisible in our unhoused population. Members of our city are living in fear and shame. They're afraid their children will be apprehended if they admit that they are unhoused. With this ongoing housing crisis, the stress is rising for the unhoused. In the city of the size and wealth, we deserve to care for the next generation and prevent a cycle of poverty continuing. Complex trauma is a key element with the unhoused. We need to prevent further isolation and harm to this population. This is urgent. Time is of the essence. Please prioritize housing development for people facing the most urgent need. Developing a strategy for housing human rights that has an Indigenous gender-based analysis plus lens is critical. I believe the city does have a role, along with the provincial and federal governments. We can collectively strive for better. I'm involved in all three levels and continue to advocate for the importance of inclusive teamwork. Please do not pass this issue along to other jurisdictions. You too have a valuable role in declaring housing a human right. Thank you for your time and consideration in considering voting in favor of declaring housing as a human right.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, speaker 5, Parker Mazal. Parker, it says in person. Oh, okay, we'll come back to them. Speaker 6, Suzanne Biggs. Are they on the phone?
We see them on the phone. Perhaps the speaker could unmute themselves.
Have a technical issue, perhaps, or is it?
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Hi, this is Suzanne.
Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Sorry, I am a resident of Vancouver and I'm in support of the motion. As a former registered nurse, I regularly saw the health impacts faced by patients without adequate housing. From diagnosis to follow-up, those with unstable housing experience barriers to maintaining their health. Barriers lead to addressing health issues downstream and create complications that are significant. The science here is clear that patients without housing suffer harsh and undue impacts that could be prevented if we embraced upstream thinking and affirmed housing as a human right. While patients are suffering, so are healthcare professionals. Healthcare professionals everywhere witness the preventable impacts and suffer moral injury, knowing that whatever medical intervention they give today cannot truly offset the medical problems unstable housing causes in the long run. It's a losing position for healthcare professionals. And any healthcare professional can tell you housing is healthcare. This has been demonstrated over and over again by research on the social determinants of health. Affirming housing as a human right puts healthcare providers in a winning position. Help them, help Vancouver. Since I know money speaks, I also want to mention the economics of these issues. Patients with inadequate housing experience new and worsening health issues due to their housing insecurity. This creates patients who present to healthcare with increasingly complex conditions that require more intensive treatment. A recent Canadian study estimates that healthcare costs for patients with unstable housing are 6 times that of patients who have stable housing. That's 6 times the cost. There is also an overwhelming amount of research that shows providing adequate housing is more cost-effective for cities than operating homeless shelters. The economics is clear. The consequences of inaction are more costly. For healthcare providers, increasing numbers of health-insecure patients with increasingly complex health conditions, we are put in a position to compensate for the lack of social safety nets. But it's an uphill battle that doesn't end. Housing can't be solved in the healthcare system, and it's a heavy burden providers carry the housing crisis on top of their work. I don't have stats for this, but as a nurse who has worked across Vancouver, a former nurse who has worked across Vancouver, I can say it's an incredibly heavy burden to carry, and I have seen how the pressures and moral injuries lead to burnout and turnover among staff at every level. It has real costs. To conclude, the science and the economics are clear. Housing is healthcare, and inaction is the most costly route. But beyond this, there's also a moral reason that it's the right thing to do. How can we be one of the most highly thought of cities in the world and not affirm housing as a human right? Our new federal government has an ambitious housing plan, and it's time to demonstrate our commitment at the local level. We know, especially for housing, local levels like this council play a critical role in building Canada strong. If we're going to stay elbows up, it means looking after our own, and I hope Vancouver is proud to do that. Thank you.
Hey, right on time. Thanks very much, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll now go back to speakers that we didn't get in touch with earlier. So speaker 1, Sasha Burton. Do we have them? on the line?
I am on the line, yes.
Hi. So you have up to, hi. You have up to 3 minutes, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sasha Burton. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I work with the BC Poverty Reduction Coalition. I'm calling in support of this timely and common sense motion. Council members are no strangers to the housing crisis facing people in our city and our province. You've undoubtedly read reams of reports and heard countless stories of precarity, unaffordability, and the exodus from our city in search of places where people can more feasibly build a life. The housing crisis touches every level of government, but none more acutely than at the municipal level. I urge you to join your voices with councillors across BC to leverage your position as the policymakers at the forefront of housing decisions and call on your provincial counterparts to treat housing as a human right. The urgency of a rights-based approach to housing has the potential to spur investment, cut red tape, and instigate meaningful cross-jurisdictional collaboration to ensure everyone has a safe, appropriate, and affordable place to call home. Alignment between the provincial and federal governments about the recognition of housing as a human right is a necessary step towards upholding human rights for everyone in our province. The opportunity you have in front of you as a council today is to advance this conversation about housing as a human right to the Union of BC Municipalities, where you'll convene with municipal counterparts from across the province 4 months from now. I urge you to stand on the side of human rights and to support this motion as presented to move forward to UBCM for a more fulsome discussion. Encouraging the province to recognize housing as a human right has the potential to offer profound benefits to the people of Vancouver and our province as a whole. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Speaker number 2, Lisa Gilmore.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, Lisa. Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name's Lisa. I live in Vancouver. I support the motion to declare housing as a human right. Access to adequate housing was recognized by the United Nations General Assembly in 1948 under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Canada formally agreed to comply with the right to housing under international human rights law in 1976 when it ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. It is now 2025. I live in the West End, and every day I see people in my community looking for a safe place to rest while carrying their entire lives on their backs. From the Canadian Human Rights Commission, in Canada, advancing the human right to adequate housing for all is a shared responsibility between all governments. It requires collaboration and a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples. This shared responsibility is also enshrined in international law. All governments in Canada are required to respect, protect, and fulfill the human right to adequate housing, since international human rights treaties and obligations apply equally at a federal, provincial, territorial, and municipal level. The human right to housing doesn't mean that governments must provide everyone with housing. Instead, it means governments must ensure that the housing system enables everyone to live somewhere in security, peace, and dignity. These measures include legislation, policies, strategies, funding, and programs should prioritize the right to housing for disadvantaged groups and persons experiencing housing need or homelessness. You, as our municipal government, are essential to the success of ensuring that housing as a human right is moved from ideology to action. Vancouver City Council, do not underestimate your leadership powers to create a thriving city where homelessness is preventable, solvable, and truly recognized as the human right of each and everyone who lives here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Richard Campbell. Do we have Richard on the line, speaker 3?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then speaker 5, Parker Massal.
No.
No. Okay. Okay, thank you. That's the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to our committee. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Maloney.
Yeah, I just briefly want to thank Councillor Orr and Fry for bringing this forward, and I think it's really crucial that we pass this to take to UBCM, so I am in support.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Maloney. Seeing no one else on the queue, I'll now call the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Stephen Switch. Just want to acknowledge the work of Teal Phelps Bonadorf in Saanich, who really penned the original motion here and was cobbled together to for us to deliver here at council and bring this forward to UBCM. This is an advocacy motion in the purest form, and as Councillor Orr alluded, this is coming forward from multiple local governments across British Columbia, and I think in light of the legislative pressures that we as local governments are receiving from the province around delivery of housing, I think this is a timely piece to articulate, and I hope that we all get behind this and advocate for it as something coming forward to UBCM with an ask fairly clearly of the province, and it is, I will add, consistent with the federal Declaration of Housing as a Human Right.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else on the queue, so we'll now go to the vote. Okay, that passes unanimously, and that completes motion 1. Thank you. So we'll now go to our next item, motion 2, protecting renters by establishing a tenant advocacy office. And it is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Maloney. Before we begin the agenda item, if anyone believes they're in a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict to disclose? Okay, Councillor Maloney, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. So please go ahead.
In November 2018, Councillor Pete Fry brought forward a motion creating a renter's office at the City of Vancouver. The renter's office became a place for people to access Vancouver-specific resources, referrals and information about tenants' rights, permits, zoning and bylaws. It was a one-stop shop for tenants in Vancouver who were navigating a stressful time regarding their housing. In 2023, the renter's office was closed despite City staff's recommendation for it to continue operating. During the by-election campaign, I promised that my first motion would be to bring back the renter's office, and that's what I'm doing today. Due to a procedural technicality, I am not formally co-moving this motion with Councillor Fry. However, Pete is instrumental in supporting this motion as part of his exemplary track record of standing up for Vancouver's renters. Having spoken to hundreds, if not thousands, of Vancouver's renters during the by-election campaign earlier this year, I heard overwhelmingly that their biggest source of stress was the fear of being evicted. They are worried that they couldn't afford their rent in their neighbourhood if they lose their current housing. They expressed that it is complicated to understand and enforce their rights, and they feel like the city hasn't been listening to them. These folks made their voices heard loud and clear at the ballot box, and I want them to know that we are listening. I'm bringing forward this motion because the city needs a resourced and focused renters office to support Vancouver's tenants, who make up more than half the city's population. A renter office is needed for proactive monitoring and interventions to reduce the stress felt by tenants and ultimately to prevent tenants from becoming homeless when they lose their current housing. Vancouver's former renters office was mainly responsible for enforcing the city's tenant relocation policies when renters are forced to move because a building owner wants to redevelop the property. With the volume of tenants eligible for Broadway plan relocations, the need for this support is rapidly increasing. This motion, which is supported by the Tenant Resource and Advisory Centre, or TRAC, is an opportunity to demonstrate to renters in Vancouver that we are listening and we're prepared to make structural changes within the city to ensure that their needs are proactively addressed in policy formulation, bylaw development and enforcement.
Thanks, Councillor Maloney. Do we have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Fry. Okay, thanks. So we'll now hear from registered speakers for the motion. Public speakers should state whether they're in support or opposition to the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver, if it's not noted on the speakers list. And our first public speaker is Sarah White. And on the phone, I believe.
No.
Not present, okay. We'll come back to them. Speaker 2, Stephen Von Sychowski.
Hello?
Hi, Stephen.
Yep. Yes, hi there. Hi. Thanks for the time today to speak on this motion. My name is Stefan von Suchowski. I'm the president of the Vancouver and District Labor Council, and I'm here to speak in favor of this motion. Our Labor Council represents local unions, approximately 90 local unions in the Vancouver area, with over 60,000 union members. And like the majority of Vancouverites, many of our members are renters. So as a result of the ongoing housing crisis, many of those members are facing housing insecurity and uncertainty, and yet at present, tenants in Vancouver have no clear place to turn for information or assistance. We know, obviously, that TRAC does excellent work, but is not an advocacy or enforcement body, and the BC Residential Tenancy Branch doesn't deal with matters outside of the Residential Tenancy Act. And that's why establishing a tenant advocacy office is so crucial. The labor movement knows well that our rights are really not worth much more than the paper they're printed on if we don't defend, uphold, and enforce them. And the same is true for tenant rights. Vancouver has tenant protections, including some very strong ones contained in the Broadway Plan, which we feel should be expanded. Yet, if they're not well known and they're not strongly enforced, they amount to very little. We need to have an office that can investigate and respond to complaints, but also to be proactive in monitoring and enforcement. And that's where you get, the best outcomes in terms of rights being respected, is when people know that there's proactive enforcement, that somebody's keeping an eye to make sure the rules are followed. So that's why we support ensuring that all of the key powers and responsibilities are noted in the motion, are approved as part of this new body. So enforcement of rules that benefit tenants that do not fall within the jurisdiction of the Residential Tenancy Branch, creation of new enforcement powers like financial penalties or bonds that can be imposed through the development process if a developer is found to be in breach of their obligations. It's an opportunity to enforce the rules and also to generate revenue from those who fail to follow them. Proactive monitoring of developers for compliance with their tenant protection obligations, and coordination with city permits, building inspections, and licensing departments to protect tenants from illegal rent evictions and monitor the rate of change to existing affordable housing. We feel that those are all really crucial to be included in this new body, and we think it's really important that this motion is passed to ensure that as our city continues to grow, as new housing continues to be built, as changes continue to take place, that all renters are protected through those processes and can ensure that they have housing stability. A vote for this motion is an indication that you stand with tenants in the city, that you want to ensure that those who do business in Vancouver's housing market do so in accordance with established rules.
Sorry, Stefan, you're at time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sorry to cut you off. Now go to speaker 3, Lisa Gilmore, on the phone.
Hi, my name's Lisa. I live in Vancouver. I'm in support of establishing a tenant advocacy office. I believe housing is a human right, not a commodity. I have a limited amount of time today, so I will be sharing some verifiable facts. For clarity, percentages have been rounded to the nearest full percent. As per the City of Vancouver website, over half of Vancouver households rent their home. Also, as per the site, that is why we are actively working to implement strategies to improve protections and support for renters. As for Statistics Canada, 16% of houses and 36% of condos in BC are investor-owned, and 1/3 of new properties built in Metro Vancouver since the 2000s were specifically for investment. As of 2024, Vancouver is ranked the 3rd least affordable city in the world to own a home, where a ratio of home cost to income over 9 is considered impossibly unaffordable. Vancouver's ratio is 12.3. Renters typically own 0 primary homes and 0 investment properties, while 70% of individual investors in BC own 1 or 2 investment properties, 18% own 3, and 12% own 4 or more. To be clear, these numbers are for investment properties. The Renters Office was abolished by the ABC Party in 2023, stating that the Renters Office services could be largely fulfilled by the Tenant Resource and Advisory Center, aka TRAC, or the Residential Tenancy Branch, As per their website, Residential Tenancy Branch provides general information about residential tenancies, and they can help you complete forms. They cannot give legal advice. They recommend getting help from a lawyer or legal professional. In support of renters is TRAC, which has been producing something called the Tenant Survival Guide since 1984, which promises to help you learn how to survive as a tenant in BC's challenging rental housing market. They do not currently appear to have any corporate sponsorship, but as per the website, TRAC has applied for project funding to reprint our Tenant Survival Guide, and they hope to once again be able to distribute free copies of the guide to tenants, legal advocates, and service providers across BC. They have a suggested supported membership of $1 a year, which is helpful as on average, Vancouverites spend 60% of their income on rent. Landlords can join Landlord BC. Landlord BC works in partnership with BC Hydro, Home Depot, Rent Check, Fortis BC, and Pendo. In 2017, David Huntniak, Chief Executive of Landlord BC, said, "It's time that landlords start to treat the rental units they manage like a business." Landlord BC is a nonprofit association with the funds available to hire KPMG to complete a 30-page economic impact assessment study on their behalf and has a total of 12 lobbying activity reports. UBC's Housing Research Collaborative found that BC has the highest eviction rate in the country. Between 2016 and 2021, 11% of rental households in BC reported being forced to move by their landlord, nearly double the 6% national average. Between 2019
Sorry,
and
Lisa,
2024...
you're over time, but thanks so much for calling in.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to speaker 4. Just a reminder, speakers, you have up to 3 minutes. Speaker 4 is Michael O'Shaughnessy.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hi. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael O'Shaughnessy. I'm a renter in Vancouver, and I support this motion. And I'm going to tell you a story to explain why, and I promise it'll be relevant. About a year ago, I was evicted. My landlord had decided to sell the unit me and my family were living in, and, you know, it was a profoundly disruptive experience. Packing up your whole life is bad enough, and packing up your whole life with a baby in the mix, it's not a lot of fun. One thing that you discover when you get evicted is that the law is really complicated. You've got rights, but those rights change as governments change the law or as eligibility criteria shift or 1,000 other things. It's tough to navigate, and it's even tougher in Vancouver where we have our own bespoke tenant protections. But we don't have our own office to help people navigate those protections or to enforce them when obligations are breached. My story is about to become a lot more common. We've got to build housing in the city. It's the only way to bring down rents and guarantee any kind of stability for people. But as long as we're only allowed to build new apartments on top of old apartments, we're guaranteed that some people are going to have their lives disrupted. And a lot of those folks live in the Broadway Plan area. Now, there are protections in place in the Broadway Plan area, but a lot of people don't know about them. And of the people who know about them, a lot don't believe they're real or don't believe the city will effectively enforce them. Part of the reason people don't trust these protections, I think at least, is that there's no person at the city you can point to and say, this is the person whose job it is to make sure you're covered. This is who you call if you're worried you're getting taken for a ride by the developer. This is the person you call if the replacement unit you got, you don't think it respects your rights under our bylaws. This is the person you call if 5 years into the development of a new tower, you stop getting paid your rental top-up. A renter office at the city solves this problem. It's an identifiable branch of the city government whose job it is to enforce our bylaws and to make sure developers respect and give you what you're owed. Its job is to strengthen that enforcement, to get in for you to get in contact with if you believe your rights are being violated. And if it comes down to it, it's the part of the city that would impose penalties on developers who would try to wiggle out their obligations. Some of this may happen at the city already, but it's spread out across departments. It's not one single area some people can point to. It's a very complicated system, and it's even more complicated here than it is in the rest of BC. It's not enough to just talk about your tenant protections. You've got to prove they're real. You got to prove they're real by enforcing them publicly, by having someone who is accountable to enforcing them, whether it's a person or a department, and you've got to be able to stand on them and say, we're committed and we've got your back. There's not a lot of trust in these tenant protections right now, and I think it's really critical that this trust be built. You can take the first step towards building that trust by passing this motion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to speaker 5, Bobo Irich.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, yeah, my name is Bobo. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm also in support of the motion. Last year, I attended the Pause the Plan pause the Broadway plan rally outside City Hall in support of the Broadway plan, but also to hear what other residents who oppose it, what they were afraid of and what they feared. And a common refrain that I heard was just a fear of displacement, a lack of trust in the city government, and belief that the Broadway plan tenant protections would be implemented, and that's from people who had heard of them. As the previous speaker had mentioned, there aren't a lot of residents who are as aware of the special protections within the Broadway plan as there should be. I put together, I tried to get a whole series of pamphlets printed out to distribute to the various neighborhood houses, because the neighborhood houses themselves, who, when I was speaking with people there, didn't have resources to share that information with concerned residents who were coming in either in Kitsilano or in Fairview or in Mount Pleasant about their rights under the Broadway plan. And so, I think this motion not only it puts a face on for the city as to who is responsible for looking after the residents. Not only do these protections have to exist, people have to know that they exist, and people have to build trust. And I think this is a good start. So I hope you'll pass the motion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 6, Peter Waldkirch.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. So I'm here to support this motion. We know that Vancouver has a critical shortage of housing, and we also know that not building housing is a major threat to renters, one of the major causes of dysfunctions and injustice in our housing system. One of the major sources of evictions in the city, maybe the largest source of evictions in the city, is landlords' use. And that's because we've put ourselves in this horrible situation where we rely so heavily on the secondary market to provide rental housing, because we've outlawed rental apartments across most of the city. And one of the things we understand very well about the housing system is that when the vacancy rate for rental homes is low, rents go up. And when the vacancy rent is high, rents stabilize or even go down. So if this council is serious about protecting renters, the goal should be getting the vacancy rate up to a healthy level. Now, to do that, we need to build a lot more housing. Now, the good news is that as we try to do that, the city has some pretty good tenant relocation and protection policies. The bad news is there is often a lot of confusion and uncertainty around those policies. So having a one-stop shop in the city, not just relying on other sources, but in the city itself, with responsibility for ensuring consistent communications around the TRPP, I think is critical for ensuring public confidence and trust in the city's policies. And in turn, that trust is critical for ensuring there is support for building the housing that we desperately need to. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 7, Russell Wong.
Hello, my name is Russell Wong. I'm calling to support the motion. I'm a resident of Vancouver. In particular, the Broadway plan includes strong renter protections based on similar policies in Burnaby, but they haven't been tested yet. And of course, this policy is specific to the city of Vancouver. I know it wasn't that long ago that the previous renter office was shut down, but the number of rezoning applications in the Broadway plan area, which is a good thing, is causing a lot of fear and uncertainty. I think it's a good idea to make sure that there's someone on city staff who owns the renter protection policy, who's responsible for making sure that it works as intended, as old low-rise rental buildings are replaced with new rental high-rises. You need to have someone who's responsible for speaking to the public, for publicizing the policy and making sure that both renters and developers know about it, who will get feedback from renters if something is going wrong, and who can work with the developer to resolve the problem. The first Broadway plan projects, which involve relocating renters, will be particularly important. If they go well, that'll reassure people. If they go badly, there will be a tremendous backlash. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 8, Ryan Campbell.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Ryan. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I am no longer a renter, though I was in the past, and I'm here in support of this motion. I think it's really a no-brainer. A majority of Vancouverites, as previously mentioned, are renters. What's the job of politicians if not to do good things for the people that they represent and that elected them. I think, the idea that obviously this isn't going to have 350,000 cases per year, but even, hundreds or 1,000 or 2,000 cases, has an opportunity to create a culture of empowerment and awareness and enforcement of people's rights. I think we need to recognize that there is a power imbalance here between landlords, who are typically wealthier than the average person, and renters, who many of whom are struggling to get by. And that power imbalance is made worse by a very low vacancy rate. A vacancy rate, I would add, that has been created by zoning decisions by this and previous councils. And so this is your problem, and you should fix it. Is what I'm saying. I think the enforcement part in this, where you can tie permits to tenancy protections, is fantastic, and I think really quite brilliant. I think there's a real lack of enforcement around existing rules. I'm politically active. I canvassed in a apartment building in Mount Pleasant and during the municipal election, and I remember a couple months later it burned down because the fire code wasn't being enforced. That's a story of the bad landlord. It's also a story of the bad city not enforcing its rules. I think the trust that this could build of having people aware and able to enforce their rights is also important for future development. If we want to build consensus around housing in the city, we need to make sure people can trust that the programs in place to minimize the negative impacts of this housing are going to work and are enforceable. So I think if you support building more housing, this is a no-brainer to support as well. If you want that kind of economic activity from it, if you want the social benefits of having more plentiful housing, you should support this. It's just, frankly, it's the right thing to do, and I hope it's a unanimous vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, speaker 9, Kara Eng. Or Kara.
Oh, hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Kara. Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Kara Eng. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I'm here to voice my enthusiastic support for Councillor Maloney's motion to establish a tenant advocacy office. I've been fortunate enough to be living in a co-op for most of my adult life. So in many ways, I've been shielded from the turbulent experiences of housing precarity often felt by renters across the city. But while I don't feel the direct impacts of the housing crisis, it doesn't mean that the pain and indignity it causes is ever far away. Quite the opposite, really. Many of my friends and loved ones are renters, and stories of illegal evictions, vindictive landlords, and substandard housing conditions in constant need of repair are commonplace in conversation. As has become the norm in our city, talk of moving away is never off the table. Furthermore, many of them are unfamiliar with where to turn for help when they're going through a housing-related upheaval. I wish I knew where to direct them in their time of need. Now, while there might be organizations like TRAC doing good work, it isn't an enforcement body. It can provide important advice to renters, sure, but it can't impose penalties on bad actors. And while the RTB is an enforcement body, it can't carry out rules that are specific to the City of Vancouver. That lack of enforcement power is a big deal. Establishing a tenant advocacy office with teeth, an office that's an arm of the city that's able to identify gaps in enforcement and remedy them, and can create a range of penalties that can be levied against bad actors, could go a long way towards assuring tenants that they're covered, that they will receive what they are rightfully owed and deserve. As the Broadway plan ramps up and anxieties for those most affected loom large, tenants need to know they can trust the city to look out for them, to help them navigate the changes happening where they live. Establishing a tenants advocacy office will send a powerful message to the renters of Vancouver that their municipal leaders not only care about them, but are firmly in their corner, fighting for their right to be housed and to be treated with dignity. City Hall can be a champion for renters. Renters should be championed at City Hall. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 10, Jason Talkman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jason Talkman. I am a Vancouver resident and a renter in the West End. I call in today in support of Councillor Maloney's motion to create a tenant advocacy office. Along with many of my friends and neighbors, I live in fear of eviction. If this occurs, I worry that I would find myself inevitably paying $700 to $800 more in rent for an equivalent one-bedroom apartment. This would, of course, significantly affect my life. We need a municipal office that has our back, a place that we can rely on when we face the destabilization and anxiety of dealing with rent eviction or dem eviction. I understand that the city's elimination of the renter office a couple of years ago, including a promise to provide more support to the Tenant Resource and Advisory Center, TRAC. However, this is what I read earlier today from Andrew Sakamoto, the Executive Director of TRAC. This is a quote. The TRAC supports the motion to establish a City of Vancouver Tenant Advocacy Office. TRAC assists hundreds of renters each year with disputes at their residential tenancy branch, but we are limited in how we can help renters enforce rules specific to Vancouver. TRAC would welcome a new tenant advocacy office that could function as an accessible first point of contact for renters and renter-serving organizations, advise on and coordinate efforts between city departments, and work toward the ultimate goal of improved landlord compliance with tenant relocation and protection policies and other renter-related city rules, end quote. So I am calling in today to ask you to provide the critical protection to those of us who rent in Vancouver and to establish a renter advocacy office, an office with teeth, to address the current gap in enforcement and to allow for penalties to be levied on bad actor landlords. Thank you for your time and hopefully your action.
Thank you. Next speaker, Speaker 11, Will Schelling.
No.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to them. Speaker 12, Katie Concan.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Concan. I'm the, Director of Development and Communications at First United in the downtown east side. I'm here today to speak in favor of this motion. When council shut down the Renters Services Office in 2023, tenants lost a valuable resource and nothing has replaced it. At that time, we wrote an op-ed in the Vancouver Sun highlighting the risk to vulnerable tenants and the overwhelming need for more tenant supports in the face of escalating homelessness and displacement in Vancouver. Since then, the housing crisis has continued to grow and homelessness in Vancouver has only increased. In 2023, Vancouver's homeless count grew by 32%. Through our leading-edge work with the BC eviction mapping dataset, we have data that shows that just under 1/4 of tenants who are evicted in Vancouver end up without anywhere to live. We've also seen the clear relationship between tenant protections and reducing homelessness. Our data show that many tenants are not aware of their rights or what they can do to protect their housing security, and many tenants are afraid to speak up for fear of losing their homes. Between landlords and tenants, it is not an even playing field. This is especially the case for Indigenous tenants, people with disabilities, and seniors. The city has taken strong steps forward with new policies to support tenants, including robust tenant relocation and protection policies, as well as the recent motion directing staff to look at the expansion of municipal standards of maintenance to address mold, air quality, and water damage in rental units. As Vancouver continues to grow, the city has a crucial role to play in protecting tenants who make up a majority of the people who live here. Recent city policies show promise, but to keep that promise, the city must take active steps to ensure landlords and developers are upholding their obligations. We see the city relying heavily on tenant protection policies as a safeguard in rezoning and development plans for some of the most vulnerable areas of Vancouver, including where we work and where we serve in the downtown east side. Specifically, the city is proposing to reduce the required proportion of social housing as well as the proportion of shelter rate units to let market rentals in. The city says in its proposal that, quote, tenant protections will ensure existing residents are able to remain in the neighborhood in better housing. Given the risks these tenants face, we take this commitment very seriously. It is critical that the city back up these policies with action to maintain accountability to Vancouver's most vulnerable tenants. Research shows that complaint-based enforcement by itself is ineffective and will be especially ineffective in a housing crisis in which tenants are understandably afraid. This motion can restore the city's role in providing timely information to tenants on the municipal policies that can protect them and build systems for proactive enforcement and coordination across departments. Establishing a tenant advocacy office will help the city's new policies to live up to their potential, and it will help prevent unnecessary homelessness and displacement. And we urge councilors to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker is Speaker 13, Taylor Cullen.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Great. Council's made a lot of strong steps towards boosting housing supply while protecting existing tenants, especially within the Broadway plan. But as you've heard from a lot of other speakers, a lot of people in the public are skeptical of developers' commitments to following these rules and of the city's commitments to upholding them. I think this dedicated office would send a strong signal that the city is committed to this and that they will hold developers accountable. I also think this would be effective in assisting council. I've listened to a lot of the Broadway plan hearings, and there's frequently questions about these tenant relocation requirements, how they're being enforced, and I think that would assist council in their decision-making to have a dedicated person that could speak specifically to these. I also think it would set the stage for future efforts to enshrine tenant protections in additional neighborhoods, especially as we consider the UBC extension and citywide plans. When it created the additional tenant protections, the city created new rights for tenants, and in doing so, it has assumed additional responsibilities. This office will help make sure it effectively upholds those rights and assumes those responsibilities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go back to some speakers that weren't available at the first time. So just going to check if speaker 1 is on the line. Sarah White.
No.
Okay, thank you. How about speaker 11, Will Schelling?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that is the end of our speakers list. Thank you everyone for speaking to the committee on policy and strategic priorities. Committee members, is there any discussion? Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thank you so much to Councillor Maloney for putting forth this motion. I heard on the doors so many people that are often confused and scared whenever they see a notice of development or towers going up around them. They feel that consultation is just a box checking exercise, that they can't attend a lot of these meetings because they're either working multiple jobs or juggling families or other responsibilities. I had people at the doors in tears and afraid if they were going to be next to be displaced. Tenants are often exploited and typically excluded from politics. Most tenants in Vancouver give 30 to 50% of their wages to landowners in the form of rents. The tenant is poor and the landowner is rich, and this is how the housing market works. Poor tenant labor is paying off the assets of the rich through the rental market. This is typically invisible and excluded from political conversations at City Hall. The way things work, the laws that protect the tenants are often poorly enforced compared to the laws that benefit the rich, and this isn't an accident. Most Vancouverites are tenants, but most elected officials own land. Tenants were not even allowed to vote in civic elections until the 70s, and that's why this motion is great. It has teeth. It can make sure that developers and landlords are following the law and help tenants who need it. It fills gaps in tenant protections enforcement and takes some pressure off of great organizations like TRAC, which are in high demand with insufficient resources. It will help tenants who are facing evictions from redevelopment. The scope of this office is right. The powers are right. This is what we should be doing. In the absence of legalizing collective bargaining for tenants, as well as the absence of SRO tenants in the motion, I will be happy to support this today. I'm hoping City Council does the right thing and moves this now so we can get started to use our resources to ensure that TRPP is actually being followed and that we can give tenants the help they need. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor Orr. I'm just going to cede the chair to Acting Mayor Kirby Young to ask some questions.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Question through the chair, if I may, to the city manager. Can you provide some context for council as to how complaints about the TRP process from tenants Like, how is that being managed by city staff, if at all?
Thanks, through the chair. So we do have a team of staff within our housing department, within planning, that does manage and oversee the TRP. So those issues are referred to that team, and then they would inquire as to the facts, and where there's issues around compliance with obligations on the part of landlords, they would then proceed with necessary enforcement of those obligations.
Okay, so despite what we heard today, there is an enforcement mechanism already within
Yes.
city staff.
Yes, so our planning department, the housing branch within planning does monitor that.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. The other question that I had was around track, because I remember the original debate around this with the renter's office we had previously, and they weren't getting a ton of calls. I believe it was one call a day, if that. Can you recall the amount of money that we are funding track? I believe it's around $300,000.
I would have to get that
Yeah.
amount for you through the chair for council. I can't confirm off the top of my head.
Okay, and are you, do you know if the drop-in information desk at the track space is open on, I believe it's on Smythe and House Street?
Yeah, that is the location. Again, I would have to follow up with an update for you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, a lot of questions, and you're the only one here, so. Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I also want to ask some question to City Manager through you, Chair. Okay, so first questions, I remember, in 2023, we increased the funding for track by 50%. So the number I saw from the previous report is $750,000 per year. Does that numbers ring a bell to you?
Through the chair, my recollection, recollection is that council increased the total amount of money going into renter services grants to $750. And those grants go to multiple agencies. But yes, there was a significant increase in the renter service grant program at the time the council made that decision in 2023. And my recollection is the same, that it was $750,000.
Okay, so in the past 2 years, have you done any communication with those different renter organizations to see how they are doing, if they need any more support?
So there are requirements as a condition of those grants for report back and so on. Again, happy to follow up with the team, the staff team to pull together a report for you on those grants and the outcomes that we've had reported back from the grantee organizations.
Okay, thanks. And also that, how many rental units we have delivered in the past a couple of years, and how does that number compare to the historical number in the city?
Yes, certainly can provide that. I mean, the city has reported out a significant increase in purpose-built rental housing over kind of historic levels of construction in Vancouver. For sure, we have seen very significant increase in construction. Vancouver leads by far the region in delivering market rental units. And yeah, that is certainly information we can share with council as well.
Okay, do you know if the delivery is record high in the past 2 years compared to?
I believe so, Councillor. Certainly in the last several decades, it has been, the level of delivery of metric rental has been much higher.
Okay, and also, do you know, I heard rent has been decreased in the city. Can you confirm that, and do you have
that? Is my understanding that asking rents have in fact decreased in Vancouver.
Okay. Do you know how much
off the top of my head? No, I'd have to confirm that data for you.
And also in the 2023 report, if I remember correctly, which I just checked the report, it says the previous renter office received 372 inquiries per year, and also that 40% are related to city inquiries, means 60% are actually under the provincial jurisdiction. Can you confirm if that's correct?
Through the chair, that's my recollection from that report as well.
Okay, and how much money we spent in the renter's office, the old renter's office?
The budget, it was over $1 million a year, but I'd have to confirm that number.
Okay, for only less than one call per day.
Through the chair, that was one of the functions that staff in the renter's office were performing. As indicated, a number of those functions have now been shifted over to the housing team. So they were not just waiting for the phone to ring, they were in fact dealing with TRP issues and so on. But that particular function that they played, which was as a contact point for members of the public, that was the 372 calls on average was the figure.
Okay, thanks. My last question is, if we, re-envisioning this renter office, how can we do better in terms of the volume, the workload, everything? Is there anything we can enhance?
Those are, that's a question that we would need to report on if council does direct staff to undertake this work. I think there are multiple agencies that function in this space, and there is overlap between provincial jurisdiction and the city's role in relation to managing tenant issues is limited to the TRP, tenant protection policies that are imposed by the city. And that can often be confusing as to where people need to go for what issue.
Yeah.
So that is one, I think, inherent challenge in this space.
Okay, thanks very much, Paul.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you both. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I appreciate it. I think we're having some good conversations, having some new colleagues in the chamber around context and history. So I was going back and looking at January 2023, I think it was, with respects to when council received that report and when this change was made. And I was looking at a CBC article that commented that the original staff report called for the city to provide space, office space, to the Tenant Resource and Advisory Centre, otherwise known as TRAC, that we've been talking about, to establish, and I think this is the key part, a coordinated renter resource centre. That recommendation was accepted by council, and then TRAC, Andrew Sakamoto at the time, just paraphrasing here a bit for time, expressed pleasure with being provided office space and said, by approving TRAC and other renter-serving agencies to co-locate and collaborate at a centrally located downtown office, the city has facilitated an innovative service delivery model that will help renters navigate Vancouver's challenging rental market. And so I think that is probably important to remember in terms of what the spirit was around trying to provide better coordination for that office. And the grants, to the point, I think the city manager's recollection is correct, were increased by 50% at that point from $500,000, I think, to $750,000. And I think there's a comment from another councillor looking at a CTV article here. I think it was Councillor Bly that said it was really about avoiding duplication on renters' advocacy issues and making sure tenant protections are in place that are technically the jurisdiction of the provincial government. And at the time, the context we were receiving recent funding announcements for the new premier, the comment was with additional resources going to the residential tenancy branch. So it was around better coordination of services, recognition of jurisdiction, and more investments that were being put in by both the province and the city, right? And so I think, I'm just providing that context there and also appreciating the questions from Councillor Meisner with respects to the fact that so these responsibilities with respects to the Vancouver specific component for, say, the TRPP and the Broadway plan are really a very important part of our staff's responsibilities and kind of coordinated so that can be done kind of, in lockstep with that development process as that rolls out. So not to say that we can't make improvements to our processes over time, but I think that context is important. Thanks.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I want to thank and acknowledge Councillor Maloney for bringing this forward and building on some of the work that had been done in the past. And just to reflect that when, I had first brought this renter's office motion forward in 2019, we hadn't approved the Broadway plan yet. In fact, we hadn't anticipated that we would have COVID-19. And so since that time, many things had happened, and I think that the renter's office was finding its feet through those various kind of permutations that included COVID-19, that included the inevitable approval of the Broadway plan, and as we are now seeing, a significant amount of new approved development. We're seeing a ton more housing starts in the rental space, and we are seeing more stress and strain on renters who struggle with market rates. And I think it behooves us to recognize that market rates are still out of sync with median incomes in our city. And I think another salient point to reflect on here is, notwithstanding comments about what what the media reported at the time. The decision to eliminate the renter's office in 2023 came with no notice. When we were here in these chambers and the renter's office presented its annual update, they were completely blindsided by the motion to eliminate their office. So they did not have as it was presented, they didn't have a chance to speak to the decision to eliminate the office. They did not have a chance to defend themselves on the elimination of the office. And I think fundamentally that was an injustice and a disservice to the notion of the office and to the folks who work in that space, and indeed to the people who relied on that service. We know that there is a need for this kind of service. We know that there is no shortage of work that we can be doing in this space. And honestly, I think that this is a thoughtful approach to a very salient issue that affects a majority of folks in our city. And I do note that of the speakers who spoke in support of this motion, many of them are very frequent flyers, if I will. They're noted housing advocates, and they're often advocating in the space for new housing construction. And I think it's telling that they are coming out in support of the need for this office. So thank you, Councillor Maloney, for bringing this back.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Bly.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the discussion. And yeah, I mean, I think that there have been some interesting developments, quite literally, since the first discussion around the renter's office, and then the decision to what I would consider streamlining those services into, based on the feedback that I was receiving a few years back. But to Councillor Fry's point, and I'm not going to repeat them, I'm interested to hear back, because I am interested to hear what staff have to say about what has emerged since the Broadway plan really has taken shape. And that is a new dynamic that didn't exist before. This is just a report back. I mean, I'm unequivocal on the need to protect renters and understand how the TRPP is being applied, and making sure that it's consistent across the board in terms of its intent, which is to support tenants and making sure relocation or packages or whatever the decisions are that are coming out of the TRPP are upheld. I do think that we need to be clear about the city's role. And I also hear, not a lot, but I have heard anecdotally feedback from developers who are struggling because they see that planning staff are trying to manage some of the TRPP and tenant relationships with landlords off the side of their desk, and oftentimes are finding themselves maybe due to under-resourcing or what have you, just trying to do something that's not within their mandate, that could be considered in a new framing of what a tenant's office could be. So am I sold that we're the right, this is the right avenue or vehicle for this? No, I need to see this information back. But I think it's a reasonable request to have staff do this work, given the changing dynamics related to an enormous amount of change in the Broadway plan area that spans 500 square blocks of our city. It's not just a small street. It's a massive upheaval of our existing rental stock. So I am going to support it. I also supported decisions in the past, but when we have new information, we need to make different decisions sometimes. So I'm happy to support this and look forward to what staff bring back to council.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Orr.
Yeah, just a couple further comments. One, just kind of about the volume of calls. I think it's also important to kind of consider the nature of the severity of each call. I mean, these are people's lives. I mean, this was also back, I'm taking into account everyone's comments that the natures have changed. But even back then, like, one of those calls could have, really saved someone's life. I also wanted to ask, maybe like this is maybe not the right time, but if through this to staff, is there any like data on how many people are spending, what percentage over their 30% of their income on rent? Do we have any of those numbers?
Through the chair, I believe we can certainly consult with our housing team around the data that they have in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, not seeing anyone else on the queue, so I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, if you could please take us to the voting screen, and committee, if you could please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, that is a tie vote, so that fails. Okay, and that completes motion 2. So the standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We'll now convene in council with Acting Mayor Kirby Young as chair to deal with recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting.
Thanks, Chair Meisner. As mentioned, we are now reconvening in council to deal with the action items from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting and other items. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. Mayor Simmons on leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Kirby Young is the acting mayor. Councillor Dominato is leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Bly. Councillor Fry. Councillor Claassen, leave of absence for civic business. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Councillor Joe. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. The meeting has quorum, Mayor.
Great, thanks very much. Council, I need a motion to adopt the committee's recommendations for reports 1 to 5 and council members' motions 1 to 2.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Meisner, seconded by Councillor Joe. All in favor, say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed? We're not there yet. Well, hang on, Councillor Fry, we're almost there. Okay, that cancels unanimously, and now perfect segue. Are there any items of urgent business? And I see Councillor Fry, I see you on the queue, so please go ahead. And if we can just advance Councillor Fry to start his clock, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I submitted a new urgent motion, Community Coming Together Vancouver Strong, based on the motion that we approved yesterday. And I'm happy to take a break just to discuss this without necessarily going right into a public debate. And I hope there is no public debate. We've since heard from members of the community that perhaps there was some opportunities for engagement that were missed in moving forward the motion yesterday. And I think when we did request a little bit of a delay, and we're assured that this was a motion that was being brought forward with the explicit community-led, for the community, by the community, and centering community voices. And I think that because we are hearing that some community voices have not felt heard in this process, that it's important that we get this right. And I think we all want to respect the people who are directly affected by this horrible incident on April 26th. So really, the ask here is that the steering committee for Come Together Vancouver Strong broaden its scope and mandate to immediately and meaningfully include the voices of the families and affected communities in the planning and deliverables for the event that is forthcoming. And further, that the city also prioritize long-term recovery support as part of its commitment to those affected by the tragic events of April 26th, so that we're not excluding that particular piece, and that we're ensuring opportunity for more intimate community-led events, because we know that some of the folks who have reached out aren't necessarily comfortable with the big stadium approach, but would rather participate in other ways. And this certainly doesn't suggest that the city has to sanction those, but I think it's just important to have all the voices at the table, because this has been a horrible and emotional event for many folks in our city, and we want to respect that. And I hope this is received in the spirit in which it is given, which is working together to support the community.
Second.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. We have a motion on the floor, second by Councillor Bly. I'm just doing a visual check of the room to see whether council feels they would like a recess, or if we can just proceed with dealing with the item. I'm not seeing any hands up for a recess. Okay. All right. Is that all, Councillor Fry? You're at time. Oh no, you're not at time. I think your clock wasn't restarted. But is that all for now? Okay. All right. Thanks. Can we advance Councillor Bly, please? Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you. You know, I don't need to add anything further to Councillor Fry. It's been an important day with conversations happening to ensure that folks who need to be heard were heard. So this is obviously a very delicate but yet very important moment for our city and for this council and for the leadership that we show. This is about this is about the community being centered in every decision we make. That's it. So that's the request. That's the priority, and we are merely enablers and supporters of a community-led process here to memorialize a community that was deeply affected by tragic events almost 40 days ago. It's a community-centered moment. It's not a council-centered moment. So what this says to me is we're going to reset that and make sure that the scope of any steering committee or conversation about how to memorialize the victims of the tragic events of Lapu Lapu Day Festival are centered in the decisions we make, and that's the opportunity we have before us. So I'm grateful to have worked with Councillor Fry on this, and hope we can continue this conversation together wholly as a group.
Okay, thanks. So seeing no one else in the queue, I'll ask clerk to take us to a vote. Okay, that has passed with none in opposition. Are there any other items of urgent business for council? Going once, going twice? Can I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Meiser, second by Councillor Fry. All in favor? Okay. Thanks, council. Thank you, staff. Appreciate it. We are done.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, folks.